Dr. Rajiv Nigam sir, welcome. Good morning sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग। ये मेरा बड़ा प्री टॉपिक है तो मुझे लगा आज कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा।
हमको भी लगा कि सर का तो ये है ही है, तो ये बिल्कुल बताना चाहिए, तो हमने शेयर किया जानकारी सर।
देखिए विशाल भाई, मैं हैट्स ऑफ टू यू। आपने जितनी मेहनत की है और जितना सिस्टमेटिक ढंग से आपने सबको इन्फॉर्म किया है, मैंने आज तक कहीं नहीं देखा था।
सर आप लोगों का कोऑपरेशन मिला तो हमारा भी उत्साहवर्धन हुआ।
नहीं साहब, बहुत अच्छा है। मतलब मैंने तो बहुत अटेंड किए, लेकिन ये बहुत इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम और इतना सिस्टमेटिक जा रहा है, तो ये बहुत अच्छी चीज है।
जी।
इसीलिए बल्कि वो 10-20 पे आपका टाइम था, मैंने कहा मैं पहले ही जब कंप्यूटर वाला चेक कर लूं, वरना क्या होता है वो लास्ट मिनट पे कभी कैमरा नहीं काम करता, कभी माइक नहीं काम करता है,
हो जाता है, टेक्निकल वो आता है।
हाँ, टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है। तो बस अभी मैंने ब्रेकफास्ट खत्म किया और आके कंप्यूटर ऑन किया। तो चलिए, और कैसा आपको कैसा लग रहा है एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजर? हमें तो अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया प्रोग्राम जा रहा है।
हाँ सर, हमारा तो दिन भर व्यस्तता का जाता है सर।
जी, नहीं बहुत बड़ा आपने इतना बड़ा, हाँ
दिन में यहाँ पे करते हैं, रात को फिर सबको इन्फॉर्म करते हैं।
जी जी जी।
हाँ बस।
लगता है आपकी टीम काफी बड़ी है शायद, इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करना इज नॉट ए जोक।
Link already in your mail and WhatsApp.
एक मिनट होल्ड कीजिए, जस्ट मिनट। हेलो, हाँ बोलिए।
हाँ
जी, हाँ हाँ हाँ। नहीं भाई, देखिए ये 10 है। मैं आपको मालूम है इनको, आपके जो यहाँ रहते हैं साहब। हाँ, तो देखिए भाई, 9 तक करना, बल्कि 8 के लिए भी मुझे बाकी 8 लोगों से पूछना पड़ेगा। तो 8 से कम तो हो नहीं सकता, किसी भी कीमत पे नहीं हो सकता है। चलिए, नहीं देखिए, 2 महीने का 16,000 एडवांस हुआ और 1 महीने का किराया, तो टोटल होता है 24,000। यस, जिसमें 1 महीना आपका किराया माना जाएगा, 2 महीने का डिपॉजिट माना जाएगा। हाँ ठीक है, ओके। और अभी मैं मीटिंग में रहूंगा, तो मुझे 12 बजे तक अभी फोन मत कीजिएगा। अभी मैं मीटिंग के बीच में आपको फोन कर रहा हूँ। हाँ ठीक है, ओके बाय। जी सर, आप कुछ कह रहे थे, बीच में फोन आ गया है।
यस सर, मैं लिंक शेयर कर दूं उनको, रेखा मैडम को।
अच्छा अच्छा, लिंक तो यही है ना, कॉमन लिंक है फॉर ऑल द लेक्चर्स।
हाँ, पर उनको वो फाइंड आउट नहीं कर पा रही हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा, उन्हें ईमेल से भेज दीजिए तो उनको लॉगिन करना आसान हो जाएगा।
हाँ वही हम ईमेल से ही भेज रहे हैं,
क्योंकि आपकी व्हाट्सएप मैंने अपने ईमेल पे फॉरवर्ड की है। अभी एक 5 मिनट का टाइम है ना शुरू होने में?
जी हाँ, अभी तो वो टेस्ट कर रही हैं।
अच्छा, तो ठीक है साहब, मैं आपसे जरा अनुमति चाहूंगा, मैं 1 कप चाय बना के लाता हूँ।
जी
ओके सर, सो नाइस ऑफ टू सी यू एंड माय हैट्स ऑफ टू यू सर। आइए, कभी गोवा आइए तो आपसे मुलाकात करके बहुत अच्छा लगेगा।
जी सर।
ओके, बाय।
यस मैडम, चली गई। हेलो, हाँ, ओके। यस मैडम, हेलो, हाँ। नो, just I am here, but your in which name, madam? Only two. Uh, अच्छा, okay. Only two and three. Your name not in joining list. Hello. आपने ज्वाइन कर लिया? स्क्रीन दिख रही है आपको हमारी? हाँ, तो अभी आप नहीं जुड़ नहीं पा रही, मतलब वो आपको अपना दिख रहा है। हाँ, फिर से लिंक करिए, फिर से लिंक में क्लिक करिए। हाँ, हमारी पिक्चर दिखेगी स्क्रीन में, हम बैठे हुए हैं और रविशंकर सर जुड़े हुए हैं। वीडियो और ऑडियो क्या क्या करना है? क्या करना है? उसमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए, ज्वाइन करने का आता है, ज्वाइन करने का। हाँ, उसी को आप क्लिक करिए। हाँ हाँ, वो हाँ हाँ, वो अपने आप, हाँ नहीं, वो ऑटो है, आ जाएगा। हाँ, आया क्या? हाँ जी, नहीं आएगा, नहीं हमारा नहीं आना है, वो ऑटो होगा, अपने आप होगा। हमारा वो जैसे आप जुड़ेंगे क्या, रविशंकर सर तो जुड़े हैं, देखिए आपका आएगा। नहीं, अभी स्लाइड हमने हटा दिया है। वो आस्क टू ज्वाइन में आपने क्लिक कर लिया, फिर आता कौन है? क्यों? फिर तो नहीं आता। हाँ, वो हमने भेजा ना। नहीं, क्या हम आपको दिख रहे हैं? और रविशंकर सर,
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
हाँ, ये हमारे स्क्रीन में है रविशंकर सर, क्या नहीं?
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
हाँ, ये सर, हाँ, वो मतलब ज्वाइन नहीं है अभी। क्या बात है, फिर अच्छा, वो क्या बता रहा है? आस्क आस्क टू ज्वाइन आ रहा है। हाँ, नहीं, आस्क टू ज्वाइन में आपने क्लिक किया तो नहीं हो रहा। क्या मैसेज बता रहा उसके बाद, क्लिक करने के बाद? तो हमारी तरफ से तो ऑटो है, आपने कुछ तो नहीं लगा रखा है उसमें, कोई पासवर्ड या कुछ ऐसा लगाया तो नहीं आपने अपनी तरफ, अपने कंप्यूटर में? हाँ, नहीं, आप अपनी तरफ से कंप्यूटर में कुछ ऐसा पहले से लगा रखा है क्या कि जब खुद का, हमारी तरफ से तो ऑटो है, सब लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं।
Which one? Poragan.
हाँ नहीं हम बंद था, हम बोल रहे रविशंकर सर।
Very good morning, sir. Very good morning.
ये सर रेखा मैडम को ज्वाइन करने में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है।
Okay, okay. No, we'll wait. Wait for her.
हाँ तो थोड़ा सा आप उनसे बात करिए।
सर दूसरी लिंक से दूसरे मेल से ज्वाइन करेंगी तो जल्दी हो जाएगा। उसमें हो सकता कोई मेल से नहीं हो रहा हो।
अच्छा
दूसरे मेल से या दूसरी आईडी से ज्वाइन कराइए सर।
मैडम क्या आपका दूसरा कोई मेल है? हेलो, हाँ नहीं हमारा कोड नहीं, हमारे पास तो कोड नहीं है। हमारे हम ऑटो कोड है हमारा, मतलब अपने आप लोग जोड़ रहे हैं उसको, हमने ऑटो मोड में कर दिया है, अपने आप लोग जोड़ रहे हैं। आपका कैमरा ऑफ है। लिंक की हाँ उसको आप ओके कर दीजिए, मतलब कि यदि ओके का है तो ओके कर दीजिए, अपने आप जुड़ जाएगा उसमें जो वो मांग रहा है। तो हाँ उसको अपने आप वो करिए ओके।
मिश्रा जी एक तरीका हो सकता है, मैडम को आप व्हाट्सएप कॉल कीजिए और स्क्रीन पे उन्हें इंस्ट्रक्शन देते रहिए कि क्या करना है। इफ शी इज ऑन द कंप्यूटर देन इट विल बी इजी टू डू इट। पूछ लीजिए अगर व्हाट्सएप पे कॉल करके, व्हाट्सएप पे वीडियो कॉल लगा के उन्हें इंस्ट्रक्शन दीजिए। और या फिर उन्हें कहिए कि प्रेजेंटेशन आपको भेज दें और आपके यहाँ से कोई इसको प्रेजेंटेशन जो है वो ऑपरेट कर सकता है और वो वहां से बोल सकती हैं।
प्रेजेंटेशन उन्हें भेज दिया है हमारे पास।
अच्छा तब तो खाली उन्हें माइक ऑन करना है बस।
हाँ माइक का काम करना है,
माइक और वीडियो ऑन करना। अगर वीडियो भी नहीं होता तो माइक ऑन करके कर सकती हैं।
नहीं वो जुड़ नहीं पा रही ना, हमारे कंप्यूटर से वो जुड़ नहीं पा रही।
अब वो क्या वो कैसे फोन से ऑपरेट कर रही हैं या
मोबाइल से वो जुड़ रही हैं, या तो वो मोबाइल बदल दें, दूसरे मोबाइल से जुड़ जाएं, या सर दूसरी आईडी से जुड़ जाएंगी।
हाँ लैपटॉप से अगर ज्वाइन करें तो आसान रहेगा बजाय मोबाइल से।
नहीं मोबाइल से नहीं कर रही वो
तो लैपटॉप से, तो लैपटॉप पे तो आपका लिंक सिर्फ क्लिक करें उसके बाद वो ज्वाइन पूछता है, दैट्स ऑल।
उनके उसमें पता नहीं क्या कुछ लगा हुआ, वो दिख नहीं रहा है।
अच्छा
हाँ मैडम आपके, अच्छा तो हमको लगता है वो मेल आईडी में है। कोई दूसरी मेल आईडी है आपकी? नहीं दूसरी मेल आईडी आपके पास है क्या, या मतलब उनकी हो, राव साहब की हो, मिस्टर की, उसमें हम भेजें?
मोबाइल से जोड़ के देखें एक बार, अगर लैपटॉप से नहीं जुड़ रहा है तो मोबाइल से भी जोड़ के देख सकते हैं।
एक मिनट, उसको आप वो करके भेजिए, थोड़ा सा लिख करके व्हाट्सएप में भेज दीजिए। हेलो, हाँ व्हाट्सएप।
Ama, yeah. And I should look more brighter. Madam, na call pani parka. What's the problem? पूरा क्लीन है இதனால இந்த போடாது பேசி எப்படி தொந்தரவு அந்த தடியில பாரு என்னடா பண்றாங்க எனக்கு முதல்ல பண்ணி வச்சறாங்க எல்லாம் பண்ணி கோப்ரோ ரிப்பேர் பண்ண
क्या डॉक्टर साहब नमस्कार, रविशंकर साहब नमस्कार, कैसे ये सुभाष राव का बंद कर रखा आपने?
हाँ
और कैसे हैं? बढ़िया,
सब बढ़िया है सर, by grace of God.
Good.
Everything is going on, and often I remember you.
Yeah. We see you
especially
also.
when it comes to seals and sealings.
जी 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 जी
You have got great contributions.
जी
Very nice, very
थैंक
nice.
यू थैंक यू थैंक यू
अच्छा हो गया, एक मौका मिला सब
हाँ
मिलने
हाँ
का, बात करने का.
जी
अच्छा है.
और
Anyway,
सब बढ़िया है ना हेल्थ
I would like to visit once.
श्योर श्योर प्लीज
I want to visit, sir.
हाँ हाँ जी जी क्या अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ थोड़ा देर लग रहा है ना
I think madam has to join. There is some
Okay.
technical issues, I think.
हाँ
She has to join.
ओके 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 चलो मिलते हैं फिर
Okay, sir.
थैंक यू
Very nice, very nice.
ओके वेलकम मैडम.
मैडम माइक बंद है, माइक ऑन करिए. माइक बंद है मैडम.
हाँ प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ. अनम्यूट.
अनम्यूट कर लीजिए मैडम. म्यूट है आपका माइक.
राउंड रूम लेंगे.
अनम्यूट करिए. माइक अनम्यूट करिए. या
हेलो
हाँ हाँ ठीक.
जी जी
हेलो?
मैडम जी.
हाँ हेलो. हाँ मैडम आवाज आ रही है. हेलो हेलो. हाँ बोलिए मैडम.
हेलो
हेलो.
हेलो.
हाँ मैडम आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
हेलो.
या हेलो
हाँ आवाज आ रही मैडम.
हेलो
यस यस. ये मैम इसमें लैपटॉप में बोल रहा हूँ, आपकी आवाज आएगी. हाँ
हाँ अभी आया
हाँ.
स्लाइड्स आया.
हाँ स्लाइड आ गया तो
हाँ
ओके ओके. तो हम शुरू करते हैं. आई एम
अभी और एक बार उसे ही रहने दीजिए पहले कोई.
okay okay. Now today first session our speaker.
हेलो
हाँ
अभी ऑडिबल है क्या?
हाँ नहीं अब हम कंप्यूटर में बोल रहे हैं, लैपटॉप में. लैपटॉप में आवाज आ रही है आपके? हेलो मैडम हमारी आवाज लैपटॉप में आपको आ रही है?
हेलो हेलो
हाँ कंप्यूटर में हमारी आवाज आपको आ रही है? कंप्यूटर में हम बोल रहे हैं. हेलो मैडम.
मैडम
आ रही है
हेलो.
आवाज?
ऑडिबल है
या
आपकी.
आई एम हियरिंग योर वॉइस वेरी फेंटली.
कंप्यूटर में आ रही है हमारी आवाज? कंप्यूटर में ही, मोबाइल में नहीं,
या
कंप्यूटर में
लैपटॉप में आ रहा है.
आ रहा.
मेरा वॉइस आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ आ रहा.
आ रहा है मैडम, आ रहा आपका वॉइस आ रहा.
हाँ
ओके.
और कुछ करना है मुझे?
हाँ
कुछ नहीं. अब आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन शेयर भी हो गया है. आप उसको
हेलो
जो है ना.
कैन आई स्टार्ट?
नो मैडम.
1 minute मैडम.
प्लीज वेट 1 minute. So today
हेलो
welcome all of you and today
वॉल्यूम फुल हो चुकी है.
Madam Rekha Rao,
Oh my God, I don't know what to do.
And our chairperson Dr. T.S. Ravishankar,
Hello.
former Director Epigraphy Archaeological Survey of India, Mysore, and co-chairperson Dr. Mohan Lal, Associate Professor Ancient History and Archaeology, IGNTU, Amarkantak. Please, I am request to Dr. T.S. Ravishankar, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Rekha Rao.
Okay. Good morning to all of you,
Hello.
all the viewers. I'm
मैडम एक मिनट सर, मैडम प्लीज, हेलो, लैपटॉप में आवाज आ रही है आपको?
Hello. I
What
don't
there?
know what to do.
madam.
Hello.
யாரோ வயசானவங்க இருக்காரு, ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிட்டு
आपको लैपटॉप में आवाज आ रही है? हेलो,
लैपटॉप में आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, खाली
हाँ तो आप
मोबाइल से आपका आ रहा है, लैपटॉप में आवाज नहीं आ रहा है।
लैपटॉप में आवाज नहीं आ रहा?
नहीं आ रहा है लैपटॉप। व्हाट शुड आई डू?
मैडम उसका वॉल्यूम आप खोल लीजिए, लैपटॉप में प्लस जहाँ है उसको आप करेंगे तो उसका वॉल्यूम खुल जाएगा, वॉल्यूम बंद होगा उसका।
हम लोग का आवाज लैपटॉप में आ रहा है आपको?
नहीं, लैपटॉप पे नहीं आ रहा है।
तो उसका वॉल्यूम खोलिए आप, वॉल्यूम। हेलो
हेलो,
आप वॉल्यूम खोलिए, आप वॉल्यूम उसका।
क्या 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 है वो, मुझे मालूम नहीं।
आवाज उसका, जो आवाज का जहाँ पे होगा।
हाँ, वो माइक का ऑन है।
ऐसा है,
प्रॉब्लम है पाओ यारो सिलवा
लैपटॉप पे बोलिए, मोबाइल पे
इधर माइक ಏನಿದು माइक?
मैडम का वॉइस तो आ रहा है, इधर सुन रहा है।
मोबाइल आप रख लीजिए अभी, आप
मोबाइल एक्चुअली ऑफ करके ट्राई कीजिए।
हाँ। हेलो।
हाँ,
आ रहा है क्या?
आ रहा है।
आपका वॉइस मुझे नहीं आ रहा है, मैं मोबाइल ऑफ किया तो कुछ नहीं सुनती हूँ।
पर आपका आवाज आ रहा है, कंप्लीट आ रहा है।
स्टार्ट करिए, आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करिए, हम लोग सुन रहे हैं आपको।
आपका आवाज बिल्कुल अच्छा आ रहा है।
I can't hear, it's not muted, no?
सर मिश्रा सर, आप बोल दीजिए कि आप स्टार्ट करिए, मोबाइल से बोल दीजिए कि आप स्टार्ट करिए।
हेलो, हमें आपका कुछ भी वॉइस माइक लैपटॉप पे नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ ठीक है मैडम, ऐसा है, आपकी आवाज हमको आ रही है, आप बोलते जाइए, हम लोग सुनते रहेंगे। हाँ
ओके, आई कैन स्टार्ट टॉकिंग।
हाँ,
1 minute.
1 minute. First, Dr. Shankar introduce you to audience.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Then you will.
Thank you.
But I can hear Ravi Shankar. You have to tell me on phone many times.
Okay. Yeah.
फोन चालू रखे, आप फोन में सुनिए।
Yeah. Hey, I'm highly thankful to Professor Skand Kumar Mishra ji for giving me an opportunity to chair this session, and also the convener of the national webinar. Today's eminent speaker, Srimati Rekha Rao, on Dholavira Sign Board of Gujarat, and I also thank co-chairperson being amidst us this morning. Ms. Rekha Rao is a master's degree holder in Indology from the University of Mysore, Karnataka, and a student of the eminent Professor Dr. M. Sheshadri. In the year 2000, she undertook independent research work in Indology under the guidance of Dr. S.R. Rao, former Deputy Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India. Since 2010, she is primarily focused as an independent researcher. Her deep interest in temple sculptures, architecture, and archaeology has made her visit and study various temples and heritage sites in India and abroad, focusing on topics such as apsaras, sculptures, and Buddhist temple architecture. Rao has extensively studied and deciphered the seals of the Indus Valley civilization from Vedic perspective. Her work on deciphering Indus seals and their symbols correlating with Rigveda and Yajurveda are in 3 books titled Symbolography in Indus Seals, the Dictionary of Indus Symbols, and the depiction of Vedic priests in Indus Seals was well received for her novel approach towards Indus Seals. She has authored 16 books and also written several journal articles in renowned international publications and online sites such as academia.edu, India Facts. Her books are available both in print and ebook format on Amazon.com. Some of Rekha Rao's lectures were well received by all. National Gallery of Modern Art, Bangalore, for Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Doordarshan talks for Chandana on Shivaratri Day. Dr. C.V. Raman University Heritage Society on Yoga Day. Mythic Society, Bangalore, Indic talk with Rekha Rao, Center for Indic Studies, Indus University, Ayurveda and Yoga in Indian Temple Sculptures for Aurobindo Society, Heritage Society, Virasat talk, and so many talks she has given at different point of time. Born and brought up in Mysore, southern Karnataka, she has deep interest in Hoysala dynasty monuments from this part of India. Her research analysis of 42 Apsaras from Belur Temple is presented in her book titled Apsara in Hoysala Art, A New Dimension. This book considers sociological, cultural, and philosophical perspectives and draws from treatises such as Manasollasa, Natya Shastra, and the Bhagavad Gita. Her passion and interest in temple architecture have led her to research the science behind the golden and observed in the figure of deities Tirupati Venkateshwara, Chidambaram Nataraja, Saranath Buddha, and Gomateshwara figure of Shravana Balagala. Beautiful sculptures of Rani Vikivav, a World Heritage Monument in Gujarat. Besides academic interest, Rekha Rao is also a well-known trained classical musician, accompanied Bharatanatyam dancer. She has trained many students in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Java, Indonesia, for over more than 2.5 decades. Some of her noted books are The Truth About Aryas, Symbolography in Indus Seals, Ancient Vedic Beverages, The Dictionary of Indus Symbols, The Depiction of Vedic Priests in Indus Seals, Ayurveda in Indian Temples, The Glory of Hoysala Queens, Erotic Sculptures in Indian Temples, Apsaras in Hoysala Art, Mandala, and a large number of articles in different national and international journals. With this brief introduction, I welcome Professor Dr. Rekha Rao to go with her presentation. I heartily greet her on this first session to be taken place now. Thank you very much, sir. So I welcome Professor Rekha Rao to take over. Thank you very much.
Hello, madam. Now, please unmute yourself and start the lecture. Unmute yourself. First slide in it.
Audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll start now.
Yes.
Namaste,
Please.
yes. I thank the organizers of the National Webinar Series, REWA, Madhya Pradesh.
हाँ नमस्कार.
And Namaste ji. And Professor Skanda Mishra ji for inviting me to share my knowledge with the learned audience about the Dholavira signboard.
तो वहीं बैठता हूँ जहाँ बैठता था.
I thank Dr. Ravi Shankar, former
मंडे को आ जाइए. मंडे को
Photography Archaeological Survey of India, Mysore.
जब भी आपकी इच्छा हो आ जाइए.
For introducing me and chairing the session.
मैं आप सुबह आइए 11:30 के आसपास.
I thank Dr. Mohan Lal, Associate Professor, for co-chairing the session. Today's talk is focused on the earliest signboard, a display board from one of the Indus Valley sites called Dholavira. The board is popularly known as the signboard of Dholavira. The wooden board has 10 symbols engraved, and these symbols are the same as the ones inscribed on the Indus or the Harappan seals. It is interesting to understand what it communicates because the Harappan symbols are yet to be deciphered. My interpretation and analysis of the symbol on the signboard is based on the Vedic perspective. The place Dholavira is situated in the Kutch district of Gujarat in Western India. It's a large, well-preserved archaeological site of the ancient Indus Valley civilization. Dholavira site is gateway of the Dholavira city. I present slide 1 now. Please move on to slide 1. Yeah, this is slide 1. It's for the location of Dholavira and the gateway where the signboard was found. Slide 1 shows the location of the various ancient Harappan on the Indus sites in the northwestern part of Bharat. Dholavira in the Kutch district of Gujarat is marked in red color. The meticulous Dholavira city plan was divided into 3 parts, which were addressed as the citadel, the middle town, and the lower town. Each part had massive stone walls around. Entrances to each part were made through gateways. The signboard was located near the northern gateway of the citadel. In the picture, we can see the structure of the northern gateway. Each sign on the board measured almost 15 inches high and the board was 9.8 feet long. It is speculated to be a signboard because the width of the board was matching with the width of the northern entrance gate of Dholavira citadel. 10 symbols were seen on it that were inscribed and set with pieces of mineral gypsum. Gypsum is a widely distributed dehydrated mineral of calcium sulfate. It is hard white in color and crystalline in form. It has been used in Dholavira board to illuminate symbols and writings on the board. The wooden board, which fell on earth, got decayed with time, but the gypsum symbols inscribed remained on earth intact within the framework. When the signboard was excavated by ASI in 1991, gypsum crystals were embedded in the earth and covered with mud and stones. The size of symbols inscribed on the signboard is comparable to the size of large bricks that were used on the nearby walls. Each of the 10 signs is about 15 inches high, and the symbols, being big, could be viewed from a distance. The special feature here is that once the circular symbol has appeared 4 times on the board, which hints at its importance. Its large size, public nature make it a key piece of evidence representing a different type of communication. Another 4-sign inscription with large letters on sandstone was also found at this site. I could not get a picture of this, but true signboards were invoked during Indus period. In today's talk, we explore what the 10 symbols of Dholavira signboard may communicate. Some of the symbols represent the objects that were used during yagna rituals, and some are the constructed structure of fire altars. Pictures of such objects are provided as support pictures for clarification. The significance of 262 Indus symbols and 165 seals have been analyzed in my book, Symbolography in Indus Seals, from a Vedic perspective. The analysis of symbols on the board for what they communicate is work according to the symbol analysis of the dictionary part of the book. I present slide 2 now. This is for the agenda. Initially, I explore the probable intention behind erecting a signboard. Secondly, I go through how the objects used in a yagna are compared to the symbols. Finally, it is deciphering 10 symbols of the Dholavira signboard, its significance and analysis. Now, coming to the first point, the probable intention behind erecting a signboard. It is interesting to, I present slide 3 for this, for the signboard and its line drawings. It's interesting to see that signboards were invoked during the Indus civilization, even though the script of the language did not exist. An insight into the social life of that period, which is detailed in literary sources of Vedas, reveals that people performed yagnas to appease deities. The recurrent request was for rains, prosperity, a happy and a stabilized life. Indus civilization was an era of yagnas. Performance of yagna by the people was the social order of the day for the maintenance and well-being of society. The governing society had also insisted that every yajamana of the house execute yagna meticulously. A non-performer of yagnas was considered a beast. Yagnas thus became the major activity of people for which recitation of Vedic chants by Vedic priests was mandatory. The proof of the mandatory rules of performing yagnas is in Yajurveda, chapter 28.24. It states how the performer of yagna enjoys longevity and also enjoys the essence of Vedic knowledge. So shouldst thou perform yagna. Yagnas require elaborate preparations and many ingredients. Making the wooden utensils from specific wood, earthen vessels or handmade pots, and fetching special type of soil for altar construction was tough for civilians, and hence these were arranged to be disposed of for purchase in corporate departments through agents. Since performing yagna was the order of the day, people could understand the symbols and approach the related place to purchase the accessories required. The place where these were purchased was indicated through symbols in very bold font so that people could notice them and approach them. The study of the nature of symbols has been correlated by me to be related to the objects of yagna rituals. Yagnas were mainly of two types. The first was the Shrauta, the big scale fire rituals performed in Yagnashala. It called for the participation of many priests. Big scale yagnas were the Soma yagnas, Rajasuya yagna, Atirata yagna, Agni Adhaya, that is the fire installing rituals, etc. Grihiya, the domestic rituals were performed by the Yajamana of the house. Performing yagna was mandatory for all citizens, and the non-performers of yagna were degraded as beasts according to Rig and Yajurveda. The performance of a yagna involved the purchase of many ingredients. The sponsorer had to provide many things. Some of the necessary objects are listed here. Number one, samiti sticks and firewood of specific trees were to be collected. The sacrificial posts called Yupa posts were to be chiseled from the specific trees like Ashwatha, Adumbara, Vikantaka and Palasha from the forest. Varieties of containers of different types of wood were to be made afresh before yagnas, because the used ones were always discarded in fire. According to Yajurveda, chapter 30.19, the purchase of wood required for approval of a supervisor of forest who was responsible for the maintenance of forest. He was called Vanaya or Vanapan. Vanaya Vanapan meaning the forest officer was to be appointed to safeguard the forest wealth, because the use of different types of wood for fuel, wooden containers and sacrificial posts were collected from forest. It gives a hint for how the forests and trees were maintained in ancient times. Second point is the construction of big scale fire altars in Yagnashala called for the acquisition of land. Permission had to be acquired from the governing bodies of the village. Third point is similarly many rituals like the full moon and new moon rituals that were observed every month, and also the Chaturmasya, the 4 monthly rituals, were also complicated, involving many priests, procedures and accessories. Fourth point is animals like goats, sheep, antelopes, etc., required for immolation were also safeguarded by the officer called Anukshatra. In addition to this, milk, curds, butter and ghee that were essential had to be purchased for the yagna, because not all people reared cows in their homes. Within the forts, cattle were reared in sheds called gomati, and probably milk and its products like ghee and butter and cheese were available with them for the performance of a yagna ritual. Sixth point is the soma sticks, which were imported from mountainous regions in bulk, were very expensive and equated to the cost of gold or an animal. The required number of soma sticks had to be purchased. The accessories required to crush soma and later filter it required many objects and tools. These were available for purchase with the agents. All yagnas were kept in an account by an accountant of the village affairs, Grama Ganaka, and all purchases had to be accounted for. The priest could conduct yagnas. The priest to conduct the yagnas had to be arranged much in advance. Some aspects of how the civilians could fix the priest, procure the required objects from the supervising organizers are listed in chapter 30 of Yajurveda, which included the socio-religious activities also. According to Yajurveda, the total number of yagna types were over 400. Several departments from where the materials needed for performing the yagna could be procured were gone by the king for the benefit of citizens. Every village had a chief and an accountant known as Gramanya Ganaka. He maintained an account of the transactions involved. The list of ingredients, the scale of yagna and the span to which it went were to be noted by the village accountant. The materials required to perform yagna as prescribed by the priest were acquired from the agents called Anuchara of the cooperative houses. Now, understanding who were the Anucharas or Shanicharas. Anuchara is the term used for agents who work for orders and whom the sacrificer after his diksha engages to collect the materials for the sacrifice. Such agents were called Anucharas. Shanichara in Sanskrit means one who moves slowly. It included the crippled, the disabled ones, or the slow-moving persons who were called Shanichara. They were engaged to procure or transport materials required for the proceeds of yagna from the above-mentioned departments. Yajurveda chapter 30 also mentions how different types of people like tall, short, fat, black, or white-colored persons should be employed for suitable jobs. The symbols inscribed on the seal and on the signboard are similar. The interseals can be read as the standardized format for the types of yagna that were performed, as many seals depict the pictures of deities, altars, and ritual objects. These are inscribed on the interseal in symbolic and picture form. Since interseals are about the Vedic civilization, the signboard with similar symbols has information about the yagna activities that were the social order of that period. They are the archaeological proofs indicating about the ingredients and the details involved in yagna ritual. The signboard is the display of a place where a chief accountant or the Anuchara could be contacted for the arrangement and venue for the performance of the above-mentioned rituals. It is for this reason symbols were in bold font of 15 inches in size, displayed on a wooden board to attract the attention of common people who could see them from a distance. It probably read an intention communicating, "Contact us for the rituals." It was done through inscribing symbols, which was the mode of communication and was understood by the people during that period. Many symbol representations, even on the seals, or miniature representation of the objects that are still in use during yagna rituals. The explanation of symbols on the board is supplemented with a picture of seals where they have appeared. I present slide 4 now. Slide 4, please. It is a line drawing of the symbols inscribed on the board and numbered for easy understanding. The number of symbols on the signboard is 10. I begin naming the symbols reading from left to right with the first symbol number 1 and then proceed to the significance of it. Symbol number 1 is identified as the circular Ghadapatya fire altar. The second symbol with a rectangular top is identified as Pranita Patra. The third symbol is a filter called Dashapavitra. Fourth is a repeat of Ghadapatya symbol. The fifth symbol is Ahavaniya, that is the square fire altar. The sixth symbol is Chatushpata. The seventh symbol is a single stroke indicating Ekaha ritual. Eighth and ninth are twin repeats of Ghadapatya, and the 10th symbol is tongs called Parishasa. The symbols say a lot about all the rituals that were invoked during the Vedic and post-Vedic periods. Now I analyze the significance of each symbol number-wise The first symbol is indicative of the Garhapatya fire altar. This circular symbol with 6 spokes is repeated 4 times on the board and also on many Indus seals as symbol, and hence its importance and significance in Indus civilization can be understood. An in-depth study of the literary sources and about the fire altars of Yagna rituals reveal that the symbol is identified as one of the 3 sacred altars called Garhapatya. I present slide 5 now. Slide 5 is for the ground plan of fire altars in a Yagnashala. It is important to know what is Garhapatya. Garhapatya is a circular fire altar and the fire in it was called householder's fire. By performing a yagna, all oblations that were offered to the gods was cooked on Garhapatya fire and offered on the square-shaped Ahavaniya altar. In Vedic period, Agni was not just an element but revered in personification form as a deity and a celestial priest who carried the offerings to gods in the heaven. The belief was that the aspired intentions were granted by the gods. Thus, fire and fire altars, which were central to yagnas, were mandatory constructions while performing yagnas. Production of fire and installation of fire on the altar was to be done only through elaborate rituals along with the recitation of Vedic hymns by priests. It was mandatory because protecting the fire in altars with ghee and fuel, performing a homa, and offering oblations in fire contributed to the health and wealth of this society. In this slide, I present 2 pictures of Garhapatya altar. The first picture is about the plan diagram of the Vedi of Yagnashala, around which 3 sacred fire altars in different designs and directions are structured. Vedi is an elevated or excavated plot of ground. It is quadrangular and in hourglass shape. The circular altar Garhapatya is marked blue in the picture for identification. Garhapatya is 4 feet in area, is always placed to the west of Vedi. Ahavaniya is the square-shaped altar placed to the east of Vedi, and Dakshinagni, the bow-shaped altar, is constructed to the south of Vedi. The second picture is the structure of constructed altars around the Vedi and where Homa is being performed in the current period. I proceed slide 6 now. Slide 6 depicts the precise location of altars in a Harappan seal. Slide 6 has 3 pictures which indicate the 3 altars of Yagnashala around the Vedi. The second picture is an Indus seal which depicts the details of Agni Adheya ritual where the priest is igniting the fire altars. The hourglass shaped symbol is the Vedi. Vedi is zoomed as in the first picture. In the second picture of Indus seal, the top part of Vedi, supposed to be the southern direction, is a man. He is depicted as igniting the bow-shaped altar called Dakshinagni, in which offerings are made for the dead forefathers or Pitrus. At the bottom of hourglass-shaped Vedi are 2 more altars ignited by the priest that depict Ahavaniya and Garhapatya to the east and west of Vedi. The third picture is a depiction of Yagnashala with altars. This belongs to a place called Sonda near Sirsi, Uttar Kannada district of Karnataka, belonging to 16th century CE. This beautiful panel has the inscription in Old Kannada script, mentions the plan diagram of the altars, the name of Agnihotri priest who ignited the sacred fire altars while conducting a big-scale yagna. The symbolic similarities between the 2 pictures prove the point that the symbolic representation on the Indus seals is about altars. In Vedic period, creating fire and installing Agni in fire altar was not a casual activity. Element Agni was perceived as a deity in personified form. Installation and worship of Agni in the altar had to be through an elaborate ritual. And the fire was maintained by priests called Agnihotris who fueled it twice a day all through the year. I present slide 7 now. it is about the significance of how the Garapatya is depicted on the signboard and in the indices, and why they are with 6 spokes within. The 6 spokes within the Garapatya symbol indicates the 6 seasons, and the circle around the spokes indicates that Garapatya needs to be maintained all through the 6 seasons of the year. Garapatya, a fire, was perpetually maintained by fueling it with logs of wood and was always used for warming or cooking obliterary material called havis. According to Shatapatha Brahmana, the construction of Garapatya represents the terrestrial world, which is conceived as the womb. Hence, it is circular, since both earth and womb are circular. After preparing the area for construction of altar in the Yagnashala, like cleaning the area from weeds, stones, and insects, the circular space in west was strewn with saline soil, which is the fertile soil with soluble salts. On this layer of saline soil, a layer of sand was scattered so that the amnion of saline soil was not burnt out by sun's heat. This area was then enclosed within a circular boundary of stones. I present slide 8 now. It is for the Garapatya altar with Vasupurusha. The 6 divisions in Garapatya symbol also has another significance of Vastupurusha. In picture 1, within the circular frame of Garapatya, 6 stones are laid, which are depicted even in the seals at as the 6 spokes of Garapatya symbol. The 6 stones symbolically represent the Vastupurusha, the god of construction of a structure, lying on his back. Vastupurusha is associated to the signs of direction in the constructions of a structure or a house. The 6 stones that look like spokes are a symbolic illustration of the architectural culture of ancient India. The central line constituting 2 spokes signifies the head, back, and feet of Vastupurusha in a line. 4 more diagonal spokes or the stones indicate the 4 appendages of limbs, 2 shoulders on top, and 2 at the bottom as thigh part of Vastupurusha. While laying the bricks, the priest followed the movement of the sun. The circular boundary structure is raised around this. This is about the significance of Garapatya fire altar, which was the most important part of a Yagnashala and depicted often in the seals and 4 times on the signboard in a symbolic form. I present slide 9 now. Slide 9 refers to symbol number 2 of the board. It is Pranita Patra, also recognized as Chamasa, the wooden container with a handle. Pranita Patra is a rectangular or square shaped and 4-cornered wooden vessel in which holy water was fetched and kept near Garapatya fire. This is indicated on the signboard symbolically next to Garapatya. The holy water was used to mix the dough for Purodasha. Purodasha is a cake made of grains. Usually the grain cake is offered in Agni's sacrificial rituals. Pranita Patra is 8 inches in length and 4 inches in height with the handle. It's made of special variety of wood, Nyagrudha or Rahitaka wood. The last picture shows how the Pranita Patra looks like. The rectangular Patra, which is seen on the board, is with 2 depressions. It is called Sakshira Pranita Patra, one which carries milk or payasa and the other carries sacred water. It is used in Chaturmasya rituals, that is a full moon and new moon rituals, where an oblation of payasa cooked in milk is offered to Marut gods. The second symbol of Pranita Patra on the board hints about the undertaking of various objects required for Chatusmarsya rituals. The quadrangular shaped wooden vessels, also called chamasa, were to be made in different types of wood. It was designed in many varieties and designed according to the yagna performed. The handles were made of different designs that were used according to the status or ranking of priests. These were not reusable and were to be made afresh for every yagna, and hence procuring of it was displayed on a board. I present slide 10 now. This refers to the third symbol of the board, that is Dashapavitra. Dashapavitra is the fringed woolen filter with a handle held over a big container called Drona Kalasha in Soma Yagna. This is for purifying or filtering Soma juice after crushing. The central part of Dashapavitra, called Nevala or Nabhi, is made of the white wool of a living ram. Dasha is cloth. The central part of filter is cut and rewoven with the wool of a living ram. The freshly crushed juice of Soma was filtered in this array as a purifying act. This symbol could also be another type of filter which stands on munja grass called Valasruva. The central part was woven with the hair of a cow's tail. It was specially made to filter Masara in the preparation of Sura. The first two pictures show how the symbol is depicted in the board and how it looks in the indice. The third symbol, Dashapavitra, on the board indicates the availability of special object required for Somayagna. The fourth symbol on the board is Gharapatya symbol repeated. Gharapatya is already discussed. It is here depicted with a square-shaped Ahavaniya altar as the fourth and fifth symbols. I proceed to slide 11 now. It is for the fifth symbol of the board, a square-shaped symbol. This symbol is seen in many indices also. It is identified as the Ahavaniya, the sacred fire altar, as it is drawn next to Gharapatya on the board. Slide 11 has two pictures. The square-shaped altar, Ahavaniya, is shown as the first symbol of the intersect, the Harapansi, where many symbols are inscribed. In the first picture, I have zoomed the symbol. The second picture is the construction of Ahavaniya altar in which Homa is being performed in the current period. The construction of Ahavaniya fire altar is in 5 layers. This can be seen in the second picture of brick construction. Square-shaped Ahavaniya is the sacred fire altar constructed to the east of Vedi, and one of the 3 principal sacrificial fires. Offering havis or oblation to deities in yagna is always poured into Ahavaniya altar. The construction of this altar through a complicated procedure was mandatory in all yagnas. Many priests were called while installing fire on this altar. Hence, it is advertised on the board about it through symbols, because without these altars, yagna could not be performed. The square-shaped Ahavaniya symbol on the board is by the side of Gharapatya symbol. It communicates to contact agents if one has to know about the constructional aspects of altars for the yagna and the availability of various ingredients required while constructing them. It also hints about the arrangement of many priests required while using the altars. I present slide 12 now. It is for the 6th symbol of the board, looking like crossroads. It is called Chatushpata. The 6th symbol of Dolavira board lacks clarity, but has been traced by the impressions created on the line drawings by scholars. The analysis is based on the reconstructed line drawing, which is to be 2 intersecting lines identified as Chatushpata. This symbol is also depicted in many Harappan seals that can be seen here. Chatushpata is a place where the 4 roads meet and represent the area of human settlement near rivers. Dashrapurnamasa rituals that were related to the full moon and new moon rituals. All 4 categories of Vedic priests participated in it as it called for elaborate preparations. The crossroad symbol on the board hints at the availability of accessories to perform Dashrapurnamasa rituals. The crossroad was believed to be one of the dwelling places of Rudra, and an oblation is offered to Rudra in Mahapitrayagna and in the Triambaka Homa. Samasta Homa was another ritual where the condensed offering of milk was offered at the crossroads by the rishis. The symbol on the board indicates the availability of ingredients, accessories, and the priests associated with the various rituals connected to Chatushpata. I present slide 13 now. The seventh symbol of the board, a long stroke, indicates Idma. Index seals are with different types of strokes in varying numbers as symbols. If one set of symbol is bold and short strokes, some are long ones. Each convey a different information. The single long stroke on the signboard is identified to be the representation of either Idma or the one-day Soma ritual Ekaha. Idma means wood used for kindling fire, offered along with Samidini verses and recited at the time of kindling sacred fires. It is made of palasha or kadira wood and varies in size according to the rituals. The symbol of the single stroke represents a single oblation of firewood, a wooden log offered to deity Prajapati, who is the creator of all beings. The second interpretation for the single long stroke is that it may also be indicative of the one-day Soma Yagna called Ekaha. The 6 priests called Shadhotris are required to perform Ekaha Soma ritual. The symbol on the board communicates the availability of special type of wood as Idma or the ingredients and the priests required for the one-day Soma ritual called Ekaha. I present slide 14 now. Symbols 8 and 9 of the board represented as 2 circular Garapatya symbols in the twin form. This indicates the ritual Punaradheya. Punaradheya is the reinstallation of fires in the newly constructed Garapatya. When the fire in the active Garapatya gets put off under certain contingencies such as illness, calamities, accident, death of the Yajamana, loss of wealth, and loss of prosperity, or even non-maintenance, etc., the inactive Garapatya was abandoned or discontinued. Reinstallation of fire on the newly constructed Garapatya is performed in the same elaborate paradigm of Agnadheya, which is the initial rite of installing sacrificial fires in altars. It is also a prayashchitta, meaning seeking pardon when the original Garapatya or Ahamniya fires are extinguished by accident or discontinued for some reason. The abandoned altar is called Prajahita. The picture of Harappan seal also depicts 2 Garapatya altars to communicate how Punaradheya was performed when Garapatya was not maintained before the commencement of Soma Yagna. The colored picture of performing a Yagna in the current period also depicts 2 circular Garapatya altars. This also confirms the reinstallation of the new Garapatya altar before the commencement of a Yagna. Since the representation of 2 Garapatya symbol in wheel shape can be seen on the signboard in the seal picture and the picture of Yagna in the current period, it confirms that the symbol is indicative of Punaradheya. The new Garapatya is built by the side of the abandoned Garapatya altar, and the newer one shows ritual activity. At present, slide 15 now. The last and 10th symbol is Parishasa or Shafa. The 10th symbol on the board is a pair of tongs called Parishasa made of Udumbara wood for lifting the heated pot from the fire. It is used in the fire ritual called Pravargya. The symbol of tongs is indicated in many seals also. Performing Pravargya fire ritual was mandatory and to be performed as a minor ritual before the commencement of big-scale Soma Yagna. The representation of Parishasa tones as the law symbol on the board indicated the availability of this tool, or it may also be indicative of the availability of accessories of the Pravargya fire ritual. Now coming to conclusion, I move on to slide 16 now. This approach proposes a new interpretation for the previously unsolved puzzle of Dholavira signboard. The symbols used in the signboard are also seen in many Harappan or the seals. Each symbol has distinct data about a yagna. The repetition of circular symbol of Garapatya altar appears to be the central theme because Agni or fire was of great importance in ancient times. The representation of two identical circular symbols together is also decoded. The square altar of Ahavaniya indicated is also discussed in this talk. Interestingly, the bowl-shaped semicircular altar called Dakshinagni, where oblations are made to the dead Pitrus, is not indicated on the signboard. This may be a clue that accessories of Shraddha or death-related rituals were not part of this agent. The symbols appear to have more relevance to social religious aspects rather than having linguistic resemblance to Brahmi or Sanskrit script. The structure of symbols is a miniature replica of the objects used in rituals. Since Indus seals have information about Vedic civilization, the signboard with the same symbols also has information related to the social order of yagna activities of the Indus period. The signboard is the archaeological proof of the display of the ingredients and other details involved in the performance of a yagnic ritual. Hence, the conclusion is the signboard is the display of a place where the accountant of the village affairs, Grama Gandaka, and the Anuchara could be contacted for procuring the accessories and the ingredients required for yagna, because the purchase of objects had to be accounted for. The symbolic depiction of altars on the board indicates that the place also made arrangements for the priests who conducted the performance of many types of rituals. The signboard of Dholavira gives knowledge about some socio-religious aspects of the past Indus civilization in a symbolographic presentation. With this, I end my talk. Thanks everybody. Thanks, Professor Skanda Mishra, for inviting me to this webinar. I apologize for the link could not be connected and hence there was a delay. Kindly excuse me. Thank you all.
Yes, Dr. Ravi Shankar sir.
Yeah. I profusely thank Professor Madam Rekha Rao for extensively covering all the aspects connected with the decoding of the symbols. 10 symbols, and she has extensively gone through the literature, the Shrauta literature, and connecting it with each symbol and the symbols that occur in this Dholavira. She has tried to connect it with various symbols occurring in various seals. So she has made a very extensive study, and I profusely thank her for her painstaking effort. And as I used to repeatedly see, many are not indulging in the recent years the study of the Indus, though efforts are on. And this is really an excellent approach she has, tried to identifying each symbol occurring in the Dholavira signboard. And I'm very happy, though very late medieval record, she could connect the thing, with the Sonda inscription, where we have a graphic representation of all the Ahavaniya, Dakshinapati, and these altars. So this is a great effort, and already, I keep telling, we cannot see in isolation epigraphical studies and the Indus. So we have to try to relate it, bring it together, and bring many more, though of course little later period or early period epigraphs, connect it with various symbols. She has tried to demonstrate it. As it is said, the one is the deciphering, giving some phonetic values to the symbol, and another is giving the interpretation. She has quite successfully succeeded in identifying different things. Absolutely, it's a very excellent presentation. And I have a message again. I keep telling these young scholars should take a leaf from her and pursue whatever she has done. And already she has authored so many books, even specifically with regard to the Indus also symbolography. So again, I thank her for giving excellent presentation, and Skanda Mishraji give me an opportunity to associate myself and listen to the excellent presentation, and other faculty members of the college for an opportunity given to me. Thank you very much, sir. In a brief, I have tried to sum up whatever she has done it. Excellent. And further, I wish she should pursue to shed more light on various symbols that occur in different seals and seals. Thank you.
Any question from audience? Yes. Oh. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Nigam. Please unmute yourself.
Madam, I am Rajiv Nigam from Goa, NIO. And congratulations for the excellent lecture. First time I heard this type of lecture. And please excuse me for my ignorance, because I am not an archaeologist. Collectively, this all science at Dholavira Gate, what they indicate about the nature of the city or what is available inside the city, what actually the entire, in totality, what the purpose it indicate.
As I mentioned before, these symbols display some information because, as I said, performing agamas was not all that easy act. So many things had to be acquired, which was difficult for civilians to acquire them. Because wood of specific variety had to come from forest only, and it had to be accounted for. So they displayed a board within the citadel so that people could be contacted, the agents who supply these required materials.
So okay, please complete it.
Yeah, so it was displayed in a bold font so that people could notice them and come to the citadel for the required, for acquiring the required things, required tools, all the ingredients required.
So it should simply say like a business board, what is available.
Yeah, more than business, it was the social order. It had to be observed by every citizen. They had to perform yagna. So, but procuring them, there should be a place where civilians can contact priests. Arranging for 16 types of priests was not an easy task. Some agents were there who could do the arrangement. So the agents, the place of the agents and the ingredients is displayed on the board.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Because I did some scientific work at Dholavira. That's why I was very much interested in this talk. Because of course, Dholavira is known, world famous for water conservation system. And our work has indicated that we had the world's oldest evidence for tsunami protection measures, which is available at Dholavira. You very well talked about citadel, and citadel's wall is 18-meter thick wall. Even China wall is not that much thick. I will cover those aspects day after tomorrow when I will give my talk.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot, and it's a really very interesting lecture.
Thank you.
Co-chair, Dr. Mohanlal sir. Dr. Mohanlal sir, co-chair of the session. Dr. Mohanlal sir. Oh, okay. So, thanks Dr. T.S. Sivasankar for chair the session, and Madam Rekha Rao for giving a nice talk in our webinar series. Thank you all of you. बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा मैडम, और हम लोग बहुत इंतजार कर रहे थे, और ऑडियंस भी अभी राजीव निगम साहब जो कि गोवा से हैं और अभी धोलावीरा लोथल पर वो 4 सितंबर को टॉक देंगे, तो हम लोग सुनेंगे उसको भी। तो बहुत ही अच्छा रहा, और हमारे वेबिनार सीरीज के लिए आपका ये लेक्चर एक महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी था, जिसे कि हमको पहले भी लोगों ने जो है वो इन्फॉर्म किया था कि वो सेशन हमको जरूर देखना है। तो आपने समय दिया, डॉक्टर टी.एस. रविशंकर ने चेयर के लिए समय दिया। हम अपने ऑडियंस की ओर से, अपने कॉलेज की ओर से, एमपी हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you.
Now, next session, eminent speaker Dr. Ramakrishna, formerly Director Geological Survey of India, Chairperson Professor Dinesh Chandra Bhatt, Emeritus Professor Zoology Department, Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar, Uttarakhand, and co-chairperson Dr. Sivasankar Pratap Singh, Professor Zoology Department, Govt PG College, Satna। डॉक्टर सीवेश प्रताप सिंह जी जो हमारे फ्रेंड भी हैं, हमारे सहपाठी भी हैं, और साथ में ये जो नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंस इंडिया का एसोसिएशन है हमारे वेबिनार में, उसके सेक्रेटरी हैं और अच्छे साइंटिस्ट हैं इस एरिया के। लगातार जो है कॉन्फ्रेंस और भी इस तरह के एकेडमिक चीज़ों में जुड़े रहते हैं। हम स्वागत करते हैं आप सभी का, और आई एम रिक्वेस्ट टू Dr. Professor Dinesh Bhatt Sahab, please chair the session, and Sivasankar Pratap Singh, please co-chair the session, and eminent speaker Dr. Ramakrishna, please start your talk. Dr. Yes sir, Bhatt sir.
May I have a request, please?
Unmute yourself, sir. Bhatt sir.
Yeah, मेरा unmute हो गया है.
Okay, हाँ, अब ठीक है. Is it okay?
Yes.
Is it audible?
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Can you make the
Please
presentation?
introduce our speaker, sir.
From your end, can you make the presentation from your end?
Professor Dinesh Bhatt, sir.
Yeah, I will say a few words and then I will invite him for presentation. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. I'm happy to introduce the speaker of this session, Dr. Ramakrishna. Dr. Ramakrishna is an eminent scientist and contributed a lot to the field of geology and ecology. His contribution includes authorship of about 48 books, editorship of about 98 books, and more than 200 research publications in different journals of international and national repute. He served Geological Survey of India as director for a number of years. He was member of the Wildlife Board of India. He acted as advisor to the ministry for all geological matters of the country. While in service, he was member of National Biodiversity Authority, CITES, IUCN, CBD, and he has visited a number of natural history museums in different European countries and USA, Canada, etc. He also promoted wetland research in India, This is a short biodata about Dr. Ramakrishna. So in this session, I welcome him and request him to deliver his talk. And I understand the title of his talk is Satpura Hypothesis and Decision Distribution. Now I invite Dr. Ramakrishna to deliver the talk in this session. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Sharada Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaskar to all of you. Good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be with you all on this occasion of a webinar from Madhya Pradesh. I'm speaking on a subject known as Satpura hypothesis, in which the state of Madhya Pradesh has a major role to play in the distribution of plants and animals. So it's very simple how the Madhya Pradesh, especially the Satpura and Vindhyas and the rivers Narmada and Tapti, has helped in the distribution of plants and animals throughout the entire scenario. This is the core or the essence of my presentation. So may I request to go for my first slide? Can you, sir? I sent my presentation to you.
Dr. Mishra, presentation will be from organizer sites.
Yeah. I sent my presentation to the organizers yesterday also, today also I sent it.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you can tell me how to just attach from my end, I can do it.
Dr. Mishra, Dr. Askanji.
Yes, sir.
सर डॉक्टर रामकृष्णा सर, आपने भेजा था हमारे पास?
हाँ, भेजा था सर, अभी भी भेजा हूँ मैं आपको।
मेल चेक करिए।
और व्हाट्सएप में भी भेजा हूँ, as well as my email में भी भेजा हूँ।
ओके सर,
आपको। Otherwise, can you just tell me how to just load it from my end and I can do it?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
यस सर, डाउनलोड हो रहा है, तब तक आप सामान्य चीज बताएं सर।
ओके सर।
जनरल बताएं, मैं डाउनलोड करा रहा हूँ।
ओके।
सर रामाकृष्ण सर
मैं शुरू करूं?
ठीक
सर मैं शुरू करूं चेयरमैन साहब?
ठीक।
हेलो।
हाँ सर, आप लेक्चर शुरू करिए, तब तक हम इसको डाउनलोड करा के और जल्दी ही शेयर कर रहे हैं।
ओके जी धन्यवाद चेयरमैन सर।
हाँ ओके सर।
Chairman sir and the co-chairman sir, it's indeed a pleasure and highly thankful to organizers, Mr. Raji and all others for giving me an opportunity to speak on a subject known as the Satpura hypothesis. Before we understand about the Satpura hypothesis, I wish to take you the Indian scenario. India is one of the mega biodiversity countries in the world, one among the 17. Of the 17 mega biodiversity countries in the world, India is one among them. As all of us know, most of the mega biodiversity countries are located in the tropical region, except the Alaska. So most 17 of the 17, most of them are located in the tropical countries. Now, my subject topic or the subject matter is on the Satpura hypothesis and the distant distribution. Kindly go faster also because the time is very short for me. Next one, please. This is what I said about the mega diversity countries in the world. There are 17 mega diversity countries in the world. India is one among them, and most of the mega diversity countries are located along the equator. Next one, please. I will make a bullet type of a presentation because the time is as already we have taken. This is the Indian scenario where the central plate, which has got the Satpura and Vindhyas, at the same time, they have got a very good and an excellent river system, namely the Narmada and Tapti, besides Son and other Chambal, Son, and many others. So this has played a major role in the distribution of animals. Next one, please. Now, this is what I said, what exactly I wanted to tell you. This Madhya Pradesh with Vindhyas and Satpuras are located in between the Indo-Gangetic Plain and the Deccan Plateau. This is exactly, that is what, how they have shared their distribution of plants and animals in the entire geological period. Next one, you can go. Yeah, this is the central highland. There are three maps. One is the left one indicate the central highland, which indicate the Madhya Pradesh. The second one, the middle one indicates the Satpura and the Vindhyas and the rivers along with it. And the third one on the right side, you can see the Western Ghat. You can see the Satpura and Vindhyas, and at the top of it, we have got the Himalayas, which Himalayas includes the northeastern states as well as the eastern Himalaya. This is what we are speaking about, how the distribution of plants and animals has taken place over the geological period. Next one, please. Now, before we understand about, let me understand about the Indian scenario. The India is entirely divided into 10 biogeographic zones, starting from the Trans-Himalaya, Himalaya, the Deccan Plateau, the semi-arid, arid or the desert, the Gangetic, the east and west coast, the northeast India, and the coastal. Thus, we have got what is known as the 10 biogeographic zones that has been there. The central highlands is a part of the Deccan Peninsula and located between the Gangetic Plain, that is the Himalayas, and the Western Ghat on your left side. The pink color indicates the Western Ghat. Next one, please. Now, this is a part of the Western Ghat. The Western Ghat starts from the Dang district of Gujarat, runs up to the end of the country or the Kanyakumari. It's nearly about 1600 kilometers. Now, there are certain plants and animals which are located in the Western Ghat. But these, when we analyze these plants and animals, these are not exactly our own. These has migrated from the northeast India, from the Indo-Malayan region or from the Indo-Chinese region. So we have to account how these Indo-Malayan region, Indo-Malayan plants, Indo-Malayan elements, especially what is known as the fishes, have migrated from them from this one into our own Western Ghat. This is the essence of my talk, namely the Satpura hypothesis. On your right side, you can see there are 36 hotspots in the world. Of the 36 hotspots in the world, this is the latest one. 35 was there in the earlier. Now the 36, one more was added from the Australia. So there are 36 hotspots. Of the 36 hotspots in the country, we have 4 hotspots. The one is known as the entire stretch of Himalaya is known as the Himalayan hotspots. The second one is the Western Ghat and the Sri Lanka hotspot. The third one is below the Barak Valley or the what is known as the Brahmaputra Valley, and that is known as the Indo-Burmese hotspots. And the Nicobar is coming under the Malayan or the Sundaland hotspots. Thus, India is unique in the distribution, having the 4 hotspots, and all the hotspots are having a coverage along with the neighboring countries also. So this is the location or the distribution pattern of our country. Next one, please. And this hotspot has been defined by none other than John Smith. Now, before we understand what is known as the Satpura hypothesis, we need to understand the distribution of plants and animals in space and time. So this distribution of animals in plants and animals in space and time is a subject, and this subject is what is known as the biogeography. So we need to understand what the biogeography of a country, and then only we can able to understand how the plants and animals have gone into the distribution mode. So let us start with the biogeography. The definition of a biogeography is nothing but it's a discipline of a biology that studies the present. So biogeography studies what is present at present distribution and the past distribution also, and the biological diversity underlying the environmental and historical factors. So this is the definition of the biodiversity. That means we have time and space is the essence of the biodiversity, or biogeography is defined as the distribution of species of plants and animals in space and time. When we think or when we speak of a space, the space is not from one end to other end or from only Madhya Pradesh or Karnataka. It is the what is known as the entire scenario of the earth. That is the space. And the geological time, we don't take the time of our watch. We take the entire scenario of the world. So that is one of the geological time that we take. So the distribution of plants and animals in space and time is a subject, and this subject is known as the biogeography. And there are 2 branches in the biogeography. One dealing with the plant, that is known as the phytogeography. The other one dealing with the animals is known as the zoogeography. So we have 2 branches in the biogeography. Plant is known as the phytogeography. Animals is known as the zoogeography. Next one, please. Next one, please. Now, this biogeography is not only one subject, though it looks like one subject, that is the biology, geology, and geography. So this is not the one, it is a multidisciplinary approach. So we need to take into different facets of biology. It may include the climatology, it may include the pedology. Pedology means the soil structure. It may include the taxonomy of plants and animals. It may include the ecology of the animals, and it may include the evolution and the systematics, and besides the paleontology, geography, and the geology. All this is a multidisciplinary approach that we take when we speak about the biogeography. And once one of my very honorable man, which I met him in the Harvard University, is the Eva Wilson. He said there is such a romantic subject. Biogeography is a romantic subject. He once speaking to me, he said it's such a biogeography is such a romantic subject. We need to understand the basics of it. Next one, please. Now, when we think of a plant distribution, normally distribution of the plant, whenever we see a plant, we say it's an endemic plant. We say it is a native plant. We say it may be coming from the other countries known as the exotic plants. Or the animals also almost the same. When we say the distribution is namely, it may be an area restricted, endemic, or a native plant or an exotic plant. So this is how a plant or an animal is described. Next one. But when we think of a distribution of, next one please, when we think of a distribution of plants and animals, we use certain terminologies. These terminologies are what we call as the cosmopolitan distribution. The distribution everywhere is what we call the cosmopolitan distribution. And if it is restricted in one place or in the entire country, we call it the endemic distribution. If they are distributed in 2 different areas, we call it as a discontinuous distribution. So based upon the distribution of plants and animals, we call them the species is endemic, The species is cosmopolitan and species is discontinuous in distribution. For example, if they are distributed in Himalayas and again in the Western Ghats, then it's a discontinuous distribution. This is how the distribution of the plants and animals, these are the terminologies that we often use. Next one, please. Now, what exactly a cosmopolitan distribution? If there are distribution, if a taxon means a family and below the family, genera, species and subspecies are distributed in a large area, the range extends across most of the world in appropriate habitats. That is the most important. The essence of it is appropriate habitats. It cannot live, plant and animal cannot live in outside their habitats. So it has to be appropriate habitat. If they are living in that appropriate habitat, then we call it as a cosmopolitan species. A species may be cosmopolitan. So the examples, you can see it. Next one, please. You can see some examples of the plants. See, this is a dandelion. So this is a cosmopolitan species. This is a pova, grass family. So Pova pratensis is an example for a cosmopolitan species. That means it is present in many parts of the world. So these are some of the examples of the plants that are called as the cosmopolitan species. Next one, please. Among the animals, you can see there are 4 examples that I have given. Everyone knows a sparrow. Everyone knows a myna. Everyone knows a crow. So these are distributed throughout the world, many parts of the world, appropriate habitats. So this is a cosmopolitan. Again, on the left top of it is the Rattus norvegicus. Rat. So Rattus norvegicus is distributed because of the transportation through the water as well as the air. So it has transported in most parts of the world. That is why we call them as a cosmopolitan species. Next one, as opposed to the cosmopolitan species, we have endemic. Endemic species are those animals and plants which are restricted distribution. They are present only in that area, nowhere else. So such a plant, such an animal is known as an endemic plant or an endemic animal. So a taxon whose distribution is confined to a given area. Sometimes it may be only a state, it may be a district, or it may be the entire country. So it is what we call the endemic to the country, endemic to the state of West Bengal, endemic to the state of Madhya Pradesh. Like that one, we usually refer to them as endemic species. So a species may be any rank. Any rank means family level, generic level, or the species level, and they are restricted in an area, and such is known as an endemic plant. So if you want to understand what is Sapphara hypothesis, one need to understand what exactly the endemic, what exactly cosmopolitan, and what exactly disjunct distribution. Next one, please. So there are some examples that I can able to give you. For example, 4 examples I am giving you. The left top of it is known as what is known as the lion-tailed macaque. This lion-tailed macaque is present only in the Western Ghats of Kerala and Karnataka, nowhere else. So it is endemic to the Western Ghats. On your right side, again another one is known as the Nilgiri tahr. Nilgiri tahr is restricted only to the Nilgiri hills, only certain parts of the Nilgiri hills, nowhere else. So this is an endemic. Similarly, we have a Himalayan goat. Same Nilgiri hemitragus. So they are present. So they are present only in Himalaya, nowhere else. So such a one is what we call it as the endemic species. The third one I am giving you is present only in Manipur, nowhere else. This is commonly known as Sangai. Sangai as the Manipur or a dancing deer. So they are present on the Fumdis and the wetlands of the Fumdis of the Manipur, nowhere else. So such an animal is known as an endemic. The fourth one, the right side, looks like a small pig. Actually, it is not pig. It is known as a sus salvinus. It is an animal belonging to a different group. It's not a pig group at all. It's a different group present only in Assam, nowhere else. So we have taken up the relocation or the translocation of this place because they thought this is a pig. They killed extremely. They killed almost all of them. Only a few were left. Now we are culturing them. We are growing them. We are breeding them and bringing back to what is known as the nature or the wild, this one. So these are the example to show endemic. Endemic means they belong to the one. Next one, please. Now, there are certain plants also. Look at the plants, rhododendron. It belongs to Ericaceae. So this rhododendron is restricted to certain area. Of course, the rhododendron has migrated or what we are taken away by Europeans now. It is most of the Europeans are full of rhododendron. So this rhododendron is restricted to Himalayan belt, restricted to Western Ghats. So some of these endemic species like rhododendron, Gumontia, or Eleusine caracana, or Caryota urens. That is where we are using Caryota urens as the Aracaceae member, or the Crotalaria is a Fabaceae member, or a Ficus Moraceae member. So these are some of the examples where they are restricted to Indian subcontinent, nowhere else. For example, Artacarpus heterophyllus, that is the jackfruit. Jackfruit belongs to India, nowhere else. Now it has they have taken away in some other. So these are the animals that are located from India only. So these are known as the endemic species or the endemic animals and plants. Next one, please. The next one, you look at the what is known as the Western Ghats. The Western Ghats is one of the biodiversity hotspots. It is known as, one of my colleagues called as the hottest of the hotspot. One of my colleagues, Dr. P.T. Cherian, he called as the hottest of the hotspot. Look at the number of the species in the 1,600 kilometers of area. Only the flowering plants, what I am speaking, is nearly about 7,402. This is about 8 years back. Now it has become almost like 7,500 species of flowering plants are distributed only in Western Ghats, nowhere else. So these are the species, the highest number of species. That is how we call it as a biodiversity hotspot. That means 70% of the original species has to be left in that area. Only 30% might have gone because of the anthropogenic activity. That is the definition of a biodiversity hotspot. Now, out of this 7,400, look at it, 2,200 are cultivated and 1,273 belongs to that area only. That means endemic. So this is how we say that an area having a biological diversity. How this so much of plants and animals have entered into what we call the Western Ghats. From where it has come? Has it arose alone there only, or has it come migrated from the other one? Is what the biodiversity hotspot, or what the Satpura hypothesis has to look into. Next one, please. Now, there are two types of endemics. Endemics which are present in that area or nowhere else, we call it the paleo-endemic. Paleo means old, paleo-endemic. And some of them, what happened was, it was an endemic, then bifurcated because various geographical factors, and formed two new species that we call it the new endemic or the neo-endemic. So there are two types of endemic. One with the species may be a paleo-endemic or a neo-endemic. Neo means new endemic species. So there are two types of endemic. I will not go into the detail much. It takes more time about this to tell you about how these endemics have formed. So next one, please. Now, the third one important that one has to understand, what the Satpura hypothesis, discontinuous distribution. If they are distributed in two different places, far away from their original place, and that distribution is called as a discontinuous distribution, or what we call as a disjunct distribution. For example, if a species is present in Northeast India, the same species, if it is present in the Western Ghats or in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, we say their distribution is disjunct or distribution is discontinuous. There is no continuity at all. There is no continuity at all. That means from the Western Ghats to the Northeastern India, there is no, in between there are some gaps. Such a type of a distribution is what we call it as a discontinuous distribution or disjunct distribution. Next one, please. Now, these are some of the examples. For example, Rhamnaceae is a member. Rhamnaceae, Rhamnus virgatus is another one. Bear is usually they called in Hindi the bear that we fruit that we eat. Rhamnaceae family. So you see this one. They are present in China. They are present in Japan. They are present in Himalaya. At the same time, they are present in Nilgiris and Palni Hills. Such a type of a distribution is what we call it as a disjunct distribution. These are some of the various other examples of the plant that I can able to go on and on. So such a type of a distribution is known as a disjunct distribution. Next one, please. Now, this one, most of you know, amphibians. This is the one type of an amphibian where they don't have limbs. These limbless amphibians, they are known as caecilians or gymnophiana or apoda. That means limbless amphibians. These limbless amphibians are restricted to Western Ghats or from maybe Northeast India or some from the Madagascar or from southern tropical regions present. So such again an example for a disjunct distribution is this one, caecilians or gymnophiana or what we call it apoda. Examples from the amphibians is an example for disjunct distribution. Next one, please. So even the crocodiles, gharials, Gharials are present only in Ganges and Brahmaputra, nowhere else. So they have originally it was present throughout. Now they are restricted now. Such a type of a distribution, we call it as a disjunct distribution now. So you can see the various types of crocodile distributed throughout the world, and then we have formed species. So this is another example for a disjunct distribution. Next one, please. So normally I spoke about the biogeography. This biogeography is classified, is divided into three important aspects. One is known as the ecological biogeography. The second one is known as the historical biogeography. The third one is conservation biogeography. Yesterday you have heard an excellent talk on the what is known as the sloth bear distribution. The sloth bear distribution and their conservation is an excellent example for a conservation biogeography. I will not go into the detail about the conservation of conservation biogeography. I'll take up only the little aspect of the first two, named the ecological biogeography as well as the historical aspect of the biogeography. Next one, please. Now, what is this ecological biogeography? That means the biogeography is nothing but the distribution of plants and animals in space and time. How the ecology plays a major role in the distribution of plants and animals? So there are certain factors. What are these factors? There are three important factors that you can think. The first one is the climate. Climate plays a major role in the distribution of plants and animals. The second one is the primary productivity. The photosynthesis. Primary productivity is nothing but the photosynthesis. Photosynthesis plays a major role in the what is known as the distribution. If there are more number of trees, more number of plants, then we have got more number of animals, so interaction will be more. So the distribution depends upon the photosynthesis. The third one is known as the habitat heterogeneity. So this is Wilson and MacArthur has given one of the examples of the habitat heterogeneity. I'll take up one by one. Now, climatic heterogeneity is also, or the climatic equability is one of the important factors for the distribution of plants and animals. One should understand, next one please, one should understand what is the climate, what is the weather. What you see outside is the weather. Maybe hot, maybe cold, maybe rainy, maybe sultry. This is the weather for today. When we speak, next one please. When we speak about a climate, the climate is a long-term average, a very long-term average. Climate change. Climate change is not only what is happening in today and tomorrow. Climate change, when we speak about the climate change, the climate has changed over the years, maybe 40 years, 50 years, or 100 years, that we take, and a long average of the climate that we take. And what are the factors that for climate includes? The climate includes, one of the important is the temperature. The climate includes the temperature. When the temperature changes, then again the distribution of plants and animals changes. And again, which in turn depends upon altitude and the latitude. Again, the distribution of the plants and animals depends. If you go to northern hemisphere, the number of birds are very less. When you come to the tropical India or Sri Lanka or somewhere in Malaysia, the number of birds are more in number. So it depends upon the altitude, at the same time the latitude also. So distribution of a plant and animal depends upon the climate, that is the temperature. And again, the temperature in turn depends upon the latitude and altitude as well as the sunlight. The second one is the precipitation. What is precipitation? Rainfall. When the rainfall is more, we have got a good number of plants and animals, then the distribution of animals is more. So again, the climate plays a major role. So this is the second important factor. The third one is known as the light intensity, the sunlight. For the photosynthetic activity, the sunlight is most important. That is known as the climate. And lastly, there is the humidity. That is the amount of water vapor present in the air is the humidity. So the distribution of plants and animals depends upon the climate, which in turn depends upon the temperature, precipitation, light source or light intensity, because it gives the quanta or the energy source. And that is how the distribution of plants and animals takes place. Next one, please. Now, I said also habitat heterogeneity hypothesis. There is a habitat, when the more number of niches, when the niches are more, when the addresses are more, the postman has to go to different places. So the number of niches are more means the more the diversity. When the number of niches are less, for example, if you look at the temperate regions or at the right side top, and that only three colors, you can see the blue, yellow, and the green. So the number of niches are less. When the number of niches are less, the distribution of plants and animals are less. When the number of distribution niches are more, you can see the second one is known as number of niches are more than the number of what we call it as the habitats are more, and because of the habitat, the distribution of more. So more number of plants and animals are distributed. Next one, please. This is what we call the habitat heterogeneity. So this is how these climate, the photosynthesis, as well as habitat heterogeneity plays a major role. So the second important aspect that I want to speak about the Sakura hypothesis is the historical biogeography. One need to understand what exactly historical biogeography. Next one, please. Once you want to see what historical biogeography, let us start from the beginning of the Earth itself. The Earth began, or Earth formed somewhere around 4.6 billion years ago. Please remember, Earth was in a molten state, and when it was in a molten state, it started solidifying. And that was the period, it is known as the 4.6 billion years ago. But the life originated not 4.6 billion years ago, but the life originated somewhere around 3.5 to 3.6, what is known as million years ago. So this is how the origin of Earth and the origin of life started. Next one, please. Once the origin of life took place, there was a period where only water vapor was there, only CH4 or the methane was there, only ammonia NH4 or NH3 was there, and only hydrogen was there. That was the situation when these coagulated. There are various theories of origin of life, and I do not go into the detail about how the life originated, but I can only at this stage can say these are the components, these are the chemicals that were present at that particular period. Water vapor condensed to form what is known as the marine ecosystem. The marine ecosystem was formed when water vapor condensed at that particular 4.6 billion years ago. And then all these chemicals formed what is known as the protein. From the protein, it formed a nucleic acid. From the nucleic acid, it formed the life. And next one, please. And the life originated and started and gives a various period. Now, the present period is known as the Cenozoic period. The present period in the geological history is known as the Cenozoic period. But before that one, we have a period known as the Mesozoic and the Paleozoic. So these are known as the eras in the geological period. Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and the Cenozoic. The modern man has formed only about 1.6 million years ago. Or many of the flowering plants has formed recently 1.6 million or 1.8 million or 2 million years ago, whereas the most prototype of plants and animals formed about 3.5 billion years ago. So this is how the geological period, next one please, in the entire geological period, many plants arose, many animals arose. At the same time, what is known as many plants are died, many animals are died. For example, if you go to the Devonian period, many of the fishes have died. If you go to Jurassic period, many of the reptiles, Jurassic reptiles, especially the dinosaurs. Most of us know that during the Jurassic period, dinosaurs are completely wiped out. So there is what is known as the extinction, and this extinction is known as the mass extinction. There were many plants and animals died in total. That is known as the mass extinction. Or at the same time, there is a speciation also. So always speciation and extinction goes hand in hand. But in the entire geological period, if you closely look at it, there are 5 extinctions. And what we see today is the 6th extinction. Between one extinction to other extinction, it is hundreds and millions of years. But this recently, the extinction rate has increased. That is why the number of extinct plants, extinct animals have increased. So one need to understand what is an evolution. There are various theories of evolution. I will not go into the detail about how the Charles Darwin, or the Lamarck theory of evolution, or Hugo de Vries theory of evolution, or the micromutation has taken place in helping the evolution. That is a very different subject itself. So at this stage, I want to say that the evolution of the plants and animals took place over the years from 3.5 million years to the recent one. Next one, please. So the geological history one has to understand, and then they start migrating. The plants, animals, once they arose, they did not remain in the same place. They start moving from place to place. There's the migration, and this migration is mainly because of the ecological amplitude. The next one, please. I will not go into the detail about it. It takes some more time. So one of the important things one has to learn is known as where the plants are concerned originated. Where the plants are concerned or originated. They are the main centers of origin. So there is known as the Vavilov theory. Vavilov is a Russian botanist based upon the genetics, based upon the chromosome number, based upon the distribution of plants, especially the crops plants. He has entire world has been divided into 9 centers. And India is known as the Hindustan center of evolution. So if, for example, if you look at the Atta corpus, what I said, or many of the Fabaceae members, or many of the members, for example, spices, or even mangoes and sugarcane, all these originated. So these are the centers of origin. And he said there are 9. Next one, please. There are 9 centers of origin, and one of the center is India, and this Indian origin is known as the Hindustan center. So what I want to stress upon you is there are certain species of plants and animals which has originated itself in India. We call it as autochthonous species. Species which are originated in India itself is what we call the autochthonous species, or the species which are originated in India. Some of them have migrated. I told you in the beginning, there are some migrations are also. Next one, please. This is the Vavilov. Vavilov given the 9 centers of origin, and one of the center for the crop species is known as the Vavilov center. So there are animals also. For example, if you look at the tiger, yesterday he was speaking about the tiger. The tiger originated in the central China. It migrated in India. One subspecies migrated into India, and the rest in different places. So I will tell you at a later stage also. For example, leopard. Leopard is originated in India. It is not from the China. Leopard originated in India and migrated to different places. For example, you can see leopard in Sri Lanka, but not tigers. Why? So that is what I just wanted to tell you about the migration, or the hypothesis that our director, Dr. Sundarlal Lahora, has spoken about it. Next one, please. So you can, next one, these are the Vavilov centers. Next one, please. There are 9 centers in the world, and one of them is in India. For example, the citrus plants originated in India. So this is the next one, please. Now, I need to tell you something about how the life originated, or how the earth originated and given into the present day scenario. So there was a time 4.6 billion years ago, when the earth was in the molten state, started solidifying it. And the uppermost layer is what is known as the earth crust. The earth crust is made up of plates. And these plates started moving in different directions. This is what is known as the continental drift theory, how the different continents are formed. This is known as the continental drift theory, which was proposed by none other than the Alfred Wegener in 1912. But no one believed him. No one believed after Alfred Wegener has given such a wonderful theory of continental drift theory. Only in 1960, yes, what he said, Alfred Wegener said, is exactly correct. He said that when continents have drifted, the plates have started moving from one place to another place. That is known as the continental drift theory, and how the continents have formed. So this is the next one, please. Now, there are evidences. You see, is it true or not? Whether what Alfred Wegener said is true or not, there are various evidences. One is evidence from landforms, one evidence from the fossil forms, and one from the climate. I will not go into the detail about the climate, fossil, or landform. Just 1 or 2 slides I want to show you how it was. Next one, please. Now, look at this one. We give zigzag puzzle to the young ones, children. Look at how the North America, South America, and Africa is fitting together. This is how it was there. The entire world was together in one single unit. And next, this is how Wegener given an example. You look at how exactly it fits in into the North America, South America, and the African continent is fitting together. This is known as a zigzag model, which the Alfred Wegener has given a good idea how the plates started moving in different directions. Next one, please. Now, you can see this one. This is how it was once of then. So, I'll come to you at a later. Look at this. We find Grasshoppers. Grasshopper is a plant. The grasshopper is distributed in South America. Grasshopper is distributed in Africa. Grasshopper is distributed in India. Grasshopper is distributed even in Australia. How can you account for this one? At one time, an entire scenario of the world was together. So this is how an example to say the paleontological evidence to show that when there are what are known, the earth is made up of plates, the plates started moving in different directions. Next one, please. Next one, please. Yeah, the single Earth. The single Earth. Next, you can go to the next one also. No problem. The single Earth. The Earth was a unit, and this Earth was what we call the Pangea, or what we call it as a supercontinent. So the Earth was a single unit, supercontinent. Then started like a division. Just like a cell division, it started like a cell division, the upper part and the lower part. The upper part is what we call the Laurasia, and the lower part is known as the Gondwana. So, for example, the Madhya Pradesh has got a Gondwana Park. So what exactly Gond is a tribal group also. Probably it might have come from the Gondwana or the tribal group also. Anyhow, this is a Gondwana. So we say that the Earth, which was a single, a supercontinent, or what we call the Pangea, divided into upper and the lower part. The upper part is what we call the Laurasia. The lower part is known as the Gondwana. Next one, please. The Gondwana is made up of, again, several continents. See how you can see about 200 million years ago, it formed two. Then about 130 million years ago, it formed several. And now recently, you can see different continents. So this is what we call the continental drift theory. Has been given, and this is how the Gondwana, the lower part is the Gondwana. Look at the Gondwana, it contains South America, Africa, Arabia, India, and Antarctica, Australia. All these were together at one particular time. There are many examples we can able to tell you how these animals and plants were once distributed among them. Now it has gone into the different species, mainly based upon this movement, or the earth crust movement, or the Gondwana movement. So next one, please. So these are some of the examples to show how many of the animals were common in geologically. They were common into the different Gondwana area. So this is one of the good examples to show that when animals were distributed at one particular time in all the continents, but now they are restricted in different continents. So this is an example to say what is known as the continental drift theory. Next one, please. Now there are various, next one also, there are various theories also, land drift theory, and the next one, please, the land drift theory, how it has helped. So you can see very clearly here, where was India, where was Africa, where was, so India was just like an, what is known as, it is an island. India, once upon a time, island attached to Antarctica, attached to Africa, attached to South America. Then started migrating into different directions. So the sea at which that particular period is known as Tethys Sea, T-E-T-H-Y-S. So India was attached, or floating in the Tethys Sea. Next one, please. Attached to Madagascar. Next one, please. So then they broke away. This entire thing broke away from the Gondwana area. Then India started migrating. About 50 million years ago, India started migrating about a 4 centimeter per year, and then started migrating to the north and northeast. So, and struck the Palearctic region, the Asia continent. So then there we have what is known as the Himalayan mountains. These two plates, land to land, or what is known as the continent to continent, has drifted and touched each other, and resulting in the formation of what is known as the Himalayan mountains. The youngest chain of mountain, which is about 10 million years ago, is the Himalayan chain of mountains. Also now, there is right side, you have a satellite picture. They have got a satellite picture to show that that the first meeting point between the Asia Minor and the Indian subcontinent is the Northeast India. It was the Northeast India. It started attaching to the Northeast India, started migrating towards the western side. That is how the Pakistan side or the Afghanistan side is a later stage, whereas it met initially in the Northeastern India. That is how the most important aspect is known as the Himalayan, what is known as many of the elements, many of the species from the Malaya, many of the species from the Indochina has migrated through the Northeastern India. This is one of the good examples to say how they have migrated to India. So these are the different continents. You can see about 45 million years ago, India, how India was there. It was separate. It has got separated from the Africa. It got separated from the Madagascar. It got separated from the Seychelles, and now it was separate, and then started moving. And 10 million years ago, it struck the Asia Minor and formed what is known as the youngest chain of mountain, what we call it as. Next one, kindly quickly you can go through the slides, please. So this is how the continent to continent drift theory has taken place. Next one, please. This is an Indian scenario. So this is how it started moving from the 50 million years ago to the present day scenario, where it has met the Asia Minor and formed the highest chain of mountains, the Himalayan chain of mountains, the highest, at the same time the youngest chain of mountains, the Himalayan mountains. The Himalayan mountains is the youngest chain, and there is a speciations are more in number. It is a mostly tectonic area. This Himalayan chain is mostly a tectonic area, and because of this tectonic plate, so it is the more number of species are formed. Is a species formation is more in the Himalaya than in Western Ghats and other place. Of course, we are not identifying them. We have to identify more in the what we call the Himalayan region than in the Western Ghats. Next one, please. So, what is today India? India is a subcontinent geologically originated from the Gondwana and Neo-Proterozoic supercontinent composed of the present-day Africa, South America, Australia, Antarctica, Arabian Peninsula, Madagascar, and the Indian subcontinent. This is the present scenario of the Indian, which has come out. And now what we are thinking, India is in a biogeographic region, and this region is what is known as the Oriental region or the Indo-Malayan region. So India is located in the Indo-Malayan region or the Oriental region. Next one, please. So what happened? I said it is merged in the Northeast India first, then went to the western side. So the plants and animals migrated. So what is known as the gateways? The gateway is Northeastern India, the Himalayan gateway, or the Indo-Chinese and Malayan elements of flora and fauna. There was one Professor Mani, MS Mani, the most important man who has done excellent work on the biogeography is none other than Professor MS Mani. He was the man who has given a lot of information about how the plant migrated, how the animal migrated from the Northeast India to the other parts of the country. So that is the one main that is known as the primary gateway. And then there are very large number of secondary gateways like Chittagong in Sundarbans, Garo Hills in Himalaya, Rajamahal Hills, and Darjeeling and the Himalayan Aravalli range. So these are some of the ranges where they are known as the secondary ranges, how they are formed. Now, at one particular period, enormous environmental changes also taken place. That means that was helped in during the Pleistocene, about 100,000 years back. There was a good number of fragmentation took place, dispersal took place, and the population leading to the speciation also took place. And that is how the present day scenario has taken place. Next one, please. So there were glaciers. Next one, please. If you look at the glaciers, there were 1,800 glaciers in the world. Now, 1,98,000 glaciers in the world. Of these, the Himalaya has got 9,000 glaciers. The glaciers are very important. Once it merged with the Himalaya and the what is known the Palearctic region, then glaciers were formed. We have about 9,000 glaciers. Many of them have not been identified at all as on today. So many of the glaciers are present. So this glacier formation, next one please. Once the glacier formation, the plants and animals started migrating because it has become too cold. It has become too cold. It started migrating toward the southern region, migrating toward the higher regions. So we can see there is a theory, and this theory is what is the Himalayan glaciation theory. Because there was large number of glaciation, temperature gone down like anything, and this temperature reduction in the temperature at the Himalayan region has started the beginning of the migration of the plants and animals to the peninsular India, including the Western Ghats and the what is known as the Sri Lanka. So that is how a theory has been formed. This is one of the Himalayan glaciation theory. Because of the glaciation, they migrated. Now we have some what we call it as the what is known as the temperature has changed. Now there's reverse flow. Now the plants and animals are moving upper and upper. So there is climate change. Because of the climate change, it is going upper and upper. So this is what has happened earlier. Now what is happening nowadays. Next one, please. So two examples I am giving you. One is a Himalayan Thar. The other one is a Nilgiri Thar. Nilgiri Thar, actually it was a Thar. Originally it was Thar. Some of them now is restricted only in the Himalayan area. Now some of the Thar has restricted only in the higher reaches of the Western Ghats. How can you explain the Thar or a goat, a origin single, one extremely in the Himalayan belt, one extremely in the higher altitudes of what we call it as the Western Ghats. So this is how they have migrated. At the glaciation period, started helping them to migrate from the Himalayan region into the Western Ghat. Now, where do you find this Western Ghat tar? Western Ghat tar is not distributed everywhere. It is restricted in the topmost layer, upper layer, the topmost pitch, what is known as the Annamalai Hills. Annamalai Hills is the range where these are located. So they need a temperature less area and a grazing area. So they are restricted. So this is how they have helped. There are many other examples placed in relics in South India where I can go on and on about this, how the majorly the plants how distributed in southern India. The placed in relics have formed in the southern India. Next one, please. So one of the important area when India merged with the Asian continent, formed what is the Himalayan, there were a movement, there what is known as the movement of the plants and animals to the different parts of the world. And this is a theory, and this is what we call it as biotic theory or biotic ferry hypothesis. Biotic hypothesis, when once the India got separated from Madagascar, Seychelles, and then struck the Asia Minor, the plants and animals start migrating to the different parts of the world. So that is what we call the biotic theory or biotic ferry hypothesis. Next one, please. And the one on the right side, you have seen a frog. The frog was in 2002, it was described by none other than one scientist. Now he is a professor in the Delhi University, Professor Biju. And he has found the genetic, and he made a complete genetic analysis, genome analysis of the sequences, DNA sequences, and found that they have got a relation with about Seychelles 30 million years ago. So that is how we can give examples also. So this is one example. When the India struck into the Asia Minor, some of the plants and animals migrated to the other parts of the world. This is what we call the out of India hypothesis. So many plants and animals migrated to the different parts of the world. And this hypothesis, you can see, give one of my friend, what is known the KP Dinesh, who has given me this slide. He has done excellent work upon the distribution of amphibians to the different parts of the world. This is one of the amphibians migrated from the Western Ghat to the different parts of the world. This is a hypothesis, and this hypothesis is what we call the out of India hypothesis. This is another example of a plant. Another example of a plant migrating from India to the different parts of the world. This is going outside India. This is known as out of India hypothesis. Next one, please. There is another hypothesis. This is again another hypothesis, or the same hypothesis, out of India hypothesis. For example, there is a fish. This fish is known as the Horectis. Hora was an excellent, what is known as ichthyologist. The former Sundarlal Hora was the director of Zoological Survey of India. Also, he has been this fish has been named after him, Horectis. Now the name has been changed. Nomenclature changes. It has become Varaizias. So this from the Western Ghat, you can see that one, they have migrated to the many parts of what we call it as the Asian continent. So this is another example from India. It has gone to the different. You can see the number of species has gone up like anything. So the next example is some of them have come from the outside into India. This is known as the into hypothesis. So plants or animals might have come after joining with the Asia Minor, Indian subcontinent. So they have come to India, and that is what we call as the into hypothesis. So one has gone out of India hypothesis. Many of them have come into the India. That is known as the into hypothesis. So these are the two hypotheses wherein how the plants and animals have distributed in the Indian continent in addition to its own autochthonous species. Next one, please. So this is another example. Wherever you go, you come across chameleon. The chameleon was once upon a time, if you find out the geological, paleontological history, they were originated in South Africa. Then it came to Madagascar, from Madagascar to Seychelles, and now we also have this one. There is the same genus, same species. There is no change. Chameleon zeylanicus you can see this one. This has come from South Africa through Madagascar. So this is into another example for into hypothesis. So this one, next one, please. So what exactly the topic of my today's discussion? I'll just because I think I have overtaken the time, I'll just conclude it now at this stage. Is many of the next one also you can go. Next one also you can go ahead with the next slide also. This hypothesis has been done by one of our former director, who was the greatest ichthyologist in the country, is none other than Sundarlal Hora, who was the former director of Zoological Survey of India. He was working upon the fishes, and he found as many as 44 genera. You see, look at this number. There is a nomenclature changes has taken place in recent years. I'm not going to the nomenclature changes, but you can see as many as 44 genera during this time, 1949 to 1953. He has analyzed as many as 44 genera has migrated into Western Ghat. How this has come? It has come through the Satpuras and Vindhyas. And at the next one also you can go. And during that period, the Satpuras and Vindhyas were not at this. Now it is not more than 2,000 feet. 300 to 2,000 feet down. At that particular period, it was 600 to 3,000, 800, 8,000 feet. At one particular period, the Satpura was even up to 8,000 period also, and that was a very heavy rainfall was there. And there is a continuity from the northeast India. There was a continuity from what we call it as the Himalayan, and because of this one, Satpuras and Vindhyas and the river system has helped in the migration of the species, especially it worked upon the torrential species and with. So this is the Satpura hypothesis. So this is how the entire scenario has taken place. Madhya Pradesh has played a major role in the distribution of plants and animals. I'll stop because I can go on and on for hours together about the Satpura hypothesis. At this one can understand that Satpuras and Vindhyas with the river system at one particular time was a continuity, and because of the climate was suitable, the climate was suitable. There was a good number of tropical forests. There is a continuity of the tropical forest, which helped in the migration of species. And this migration of species from the northeast India, from the Himalayan belt, and this was also approved by the S.K. Banerjee. Also, next one, even Salim Ali. Also, Salim Ali also has given example. Now, the present day, our Karanth is also there. The Karanth has also given many examples based upon the Scolopendra also. So he has given, there is a hypothesis, which hypothesis is good to say that one, many species have migrated from India to outside. Many species have migrated from outside to India. And this biotic theory is very important. And the Madhya Pradesh, Vindhyas and Satpuras and the river system has played a major role. And this is what we call the Satpura hypothesis. So I have also undertaken a complete survey of this entire area, how this present a scenario recently. I've given a book on the fishes of Madhya Pradesh recently. So this is how I can be able to make more and more presentation at a later stage. But this is sufficient for me to say that one, this is what is Satpura hypothesis. So with this one, I sincerely thank the chairman, the co-chairman, the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak on an occasion, and that too to say a few words about my predecessor, Dr. Sundarlal Vora, who has given us a wonderful hypothesis on how the fishes, the torrential fishes, have migrated from Northeast India into the Western Ghat and from Western Ghat to the outside. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna. Now the session is open for discussion. If there is any query, audience maybe are requested to give their feedback, or is there any question you can ask Professor Krishnan. If there is no query, no comment or any suggestion or any kind of question, then I would like to thank Dr. Ramakrishnan for delivering such an interesting, excellent and very informative talk, highlighting different aspects about biodiversity, biogeographical areas, distribution of animals and plants, cosmopolitan level, endemic species, discontinuous distribution, then ecological barriers, and then he also highlighted about the origin of species, evolution of species, extinction of species, then continental drift theory he highlighted, and then glaciation also. So he touched upon several aspects in a very brief period. So thank you. The talk was so informative and we enjoyed the talk, and I hope everybody enjoyed. And now I thank the organizing committee also, especially Dr. Mishra, who gave me this opportunity to preside over this session. And now I hand over the mic to the Professor Mishra Saab, if he wants to say and to deliver few things for the next session. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr.
Yes, Dr. Shivesh Pratap Singh ji. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I am also thankful for an excellent lecture on ecological biogeography, and I enjoyed lecture of Dr. Ramakrishna. Actually, his work is on mostly on taxonomy and conservation of molluscs. But he gave a wonderful lecture on biogeography, which concentrate our central India. I'm thankful from our part and with organizers part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna, sir, for giving a nice talk on Satpura, especially Madhya Pradesh, and give many important highlights on this area for distribution of plant and animal. Thank you, sir, and thanks to Chairperson Professor Dinesh Bhatt, sir, and Co-Chairperson Dr. Sivesh Pratap Singh. Thank you, all of you, sir. Now, next session.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Speaker, eminent speaker, Professor Daiji Rani Baitis, Professor of Botany, Department, Punjab University, Chandigarh, Chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Avinash Kaur Nangpal, Professor, Botany Department, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab, Co-Chairperson, Dr. Nidhi Bharadwaj, Executive Engineer, Horticulture, in charge of Cactus Garden of Panchkula, Haryana. So, welcome all of you, and I am request to Dr. Avinash Kaur Nangpal, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Daiji Rani Baitis.
Thank you, Professor Sivasankar Mishra ji. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to chair this session being delivered by Dr. Daisy Batish. And I'm thankful to the organizers, the college, which is Govt MSG College REWA, and this is the 5th series of national seminars. And I also thank my co-chair, Dr. Nidhi Bhardwaj. I'm sorry, there's a phone call in, but so I'm trying to stop that. And all the eminent personalities present here. And it had been, I think this is the 5th series, and I happened to give talk in the 3rd series. And I truly appreciate Dr. Skand Mishra. I'm basic, I'll call me later. So he gave me the opportunity to talk on the botanical garden, which we have at our GNDU, and then I chaired another session in the next series, and this is the 3rd opportunity Dr. Sakand is giving. And this is a very pleasant feeling to introduce a very pleasant and a seasoned scientist, Professor Daisy Batish. She's an eminent plant and environmental scientist, and some of our research areas match mine, so we are in contact with each other for quite some time. Dr. Daisy, as we know that she's professor in Department of Botany, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and she has her research areas in allelopathy, in natural herbicides, antioxidants, heavy metal pollution, phytoremediation, invasive plant ecologies, and the research areas, they revolve around these. She has a large number of awards and recognitions to her credit. She is Fellow of National Environmental Science Academy, International Society for Environmental Botanists, and She has been awarded with the Dr. V. Puri Memorial Award by Indian Science Congress Association recently in 2020. And she has been the deputy coordinator of IUFRO, and she has received Rajiv Goyal's Young Scientist Award. Then she has been visiting professor at AIT Bangkok in 2012 and 2018. And she has been invited for as a keynote speaker or an invited lecturer for a number of international conferences organized by International Union of Forest Research Organizations, and the countries she visited under these conferences are China, Korea, then Malaysia, then in Taiwan, and she also received travel grant from British Ecological Society to participate in conferences in Turkey and Aberdeen. And she has guided a large number of students, 45 PhD students. It's tremendous number, and I must appreciate. And the amount of dedications she put into her research is visible from her research articles. And she has also supervised 10 MPhil students and trained 7 students of Science Academic Summer Research Fellowships. She has been a fellow of National Environmental Science Academy and Dayanand National Academy of Environmental Scientists. She is editor of Journal of Current Sciences. It was in 2005 and 2007. And she is in the editorial board of a number of international journals. She has reviewed a large number of papers coming from different Sci Index journals. The number of journals is 25. So she has a teaching experience of 27 years and a research experience of 30 years. Actually, I'm just cutting short her CV because I want to give her more time to speak. She is a member of a large number of academic societies. Dr. Shivesi, please mute yourself. Thank you. International Society, Allelopathy Society, Indian Science Congress Association. She is member of National Environmental Science Academy, European Allelopathy Society, and many other organizations. She has conducted and organized a large number of seminars, workshops, and conferences. The number goes beyond 15. And she has published approximately 180 full research papers and 7 books. Her H index, which is a criterion for scientists, and it is 46. It's a very high H index, and total citations are more than 7,000. It is more than 7,200 in fact. So most of our papers, they are among the top 20 or top 25 or top 50 by Science Direct elsewhere, or by Blackwell Science, or by other Scopus Index journals. So I'm not going into details of her research highlights, but I'll talk about her academic recognitions. She has been head department of botany, Punjab University, and she's member board of studies of number of universities, and she has been on the selection committee of a number of universities, including our university. And she is member executive of Dayanand National Academy of Environmental Sciences. With this very brief introduction, I must say Dr. Daisy is a seasoned botanist, and she has good knowledge on plants, but she has been working on other aspects of plants. So I invite Dr. Daisy to please give her talk on integrated role of botanical gardens in specific study, conservation, and public recreation. Thank you very much. Dr. Daisy, please.
No sound, no sound.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
species. They belong to families Araucariaceae, Cupressaceae, Cycadaceae, Aphidraceae, as I'm showing Aphidra in this, Pineaceae, etc. So there are 25 species of gymnosperms that have been that are growing in the garden, and kind of conservation is also done, because gymnosperms, they are highly vulnerable group. So many good species, rare species of gymnosperms have been maintained in the garden. Then we have a palmatum with 12 species of palms, basically Roestonia, Oleracea, Caryota, Phoenix, and some of the species, they are not identifiable, but they are growing in the garden very nicely. Then, in addition to this, we also have a mist chamber, orchid house, experimental plots. A number of annual taxa are also grown every year, which are mostly ornamentals, summer ornamentals and winter ornamentals. As I told you, in winters, chrysanthemum is the main attraction. Then we have in garden also have the exchange facility for seeds with the other propagules from the other such gardens of the country. Then garden is visited, as I told you, that it's visited by a number of students of schools, colleges, and universities with prior information, prior permission from the chairperson. And it is indeed an asset to the department, and is very useful for the students and for the researchers. Then many ornamentals have been maintained, right? Like I told you in the beginning picture, that was Tecoma species, Tecoma argentea. And in addition to that, we also have Tecoma stans of Bignoniaceae family, and it has beautiful yellow colored flowers which have been maintained in the garden. Then in addition to that, we have very well growing Cassia fistula, which is golden shower, and in summers is pleasure to watch the flowering of Cassia fistula. But in addition to that, it is also medicinal in purpose. Then we also have Plumeria obtusa with white flowers which are very fragrant, and these really they are pleasure. They are appreciated by one and all, and they are very fragrant flowers. And these flowers, when fall on ground, they form a beautiful carpet in the garden. Then we also have lily plants growing in gardens. We have white lily, we have yellow rain lily, which is Zephyrinthus species. In the first picture you can see, and this species is also becoming invasive in different parts of the world. Then of course we have Ipomia, which vines, which it's a climber, and which can be which beautify the fern house. Then these are various chrysanthemum species, which are the attraction in the winter season. And in addition to that, we have Rajnigandha, Alamanda growing in the garden. Then we also have fruit trees. Fruit trees, particularly mango and the nashpati, they attract children from the nearby areas. But more than that, they attract lots of animals. Monkeys, they create problem in the garden because they come for fruits. Then of course we have problem due to many peacocks. Peacocks, they are pleasure to watch, but peacocks also destroy the young plants. Then in the nilgai and deer, they all create problem in the garden, but if we manage them properly, then they are also they are contribute towards the biodiversity enrichment. But of course we have to manage. Then we have Manikara zapota, which is chiku, and jamun. They also grow abundantly in the garden. Then we have many aromatic trees, particularly this bottle brush. Bottle brush has been planted in the garden in along the boundaries. It's very fragrant tree. Its leaves yield oil, and its flowers are very beautiful. In addition to that, we have this rare shrub or tree, which normally we do not see in Chandigarh much. This is lang lang, source of lang lang oil, and its name is Canenja odorata. Its flowers are very fragrant, yellow colored. I couldn't click a picture of that, but you can see the fruits. Fruits are also beautiful to see. And it's also a very useful plant. Its oil is used in perfumeries. This is one of the very highly priced perfumes which are made from this shrub. Then we have another aromatic plant, which I think require conservation, because I've seen that its seeds do not germinate, and if at all they germinate, they are not able to grow further. So this is Melaleuca leucadendra, which is known as paper bark, because its bark is papery. And it's highly fragile tree, because I've seen that during the winds, there is always risk that this tree might fall. So it's source of very important oil, aromatic oil, and that oil finds multiple uses in the perfumeries and also in making green tea. Then eucalyptus is known to everyone, source of oil. Oil has industrial value. We are not having many species of eucalyptus, but of course, of Eucalyptus citriodora and Territicornis, they have been planted in the garden. Then we have some very unique kind of species, that is Oroxylum indicum. Not unique, it is widespread in India, but unfortunately its populations are declining. This is known as ghost tree. Look at its fruits. Fruits, when fall on ground, they look like the bones. Bones means they don't give a very good feeling, as if it's a ghost tree. So it's commonly known as ghost tree. And also I've tried to see its flower. It flowers only in the night and is pollinated by the bats. But unfortunately, its populations are declining, and therefore we need to maintain such trees in our gardens. Then we also have Wrightia arborea of family Apocynaceae, which is known as woolly dying rosebay. This tree I liked because of its velvety leaves, and also its fruits look like snakes. Not able to show you the picture as I went to the garden, but its fruits were not very well developed, but they look like snakes. So I find this tree very fascinating and very unique kind of tree. Then we also have maintained Cinnamomum tamala, which is of family Lauraceae and Tejpata. And when students come from different schools, they always like to see this tree, because they know Tejpata, which is added in the rice preparations, and they always appreciate this tree. And then Coffea bengalensis also has been maintained in the garden. And when it flowers, the flowers are very beautiful, white colored flowers. And of course, the useful part is the fruit, which is black drupe, and that is used for coffee preparation. So this is also maintained in our garden. And then we have Kygelia pinnata or africana with huge, the fruits, because sometimes we feel that if the fruit fall on our head, this will lead to serious injury. So, but they look very beautiful, and it's a very useful tree also. Sausage tree, it is commonly known as, and it is also used in stomachs, curing stomachs, and it is a source of many steroid chemicals which are found in the tree, and they are used for various commercial purposes. Then in the garden, we also have Acer oblongum, which is also, many students from schools and colleges and also from university come and see this tree, Acer tree, which is known as Himalayan maple tree. And people, they come and they appreciate its fruit, and also they love to see this tree. Then many medicinal plants, they have been maintained in the garden: Terminalia chabula, Terminalia billerica, Terminalia arjuna, but I am here showing only Terminalia chabula of the family Combretaceae, and it is, we all know, known as hurd, and it is one of the constituent of Trifla, along with the amla and hurd and the Terminalia billerica. The Trifla preparation is made in Ayurveda, which is very useful for our body, and it is medicinally very important tree. In addition to that, Moringa oleifera. Moringa oleifera has been a very pleasure to watch, especially its flowering, white or pink colored flower. Unfortunately, the trees populations are declining, because when I was very young, I used to see this tree growing abundantly in the nearby forest areas, and also in the localities, in the rural areas particularly. But now their populations are declining, and we have to think for the conservation of the tree. So whenever I used to visit garden, I always used to tell the gardeners here to please take care of this tree, as we don't see much now, in especially in our area. So this tree otherwise is very, very useful. It is multi-purpose tree. Its fruits are used for edible purpose, for making achars. Its flowers and its buds especially are edible. They are very good for health. They are blood purifiers. And during February, when it buds appear, if you take these buds as food at that time, they are very useful for the health. So this is a very multi-purpose tree, and its fruits, when dry, they are also used for purifying the water. So it has multi-purpose use, and we must promote such which are really very useful for us. Then we have Dilinia indica, which is known as hathi paw or elephant's apple. Actually, this tree is used for edible purposes in Northeast, particularly Assam. But in our part, it is only used as ornamental purpose, and the fruits which are produced in large number, they all go waste. And I used to tell my students to promote this fruit, because it's sour in taste and can be used for making pickles and all that. Because it is here not utilized, so its utilization can be started, because they go waste. Lots of fruits are produced. Then we have Stichnos nux vomica. That tree is growing in our garden, and I think it's nux vomica, which is a supplement and can be purchased in the form of pill or powder from the, it's a medicinal plant. A drug is prepared from this, which is very useful. Otherwise, this is a toxic tree, and students of the department and researchers, they use this tree for their own use. Then I mean, for research or teaching purpose. Then Phyllanthus emblica. So I'll not. Everybody knows that this is amla tree, but very, very useful source of vitamin C, and also trifla, as I talked to you earlier. Then we have also Putranjiva roxburghii growing in our garden, and it's a very useful tree, and it's decoction of leaves and fruits is used for the treatment of cold, fever, and rheumatism. And then we also know that the name Putra means the progeny. I mean, the children, and it's considered to be good for the well-being of the children. Means it has a mythological relevance also. Then we have Melaleuca bracteata, which is a fragrant shrub, and this is a source of essential oil again. And the essential oil has a good antiseptic and insecticidal properties. In addition to that, this shrub grows for ornamental purpose. Then this is Hyptage bengalensis. Hyptage bengalensis belongs to Malpighiaceae family. It is commonly known as Madhvilata, and tree is hugely medicinal in nature. Many people come to our department and they ask for its leaves. They say that it cures the cough, and particularly during COVID-19, when I used to visit garden at the time I was chairperson, many people used to come for coughing, for curement of coughing. They wanted the leaves of this tree. So this is again a very useful tree, and its flowers are very attractive, creamish in color. They are fragrant. Then we have this tree. I recently, in 2-3 days only, I saw. Otherwise, earlier it was not in flowering. Now it has started flowering, and then we identified it. We are yet to validate it from the Botanical Survey of India. This is Ocnaceae. This belongs to family Ocnaceae, and the name probably is Ocna cerulita. It is also known as bird's eye bush or Mickey Mouse plant. Its flowers very red colored, and they were looking like Mickey Mouse. And in some parts of the world, Australia and New Zealand, it is invasive species. But in our part, I think it is not invasive and it has ornamental value. Then this tree is growing in our garden, and when we saw its fruits, I think you can see in the picture the fruits. They're just like the hairband. They're very thin, fragile, and look like hairband. And the name is Holorhina antidicentrica of family Apocynaceae. So it's you know, the tree is used for the preparation of Ayurveda medicine, particularly for treatment of dysentery caused by amoebic infection. So this is a very useful medicinal plant which has been growing in our garden. Then we have Holoptella integrifolia, which in our part is known as chilbil. It is also medicinally very important plant. Actually, this plant was growing at the corner of the garden and I never noticed it. But when people came for its leaves, they said ki, we have to make a medicine out of it. But then we noticed this tree as chilbil, and Holoptelia integrifolia was its botanical name. The powder of the bark is sprinkled over fresh wounds to control bleeding. So this is a very important medicinal plant growing in our garden. Then lantana, we all know, is very serious invader of the forest areas. Lantana has caused much harm to our biodiversity, but there are certain species of lantana which are very beautiful garden species. They are non-invasive. For example, we have in our garden purple colored lantana, Lantana montevidensis. This is especially used for ornamental purpose. Then this plant attracted my attention a lot as it was Rondeletia odorata. This plant is of family Rubiaceae and its nativity is from Cuba and Panama. So that's why it is also known as Panama rose, because whenever I passed from that area, I always thought this is Lantana's cultivated species. But one day I happened to read its board. So this plant attracted my attention a lot, Rondeletia odorata, as its flowers are bright in color, eye-catching, and they are fragrant. So this has ornamental value. Then we also have Jatropha integrima, which is a toxic plant otherwise, and I think it is grown in many gardens for ornamental purpose only. Then this always attracts the attention of people, Hemilia petens, as a if we are to study the flower pollinator interaction, lots of the insects can be seen on the flowers as pollinators, and we also see some birds, hummingbirds or songbirds. They come and visit this plant, and that's why I found that this plant is very it should be promoted, as it attracts lots of pollinators. Then we also have clematis growing in our garden, and the species is not very common. Of course, in the gardens it's very common. It's Flammula, Clematis flammula of family Radunculaceae. It has a strong sweet smell, and the vine flowers throughout the warmer months of the year. So you can see white flowers throughout the warmer months. It's very popular among the gardeners for growing along the fences. Then we also have attraction of our garden is Ficus krishnae, which is growing here. It's of family Moraceae and commonly known as Krishna fig or Krishna's buttercup tree. As its leaves, you can see in the picture, its leaves are pouch shaped. So they are just they. It is said that they were used by Lord Krishna for butter, for keeping the butter. So there are many mythological stories also attached with this tree. But in addition to mythological significance, the tree is also medicinally important. Used in Ayurveda, the ancient Ayurveda, for various diseases, diabetes, liver disorders, diarrhea, inflammatory conditions, hemorrhoids, respiratory and urinary problems. So this is a very unique tree of our garden. Then I have chosen this tree Pithecillobium dulce of family Fabaceae, just because this tree, the population of these trees are also declining. It's known here as jungle jalebi, but its English names are monkey pond tree and Manila tamarind. This tree, the population of this tree is declining, and its fruits are very useful. They are edible, just like we eat this tamarind. So like that, they look in appearance also, but they are very quite rounded kind of tamarind, and they are used for edible purposes. In addition to that, yellow dye is obtained from the bark of this tree. So we must focus on such trees for conservation purpose whose populations are declining in our part. Then this is Wishophia javanica maintained in the garden. Lots of Wishophias growing in Chandigarh as a roadside tree. Very beautiful ornamental purpose, and especially its fruits. When they hang in bunches, they give a very beautiful appearance. And red dye is obtained from the bark of this tree. This is Diospyros malaparica, which has been maintained in our garden. It has otherwise beautiful fruits, brown colored fruits, which attract the attention of monkeys a lot. And they are velvety, and then they look very beautiful, dark brownish or maroonish in color. This is Zamia species, Zamia furfuracea. It's a gymnosperm. So its common name is cardboard palm, endemic to southeastern state of East Mexico, and it is listed as endangered tree. And it's commonly, but it's grown commonly in the gardens. Also, it's a house plant. Many people like to keep it in the pots. It's also very beautiful. But however, if we maintain this tree, this shrub, we can protect it from extinction. So I think that's all about our garden. So we have lots of diversity in our garden. It's used mainly for the studies and research purpose, and therefore we have not attached any commercial value with the garden. So if many students come, they study, they take research material from the garden, and also when plants are cared in the garden, many plants, so automatically it leads to conservation. We also exchange seeds with other such gardens, but there is no commercial value attached to the gardens, totally for research and academic purpose. And of course, and also the visitors are also not they are not allowed to visit of their own, so they visit only after permission from the chairperson of the department. Many schools come, they seek prior permission from the chairperson, only then they come. So it has been quite protected a garden. Unfortunately, as I told you, there is a adjoining forest area from where lots of animals come. Despite that many measures have been taken, still nilgai, deer, and these peacocks and the monkeys, they come in abundance, and they destroy the not only the fruits and sometimes also the plants. So that is the big problem that garden face. But otherwise, it's a repository of plants. It has huge diversity, and if we go and study the garden, we will not see any tree repeated two or three individuals are there. Uh, uh, every tree is different, maintaining lots of diversity in the garden. So that's all about our P.N. Mehra garden. And then, as I was also asked by the organizers to speak something on Chandigarh Botanical Garden, which has recently come, not recently, but it's not very old. 2007 it was created, and since then the garden has added up many sections. It is still in the, you can say, progression. It is still in the stage of in this in the uh, you know um, it is still progressing. Means this is not that the garden is now complete. Many more sections are being added, every year or so. So this is Chandigarh Botanical Garden. This is very near to our university, and it is in one of the village Sarangpur. In the garden, where a huge area was taken and a garden was created. But this garden serves the purpose of the walkers, the strollers. You go in the morning, you go in the evening. It is heaven for them. So I'll now speak something about the garden. This is the location of the garden as we have taken from Google Earth. And then this is a brief introduction. The Chandigarh Botanical Garden was inaugurated by His Excellency General Rodriguez. At the time, he was Governor of Punjab and then Administrator of UT Chandigarh on 2nd January 2007. So it is one of the largest botanical garden in the country, which is still progressing. It is still in the creation stage, and it is sprawling over an area of about 176 acres. There are 15 different sections in the garden and approximately 200 species. To promote research education, ex situ conservation of flora means its main objectives when it was created. They were to promote research education, ex situ conservation of flora, and to spread awareness about the flora of the area, to promote ecosystem services for local people and societies. Now, what are the facilities available here? There is an energy park, there is information kiosk, there is battery operated vehicles. So if you are going there for research purpose or for education purpose, you can request the authorities for these battery operated vehicles. Then ample parking space is there, lawns are there, resting benches are there in the garden, shelters, meditation huts. That is also one of the asset to the garden. Cycle tracks have been maintained, pedestrian path has been maintained, public amenities are there. Basically, the public visit this garden to take a walk in the morning and in the evening. So lots of pleasure quotients they are attached to the garden. And however, garden is it is a very good site for conducting research and also for education, which the administration is now promoting. Now there is a temporary block on one side of the garden, and also there is a top hut from where you can see many areas of the garden. Then we also have medicinal and bonsai section, which is spread over 40 acres. More than 100 species of medicinal and herbaceous plants, they are growing over there. And approximately 60 bonsai have been maintained. This is, as you can have a bird's eye view of bonsais in this section. This is the bonsai part of the garden, and lots of medicinal plants they have been maintained in the garden. Medicinal plants, they are also given free of cost to the people. You go there and give your request that you want particular medicinal plant which is growing over there. They give it free of cost. And during the summer months, they also distribute these plants to local schools, to different colleges, or to even common men who want to grow there in their homes. So they give this is a very good facility they have created, that they give free of cost these plants to the people. Then there is a very a big cactus dome in which many cacti are growing. And we happened to visit this a few days back, and then this was the video that we made on this cactus dome. And Madam Nidhi can, I think, very well tell us different cacti she must have visited. So many cacti have been maintained. It's beautiful area, and most of the cacti when we went, they were in flowering. So as per their information, It is one of the biggest cactus dome in the region, and about 100 cacti species are growing there. And it covers an area of 10 acres and has 10 rocketeries and polycarp cactus dome. That is the main attraction of this. Then you can see certain species of the cactus in cactus dome. For example, this particular we liked a lot, Alodia procera. This is we thought that it's some plastic creation, but it was a cactus. Then Ferrocactus elephantidense, that is also growing in the garden, and many more cacti they have been maintained in the garden. So it is still, as I told you, it is still in the state of you can say succession. It is still growing. So the section, they are being upgraded every year. So then we have 36 fern species in a fern house, and these fern species, they have been taken from different parts of India, including Himalayas. Then most important thing which I noticed in the garden was a Santalum album, Chandan ka ban, that has been maintained in the garden, which is now mixed up with Vechilia nilotica, that is the acacia species, I guess. So they have also been incorporated in this garden. Otherwise, maximum, most of the trees, they are of Santalum album. That is, इसको बोलते ही वो चंदन वन है. So this part they have created in the garden. And then there is a huge area which is dedicated for aquatic plants, and the most beautiful part of this was Victoria lily being maintained in the garden. In addition to that, we have Ipomia species. 15 aquatic species, they have been maintained in this area, which covers about 0.3 acres. Then we have, as I told you, huge medicinal plant nursery, which they have made. Lot many medicinal plants, they are growing over there, right from haldi to some tree species, which they distribute also to the local people. So they are, that means raising the medicinal plants in their nurseries, and then doing the noble service of distributing these to the people, to the schools who have environment clubs. So they come and they take plants from this garden. Then they also have maintained a vertical garden, vertical gardening. About 10 species they have been maintained in the vertical gardens. And when you go in the entry itself, there is a huge vertical garden maintained. And there is a pinetum covering an area of 25 acres, maintaining 15 pine species collected across the country. Then one section they have dedicated for nutritional plants. This include many tree species which are fit for human consumption. अनार है और बहुत सारे जो fruit plants है which are nutritionally important. So they given new name, nutritional plants, which I think it's a center of attraction for the visitors. Then they also have a bamboo situm, about 22 species collected from different parts. They have been planted in the garden, and they have different types of woody species in addition to the bamboo species. So this is a bamboo situm. Systematic plantation of banana has also been done in the garden, and bamboo situm is dedicated to the bamboos. Then when I talk to them, they have started a new concept, not new concept, but this is unique for the gardens. That is, they are growing trees in close association with one another. They say that these trees or different species, they have been put to competition, and out of competition, their growth is good. So even I saw this patch where they have maintained randomly growing species which are mostly local, and the forest or the so-called area has come up very fast within a year or 2 years. So they say that this is a unique kind of jungle they are creating, where species are growing of their own, and they all are local species. Then we also have saplings of trees, shrub saplings. They also distribute these to the people. Then they also have lagerstromias and other ornamental plants. Annual plants are also grown in the garden. And in addition to that, as I told you, that the garden is created along the rivulet Patiala Ki Rao. So they have also maintained a lake. It's artificial lake, but this is for the visitors to enjoy. Boating has not yet started, but maybe they plan to do so. So this also they say that they want to promote succession also along the lakes. So this is the lake in the garden, and many more sections they are coming up, and they are still in progress. This garden is still in progress because it has huge area. So there's a lot of scope for research also, a lot of scope for the studies and conservation purpose. I think that's all for this garden, and thank you very much for patiently listening to me. And
Many thanks, Dr. Daisy. It was such an luminous talk, and we appreciate the amount of effort you have taken for taking pictures of all those plants of your garden as well as the Chandigarh Administration Garden. So the session is open for discussion. Anybody having any queries or want some comment on or some feedback for this lecture, most welcome. So, one message, very interesting lecture, Dr. Daisy.
thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I'm not expert in this field, but I've tried to include as much information as possible.
I do remember my visit to your department and then to the botanical garden, and you took me around, and I think Dr. Sidhu was also accompanying
Yes.
you, and it was very nice. And
thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
If there's no query, then I would like to thank you very much. It was such an interesting talk, and we enjoyed every bit of it, all the pictures and the diversity of plants you have in your botanical garden. Can I know how many species of plants are there in your garden?
Madam, there are 150 species of trees. Okay. And in addition to that, we have 25 ferns and 25 gymnosperms. And I mean, they are less in number, but trees are about 150 species of trees.
Okay. So I think rich diversity for a university botanical garden.
Yes, we did a survey, and there we found about 159 species, but 7 or 8 they were not identifiable to us. We couldn't identify those. So I think 150 is the right.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before I say thanks to everybody, before I invite Dr. Nidhi for her final remarks, and I want to say everybody, please visit website eDOPS, Electronic Database of Plants, which we have created in GNDU, and from the GNDU website you can see this database, and you can see all the plants which we have in the botanical garden, as well as we are enriching the database for other plants as well. And another thing I want to say that we have created nameplates for the different trees and shrubs for the university campus, and each nameplate has been provided with the QR code. And if you go to QR code, it gives you the complete detailed information of the plant, whichever is available in the eDOPS. So this is a new thing which we have done, but I would love that if you see this website and give your feedback on this. Thank you very much. Dr. Nidhi, are you there?
वो शायद मैडम वो नहीं है, वो शायद कहीं टूर पर हैं। उन्होंने कहा था मैं मोबाइल से जुड़ पाऊंगी, पर लगता है नेट से बाहर।
So it's okay then. Thank you very much. I thank Dr. Sakand and everybody around here for the patient hearing and for such a nice talk. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I am also thankful to the organizers for inviting me, even though I was not the right person, but I have tried to give maximum information as much as possible. I am also thankful to Madam Avinash, who has always been supportive and always say nice words for me. Thank you very much, madam, for having faith in me and for supporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sakand, to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. धन्यवाद मैडम। प्रोफेसर डेजी मैडम, उन्हें हमारे रिक्वेस्ट पर बताया जैसा कि उनका ये विषय थोड़ा अलग है स्पेशलाइजेशन का, लेकिन हमारे रिक्वेस्ट पर उन्हें दोनों ही गार्डन, चंडीगढ़ गार्डन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव गार्डन और अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के गार्डन को यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छे और विस्तार पूर्वक से जानकारी दी हमारे ऑडियंस को, और उन्हें स्पेशली जो है इन पर पूरा जो स्लाइड तैयार की और उसके लिए समय दिया, उसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। साथ ही इस सेशन को चेयर करने के लिए ही न केवल बल्कि रिसोर्स पर्सन उपलब्ध कराने के लिए मैडम प्रोफेसर अविनाश कौर मैडम ने हमारी काफ़ी मदद की है, और 3-4 रिसोर्स पर्सन उन्हें दिए और पर्सनली उन्हें उन लोगों से बात भी की। तो इस कोऑपरेशन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है मैडम, आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू।
नेक्स्ट टॉक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉक है। इमिनेंट स्पीकर मिस्टर शिवशंकर बाबू, मैनेजिंग पार्टनर टेक्नो बैंकर एंड तमिल हेरिटेज ट्रस्ट चेन्नई, chairperson Professor Dr. G. Tirumurthy, Ancient History and Architecture Department, Madras University, Chennai, and co-chairperson Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, founder and owner Ecos of India, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am request to Professor Dr. G. Tirumurthy, sir, please chair the session, and Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, please co-chair the session, and Professor Dr. G. Tirumurthy requested to Dr. Tirumurthy, sir, please introduce a brief intro of Mr. Sivasankar Babu. A brief intro, sir. Professor Tirumurthy, sir. Hello. Yes, I am calling. Professor Tirumurthy, sir. Hello. Hello. Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, you have biodata of Sivasankar Babu? Hello. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. I have the biodata.
Please give a brief biodata because more talk time provided.
Okay. Sure, sure, sir.
Only 2 or 3 minutes. Only 2 or 3 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Sivasankar Babu. We welcome all of you. Namaste. Sivasankar Babu is a techno-functional banker with 39 plus years in financial services industry, with a passion for mentoring, travel, and spreading heritage awareness. After 15 years in overseas bank, he worked in ITES in companies like Hexaware, Wipro, Capgemini for 20 years. For past 4 years, doing domain consulting through his own company, TechnoBankers. Handles mentoring sessions for final years B students for campus placement in leading institutions like SRM University, National Engineering College, Kollapatti, St. Xavier Catholic College. Supporting final year placement guidance for IIT Madras, sessions on industry expectations, CV preparation, and mock interviews. He is renewing his passion for Indian history, its ancient commerce, temple architecture, epigraphy, iconography by attending seminars, references, books. He has traveled extensively through Tamil Nadu, the land of temples, and these are documented in detail in his Facebook tour albums. He is part of Tamil Heritage Trust, THT, which focuses on spreading heritage awareness. He is one of the THT trained docent, guide, and handlers, Alamar Avai, heritage training for teachers. He is involved in THT site seminars, trips for heritage location for 6-7 days, with 25 plus preparatory lectures by participants in prior 6 months and compilation of them as a tour guide book for an on-site appreciation. Covered Bhubaneswar, Badami, Sanchi, Kanchi, Tanjavur, Sanchi so far. He also does presentations on heritage subjects at groups like Sapatya Kala Parishad, Tirupati, IIT, TM, Nellore, CCV, Vijayawada, University, Kerala, etc. And videos are available in his YouTube, Babu for Heritage. His YouTube channel, Babu for Heritage, is a go-to place for heritage videos where curated content is available under 50 plus categories. He is an incredible India tourism facilitator from GOI Ministry of Tourism. He has completed certification in old scripts like Tamil, Brahmi, Vatelettu, Grantham, to read inscriptions, and PG Diploma in Archaeology from International Institute of Tamil Studies, Chennai, and TNOU, Chennai. We welcome you, Mr. Sivasankar Babu. Please start your session.
Thank you, Indrajit Bhattacharya sir. That was a pretty long introduction. I also shared a brief one in the interest of time. Thank you for the introduction. And I thank Dr. Skandkumar Mishra and the team, which has been trying to exceed the performance of these presentations and the webinar series year after year. Even 3 years ago, when it was there, we were surprised about 3 days event. Now it has gone to 4, 5, 8. And then the number of talks are phenomenal. And then I really salute him for the energy and the effort he is making to have an entire week plus of presentations. So I also thank him for giving me one more opportunity to spread heritage awareness. All of you, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. So today, as part of the heritage series, we are going to talk for 45 minutes from now on Dvarapalas, the evolution and symbolism and the details. So before going into the talk, I give my pronouns to Google Endeavor and Wikipedia Pujari, who give all the material on call. But that is only the start where the link is there and then we explore. I also want to thank for phenomenal image collection by Dr. Ravichandran, who has got a big collection of Facebook classified by various subjects. Dvarapala collection was very helpful to it, me for doing this. In terms of the input material, I am not a researcher and other things. Primarily, I read, I understand, and I present my understandings in a simplistic way. So in this manner, the blog of Dr. Shankara Narayanan and Srinivas Rao and India Temple Blogspot, they have helped me in giving a fairly good understanding into this interesting subject. And iconography of Dvarapala by Maineni Krishna Kumari. was also a very good book where it has given a fairly good insight. And I have been able to read through the book in detail to understand the final points on this. And I also want to thank Tamil Heritage Trust, who has given me this experience and then exploration opportunities to do this presentation. And Dr. Lakshmi Ramasamy, who helped me in understanding and then coming out with the nuances where we compare this with the Bharatanatyam and its stances. So with this pranams, I go into the presentation. So today we are going to talk briefly about the guardians of Gateway, how they are involved over. And we need to talk about static and dynamic Dvarapalas and how they evolved in style and form in Tamil Nadu. Primarily, I have used a lot of Tamil Nadu related experience because that is where I am. So pardon me for that. In future, I will try to add more and more pan-Indian examples. And interestingly, how Dvarapalas are defined in agamic and how the symbolism means, and then how the Dvarapalas refined in the medieval period in Tamil Nadu and in South, and finally to conclude on where Dvarapala is an expressional art form where it conveys a lot of meaning, and then it has got the symbolism which is very relevant to this. So to sum up, what do you mean by Dvarapalas? It is in most of the South Asian languages. Surprisingly, Dvarapala is a consistent word. This means that it has been spread from an origin and it is being used consistently across multiple languages. There it has got a one single meaning, door guards, and then there might be light variation in the phonetics, but ultimately this meaning is same. The Dvarapala statues are part of almost all Asian cultures or religions, place of worship, and then they form a prominent place in temple in multiple locations and all the way from the entrance into the sanctum. And this concept has come from the door guards of the clan chiefs to the kings to protect them from all things by having guards at the doorways surrounding. So this is naturally extended to gods they worship. And again, if you go further and dig it into the roots, this emanates from the early ages where the men lived in a cluster inside the caves. And then during nighttime, posted guards in the night to protect against wild animals and other things. So this is the primordial and then the age-old the security issue, which has been consistently and it has been expanded and then gone into a whole class by itself. Interestingly, in all religions, if you look at the Dvarapala, you can identify the guard inside. So they extend in many forms the weapons, the attire, characteristics, pose, and the body language of the primary deity. So there is an interesting comparison, and it helps in many situations to identify where we have blank sanctums, and by Dvarapalas we can identify what is the deity inside that particular sanctum. So this is a brief about Dvarapalas. Now let us see how Dvarapalas have been there from men's ages. When you talk about Dvarapalas, immediately anything and everything big, we have Egypt in mind. Let us see what is the concept of Dvarapalas in Egypt. In the Abu Simbel, Ramesses II and Nefertari has got a huge monument which has restructured, and again we find grand door security kind of figures there inside, and also when you go to the sanctum, you have around 8 Dvarapala like figures standing it. But again, Ramesses loves self, and then these are all door guards, that is Ramesses himself in various forms. So he is self-help is the best help. So he is his own gods. So this is one aspect of he guarding himself. Then let us see how temple gods are visualized for the centuries. In Roman, many god forms and other gods were there in different forms. So this is one example of a form of god in a niche in Cologne. And if you look at the Thai and other things in the Grand Palace, so yakshas and yakshis are represented in a very beautiful ornamental way just outside that. Everywhere we will have different forms of threatening and imposing gods. Even in Japan, the concept is there. But again, if you see this, the dress and the body posture and other things is different and aligned to that culture. So if you compare the three different areas, even though they have a common work, the design, structure, the dresses, the pose, everything is different. Now let us explore the Southeast Asia, where we, in different countries, different forms of Dvarapalakas are exposed. Now in Bali, Goa Gaja temple, so the Dvarapalas are highlighted by this kind of one figure in a cave. This cave contains Ganapati in a simple form. So even in smaller caves, we see extensive Dvarapalas. And we have Bali, Indonesia, we have got Dvarapalas having lungis. So the lungi dance is not a new phenomena. The lungi dance is a age-old phenomena. And then see the pose, see the look, the way, the style and other things. It is as though they are performing a dance rather than doing a security job. But again, they are imposing. Then we go to Java, 12th century, in Plosan temple, where we have huge Dvarapalas, and then with threatening eyes and things with a huge gada, and you can compare the size, and depending on how big it is, and then how big the nails are. So again, when you go at Southeast Asian temples, the Dvarapalas match the size of the temple. We have grand temples and we have grander and matching size of Dvarapalas. So again, the purpose is to present a magnificent and imposing structure. Now let us move over to Malaysia in Buddhist and in Chinese God. So there is a Buddhist temple, and in that various forms of Dvarapalakas are mentioned with the different structures. So again, and if you can see a huge collection of Dvarapalas here. So with this, we see that Dvarapalas have been there in almost all Southeast Asian countries, and that too in a way in which it is consistent across the religions, and then they reflect the local culture and the local gods things. So far, we have been seeing some interesting static Dvarapalakas. Now we are seeing some dynamic Dvarapalakas of current times. So this is the famous Dvarapalaka in 10 Downing Street, and the famous guy who is trying to taking advantage of this static nature. The same thing, another famous Dvarapalaka, and this is the Vatican gods, and who got the Holy Church and other things. And down south in Chennai, there is an interesting Dvarapalaka. This is in VJP Golden Beach in a resort. This is something similar to your 10 Downing Street. The challenge here is he will be static and he will not smile and he will not move. The objective is whoever makes him move, gets a prize. So every day there is a torture for him, and then he handles all this for his master. So this is the current day, and then real-time masters from Britain to Vatican to Chennai. So Dvarapalakas come in various flavors. Now, having seen the Dvarapalakas, now let us see what agamas talk about Dvarapalakas. So this is the current day Dvarapalaka, a detailed depiction with the beautiful ornamentation and weapons and the consort. So my method says that it has got 4 arms, has 2 or 3 trinetra, and terrifying fangs, and then fearful stare, and then trident as part of the headgear or somewhere, and inner hand in Suchi Mudra, saying warning, and then outer hand in Vismay Mudra, saying that excitement or in awe, and one leg slightly bent, leaning on the weapon. Here it is more than bent; it is a very very aggressive stance, and then having coiled snakes and other things under. So this usually comes in a later Chola and other things where you have a lot of snakes and animals under the control. So this is what the chapter 36 verse talks about Dvarapalakas in Mayamata. If you look at this pose and in Bharatanatyam, this is something similar to some of the Bharatanatyam pose, where if you compare a Dvarapalaka, a female Dvarapalaka, and the pose, so the common postures from Bharatanatyam is fixed upper torso and then bent legs, and there is a beautiful hand and eyes gesture. Okay, this is a Divo, and it has got a solid stance, and it has got a gesture, and then it has got complementing each other, and then the signals what she is giving is one of protection, and one of threatening, and one of support. So all this combination, which are used typically in Bharatanatyam, are also conveyed by Dvarapalakas in various stances. Now, having understood the definition of what is a Dvarapalaka, now let us see where all we can find this Dvarapalakas. Normally, the Sanctum Sanctorium will have the older period Dvarapalaka, because this is fairly inside and would have been constructed at an earlier period. This one shows beautiful one from Mamundu. And when you come up Ardha Mandapa, we will have some slightly bigger one, probably of a later period and somewhere around 11th, 10th centuries. And when you come outside, after the Ardha Mandapa, you will have Savkasa Antrala, where you have side steps and other thing. And we also find some huge Dvarapalakas. And when you have bigger temples, where on all the 4 side entrances, whether there is a entrance or window, we can also find Dvarapalaka sets. Similarly, whenever we go into Gopuram, in the Gopuram entrance on both sides, we can see Dvarapalakas. And for each tier inside the Nilai or Dwaras, you can see a set of Dvarapalakas consistently going. So, everywhere, these Dvarapalakas will be reflecting the characteristics, attire, and the pose of the deity inside the temple. So, by looking at the Dvarapalakas in a Gopuram, we can say who is the deity inside. Now, having seen where to find the Dvarapalakas, now we are going into the early Dvarapalakas, how it is progressed. Here I am giving examples from Tamil Nadu, where I am more familiar with, and then slowly we can do a little more detailed presentation. Some of the early Dvarapalakas were village guardian deities or people who have been doing yeoman job, and after their death, they have been deified and then worshipped as village gods. And then later on, Yaksha cult also improved, and where they started worshipping gods for the various primary deities. And this is what we see in Sanchi Stupi as a king or a Dvarapalaka. And we also come up with a lot of Naga Dvarapalakas from the 2nd century onwards. And then later on, it expands into zoomorphic forms, and then where they attire giant proportion, various animal heads, and then slowly it distills into human-like figures around 5th to 6th centuries. So this is one of the zoomorphic Ajamukha Dvarapalakas in the Siddhana Kolla in Aiholi. This is in 6th century. Still, if you look at the stage, it is very, very basic ornamentation. So only one stick, but with the zoomorphic figures. And this is a Saptamatrika temple. Then coming to Tamil Nadu, one of the earliest Dvarapalakas is during Mahendra Pallava time, where he instituted a Mandagapattu cave for 3 deities, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. So here we have the Vaishnavite Dvarapalaka as a Garuda, and a Shaivite Dvarapalaka, and with a Katha and a snake, and like a Sulam cut of a background, and this is the inner things. The Dvarapalakas are very rudimentary, but they convey the facial expression and the message very, very clearly, saying that the God is inside, go pray him, and then you will get the bliss. Then, next slight variation in Vallam caves, again Mahendra period. Here the interesting point is these Dvarapalakas represent the weapons of Shiva, like Sula and the axe. So that is there in part of headgear. And even here you see that rudimentary basic dress, and then rough gathas and other things. So this is Shiva, and then there is a Vishnu cave for which, see the difference, the kind of detailed makuda is there, and then more ornamental dresses for Vaishnava thing. So they don't have any weapons here, and then they are saying that Vishnu is inside. Then slowly the refinement increases, the amount of ornamentation increases, and we are seeing the Lavanur cave. So if you see this, the dresses are more refined and then more ornamentation. Here they are seeing less thread, so they don't have great arms and other things. And then they're in a very casual way, and not a threatening, and beautiful stances also. So that is the class or hallmark of Pallavas. Then the ultimate is C.A. Mangalam in Mahendra period, where the first dancing Nataraja appears in pillar. Here, these are very clear, ornamented, and then you can see the Trishula and the Parasu as part of the indicator, and with the Gathas. So far, we have been consistently seeing only 2-handed Dvarapalakas, where they are being again it is Pallava period in Tirmayam, where you can see the Tirsula in the background and the axe to a certain extent in here, and then they are also attendant deities. But the beauty is the body ratio and everything is fantastic, and then in line with the Pallava class. Now, after seeing all these things, we are coming to Mahabalipuram Trimurti cave, where the Dvarapalakas can compete in style and pose with any of the current day superstars. Okay, whoever it is in any cine field, they defy the way they stand, the way they give pose, and then the way they look at you and then give the body language. Ultimate, the Rajini style or your superstar style, everything is nothing compared to this. Here also we see uh, 3 caves dedicated for Brahma Shastra or Skanda, and then Shiva and Vishnu. And see the difference. For Brahma Shastra, the kind of Dvarapalakas here is sages and with the long dress, whereas here this is typical Shiva kind of Dvarapalakas. And when you come to Vishnu, the Dvarapalakas have fairly ornamented setup and with nice long drapes. So there is clear differentiation in line with the deities and how they are represented in Dvarapalakas. Now, in some of the cases where you can identify the inner deity by the Dvarapalakas outside. Obviously, this is one of the Rathas in Mahabalipuram, Draupadi Ratha, but we say that it is for Durga primarily because they are female Dvarapalakas. And similarly, there is one more cave there where it is blank sanctum inside, but the Dvarapalakis are outside. So we think and we guess that this is a Durga temple. So in that way, it helps identify. Now for a small exercise. In Mahabalipuram, there is a mandapa where you have 5 cells. 5 cells occupied for 5 different gods, but the sanctums are empty. But how do we identify the sanctums? And this is the view. Once you step in inside, there are Dvarapalakas. Now we can make a guess and then we can make what is a potential thing. So possibly this might be for the 3 gods and maybe Harihara or Indra or Muruga. Okay, and normally at the time Durga was also on the left hand side. So to check that, if you check at this cell, you get the confirmation. You clearly say that these are all female Dvarapalakas, and then this cell is for Durga. So by this we can also guess and we can fill in the blanks on what the cave is about. In many situations, they will call the Dvarapalakas, door jams and everything, and then only they will come into the sanctum. Now, having seen the Dvarapalakas, we also saw that the Dvarapalakas can be in different places and in different locations. Mayamata talks about the locational Dvarapalakas in chapter 36, 310 to 315. When you have a Shivlinga, which is facing east, okay, you have on the east we have Kala and Nandi, and we have south Mundi and Dandi, and then in west Vijaya and Bringati, and in north we have Anantaka and Gopa. So for each of them, it also talks about the color and then what aspects of Shiva, like the mace or Kala or sword or combat or Trishul, they represent. So this is going into an extensive definition of Dvarapalakas in various agamas. This is Mayamata. Like that, all these agamas have different definitions of the gods or Dvarapalas of Shiva, and then in various directions. So there is again, this is something which we need to deep dive and comparison and do it. Now, having seen the agamas, let us see some of the agamic Dvarapalakas post 18th century, where this kind of an agamas got established. When you take about Narthamalai, this definition and the ornamental setup tallies with Ajita Agama as per Dr. Shankara Narayanan. And similarly, this beautiful Dvarapalaka set in takolam with so much of hands, and then 2 hands, and then 2 gatas. All these things and tally with asita and the agama, where you see 4 hands appearing instead of 2. So like that, each agama has got different version. As things progress, the refinement started happening, and then we started seeing different Dvarapalakas. So there is a story, Purana story about Nandi and Mahakala, who are the eastern Dvarapalas of Shiva. This is mentioned in Skanda Purana. So where Nandi was a merchant and Mahakala was a hunter, and then whatever Nandi was doing puja, Mahakala used to remove and then put meat, and then his water taken from the mouth, he used to do puja. So there was a conflict, and finally God appeared, pacify everybody, and took both of them to Kailasha to head Ganas and be Dvarapalas, and along with the afternoon puja darshan. So this is a story which is associated with Saiva Dvarapalas. Similarly, we have stories for Vaishnavic Dvarapalas also. If you see after this, even during 8th century, still we have 8 hands, 2 hands presence, and then very lean and stylish. But now the lion and other details start appearing. Now, around 11th century, Panjavan Mahadevi Pallipade in Palayare, the old capital. Now we are seeing far more wider thing with the details. Now he is going into threatening pose, and then they are more dynamic and aggressive, and then they have lot of weapons, and then finer details on this, like your Preta Kuntala and Makara Kuntala as well as Patra Kuntala. All these details, finer details are emerging with far more refinement. In Pandya, we have this imposing Dvarapalas who stand on a gata with a lion, and very grand eyes and fangs, and also the weapons. So this is how they are becoming grander and grander. And by 17th, 18th centuries, instead of just having bas reliefs, this started becoming 3D proper chitras with the 3-dimensional structure and beautiful dances. And then they started getting colored and painted also. So if you see this, these Dvarapalakas almost mimic Nataraja's grand dance, rather than going into an offensive, almost mimic the grand dance. So the Dvarapalaka is an extension of the main deity, is again and again repeated in multiple forms. Now, going later period around the 16th century during Marathas, the Dvarapalakas are becoming bigger and bigger, grand, and then they also get additions of the kings also being standing alongside with them. This is again another trend. This is in Tirupanandal. Now, when you talk about Dvarapalaka, there is always a confusion in many situations between Nandi. Nandi is admin, Nandi is a Vahana, Nandi is a Dvarapalaka also. So the first version is the Adhikara Nandi, who is supposed to be son of Shiva in a way, and there is a grand marriage ceremony happening in Thiruvaiyari near Tanjavur for the Adhikara Nandi. So he is administrative assistant, and next is the Nandi as a Vahana, Rishabha. The third one is the Nandi as a Dvarapalaka on the east right side in any Shiva temple. So when you talk about Nandi, so this means 3 things. We need to take it in the right spirit or in the right context. So again, thanks to Dr. Sankaranarayanan for putting this as a clear detail in one of his blogs. Having seen the Saiva Dvarapalakas, now let us visit Vishnu Dvarapalakas, and this is one of the grand thing. And there is a story about Jaya Vijaya, and then during the earlier thing, they refused entry to Sanaka, the sages, and then they were cursed as mortals. But Vishnu gave a bypass for them and gave an option whether they want to live one famous life or 3 short lives as Rakshasas. So both of them took a shortcut and said that they want to die shortly. So they were born as a Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha, Ravana and Kumbhakarna, Sisipala and Dantavadara, and they were released and given to moksha by Vishnu during their various avatars. So this is the background and the story on the Jaya Vijaya, the prime eastern bodyguards of Vishnu. Now, there are some beautiful Vishnu related Ranganatha. This is Ranganatha temple in Erkambatti. Is one of the rare ellipsoidal kind of temple here. You can find a similar temple in Hampi outer near Hosapete by Krishnadevaraya. So in this temple, you have a beautiful stylish Dvarapalakas. See this. And unfortunately, the legs are broken, but the way the body language, the face expression and everything raised to the core and then the pinnacle by 9th century itself. Similarly, as days progressed, by the time we went to Kumbakonam and 16th century Nayaka period, the stone Dvarapalakas attained a lot of ornamentation, headgear and other things, and even the swords got a lot of ornamentation. But also the trend of building Dvarapalakas in Sudai with the color and other things happen, and then they look more real life like and beautiful. And then the Dvarapalakas in even the gopurams become very ornate, and then it is a overdose of beautiful structures in Sarangapani temple, Kumbakonam. There are so many beautiful structures, and then so many Dvarapalakas in each with a different pose. And this is the finer aspect, both with the Sanganidhi, Padmanidhi, and attendant for both the Dvarapalakas. So if you see this, not only for Shiva and Vishnu, even for Brahma, Ganesha, Skanda, for everybody, there are defined Dvarapalakas for all the 4 directions. So far we have seen Shiva, Vishnu, and then similarly there is for Brahma, but we have not seen many Brahma temples in South India, so we are not able to identify this. Ganesha also, there is a lot of Dvarapalakas like Skanda, and for Sakti, there are things. I need to explore more and fill up this tables at a later point of time. So here we are seeing one of the Sakti Dvarapalakas, and it reflects the pious, and they look like your mothers. They are not so threatening, but at the same time they have control, and then they control you to behave, and then they also support you. So beautiful case of the god getting extended into Dvarapalakas. Now, for Ganapati, it is a rare case of standing Ganapati Dvarapalakas in Singapore. Even though it is a very, very, very late period temple, but mostly they have conformed to the agamas, and whatever definitions are there, they have faithfully followed. And for Skanda, this is the 2 Dvarapalakas, Sudeha and Sumukha. This is in Tirupur near Chennai. Now coming to the biggest one, this is the Egyptian-like Dvarapalakas out of Tamil Nadu. This is in Ellora Caves. In 6th centuries, you have a bland roof. You don't have any ornamentation, but the Dvarapalakas are huge. Their headdress is huge, and their concerts are huge. And we have a very basic Shivaling. linga there. Now coming to the outside, Patadakal. The Dvarapalakas are refined and then have more ornamentation, and then another Dvarapalaka sitting on the side, relaxing. So the interesting thing is the Shilpis also mention specialization in various cultures, and there are inscriptions saying that Baladeva was specializing only in the Dvarapalakas, and slowly they are becoming more human-like and looking more like soldiers. Now again we go to the Tantric Dvarapalakas. This is in Mahakuta, and where uh, the figures are something similar to the Jogalamba temple kind of a tantric images like this. So this is another aspect of fearsome Dvarapalakas, which are belonging to the tantric stream. Now, interestingly, we see this. The moment we see 3 legs, we always straight away jump into say the bringi, but this is not a single bringi, it is a double bringi. Now, how do you say that? Now, we have a problem. If it is a single, it will be bringi and one more rishi who are normally below the Nataraja thing. Now, we have double bringi. So, this is the issue which was raised by Dr. Sululi, Manjunath Sululi sir, and then it was solved by Dr. Sankara Narayanan by referring to this one. So in Ananda Kanta, a Tantra text talks about Shiva's South Dvarapalakas as Bringi and Triti, both having 3 legs. So this is another variation where we have still a lot of unexplored validations and variations of Dvarapalakas as per agamas. So thanks to Dr. Manjunath Sulali for highlighting this. This was an interesting discussion in Facebook. Now coming to Kerala, see the styles of Dvarapalakas where the attire, the headdress and the weapon, everything is different. There the culture is to have Dvarapalakas in bronze or in copper. And the other famous medium for Dvarapalakas is wood. Fantastic details and the expression and the amount of ornamentation for the Dvarapalakas. And Dvarapalakas don't remain stationary in a place. Sometimes they get stolen also. It is art lovers always like Dvarapalakas. The proof is that so many Dvarapalakas are now in foreign museums. But even during early times, people used to take Dvarapalakas from the winning countries. This is one of the famous Dvarapalaka which has been taken by Rajendra period, by Vijay Rajendra, his son, from Kalyanapura. That is the capital of Chalukyas. So there is an inscription there which says that it has been taken from Kalyanapuram. Such a beautiful Dvarapalaka, so they have immediately taken it back. Again, in the later Vijayanagara period, we also see a lot of finer details Dvarapalakas where it confirms to the agamic text that even the stomach should resemble the mouth and the head of a Nandi. So people have validated it so many times that the mouth part and the head part has been polished so much and it stands out like anything. This is the Vaidyanatheswara temple in Talakad. And see the ornamentation, but the ratios are wrong because the height and the head ratios are little off, and then the figure looks less human lifelike. But ornamentation wise, beautiful. And this is the details, polished details. When we talk about Dvarapalakas or any sculptures, without referring to Hoysala, the sculptures are incomplete. And this is the ultimate in Dvarapalakas. It's very difficult to focus and go through unless you have a zoom camera. And the amount of ornamentation, gaps and another thing, just the Damaru, the amount of the fan tail it is spreading, ultimate detail, so much of jewelry, so much of detail. And in any situation, Hoysala soapstone sculptures are the ultimate in terms of final details. This is how the best Dvarapalakas look like. But when it comes to biggest collection of Dvarapalakas, nothing to beat Tanjavur Big Temple. And then this is Yoga Jagma is partially followed for this Dvarapalakas. And Uttarakarana mentions different names for different locations. Okay. And in Sanctum, we have Bindi and Mundi. And then we have 4 more in the Savakasa Antrala and the steps on the south and the north side. And we have 3 Ganadwaras on south, north, and west, and each 2, another 6. In Ardhamandapa, Nandi Mahakala. And then Mahamandapa, we have Nandi and Gundodara. And in Nritya and Mukhamandapa front end, we have Vikata and Bhima. And in Gopuram, we have Jaya Vijaya, 4 batches. So total, it comes to around 26 kind of one thing. 22 kind. So this is the ultimate collection. But again, this is one of the 2 grand Dvarapalas, which is near the Ganadwara. This is an opening like window. But the ultimate is already in Tanjavur, they have made the Dvarapalakas so big. But again, they wanted to say that they are bigger and bigger. How do they convey it? What they do is they have the 2 biggest Dvarapalakas in the front Gopuram. They are huge. You can compare this size and this size, and then they are huge. But still, they are saying that they are bigger. How do they do that? So if you look closely in this area, you find that there is a snake trying to swallow a big size elephant, and the Dvarapalaka is putting his leg on top of the tail of the big snake. So you can progress and say that a snake which can easily swallow an elephant, and that too coiled under, and that kind of a snake he is putting under the leg, and then he is telling that the bigger god is back on the temple. So that is a kind of bigness projected by innovation in sculptures. See, this is the zoomer details where it is trying. A crocodile is there, and this elephant is pushing the crocodile, and the elephant is being swallowed by snake, and the snake is being pushed by the leg of the Dvarapalaka. So this is what is projects the ultimate hugeness by a simple sculpture, and then it's a scale multiplier to the ultimate. Now, this is how the Dvarapalakas giving outstanding service to the master. When I say outstanding, they are literally standing. They are standing all over the place, except in CBI or in US. Nowhere else the Dvarapalakas stand, primarily because of the readiness and other thing. Most of the time, they are always standing, and in very rare situations they sit. Only in Kerala, for shopkeepers, after so much of pressure, they give the right to sit, so that till such time all the shop agents, salesperson were always standing. Now Tamil Nadu is also following it on 2021, and then if you look at any Tamil Nadu or any apartments, the guard always takes a rejected chair. Somewhere some old chair will be there, or somebody will be donating the chair. And particularly after 10 o'clock, he will go one round and then quietly getting settled in the chair for a sleep. So at least they have things to sleep. But our Dvarapalakas are standing over 1,500 years without changing position, without sleeping, standing in the same place. But even the god, Lord Nataraja, has changed standing position once. In Madurai, when the Madurai king requested that why you are standing in one leg for such a long time, he changed his stance, and instead of standing on right leg, he changed it to left leg. So even Lord Nataraja has changed the position, but the Dvarapalakas are still standing in the same position for 1500 years. Let us have our pranams, and then next time I hope all of you will be observing the Dvarapalakas little more closely whenever you visit the temples. And to sum up, the Dvarapalakas are not a Nataka by themselves. Beautiful different headdresses they convey it, the looks, so much of messages in the looks itself, the benign looks, the terror looks, the protective looks, and the mudras. Each hand gives a different mudra, and then they never stand straight like your official one, always on the various abhanga pose, the collection of weapons, the ornaments, and the dress which reflects the incoming deity, the body language, the way they say that beware, the big god is inside. And a lot of Puranic stories around the Dvarapalakas. And they represent the Stula Sarira of the Sanctum Sanctorum and the god inside. So they are a representation, and then they are extension of the god inside. So with this brief time, I complete my presentation. So if you want to see this presentation or any of the other similar presentation, you can connect to my YouTube channel, Babu for Heritage. You can subscribe and view the details. And you can also connect me in mobile or in email in these details. Thank you very much, and thanks for the patience and time.
Hello.
Now the session
Thank you, sir.
is
I hope I was in time.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Sivasankar Babu. Now the session is open for questions. If there is any question, please put your question forward.
If you are finding it difficult, you can type the questions in chat box also.
Attendees, please ask questions. If you have any queries or any curiosity, then please put your question orally or on the chat box.
भट्टाचार्य जी, क्या चैट बॉक्स में क्वेश्चन है? थोड़ा देखें.
I think there are a few feedbacks only.
These are feedbacks, sir, basically.
Yes.
There are no questions, actually.
Sir, can I talk, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon. This is Dr. Shivanagiri Stapati. And thanks to Dr. S.K. Mishraji and his team for organizing such a nice seminar. And it is actually both tradition and nature and culture. It is a combination of the series is a combination of nature and culture. Very good. Extremely happy. So regarding this talk, I really wonder myself, though I am working as Stapati, I couldn't even visit those many places that Mr. Sivasankar Babuji has shown us, and varieties of Dvarapalas. This is really very interesting to note that we in general we see generally Jaya Vijaya and Dindi and Mundi like that now in routine format, but he has the beauty lies in his lecture that he has compared, for example, some Dvarapalas to Nataraja and some other Dvarapalas in Nayakas. They were, Marathas, they were also. This is a new thing that I come across to know. And unless until he does a considerable research, he never comes for his presentation. We had his presentations earlier. I congratulate the speaker and thank profusely the organizers for arranging a nice lecture that we all learned new things from his talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pranamji, these words from you are a real blessing, and that is an interesting for me to go through further, sir. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody asking questions, please? No, I don't see any questions coming up.
Okay.
Sir, Mishra sir, shall I conclude the session?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Tirumurthy sir, online?
Online, sir.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Hello. Yes, sir. So the lecture presented by Mr. Sivasankar sir is very much astonishing. He has made a successful attempt to trace an account of the Dvarapalas and Dvarapala history right from the Pallava Mahendragupta period of not only in Tamil Nadu, not only in Karnataka, not only in Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, even in Southeast Asian. It is a very to trace account of all these Dvarapalakas, because Dvarapalaka study is neglected now. In instances that made by sir is very, very laudable. Not that he pointed out very important points also. For example, the Pallava Dvarapalas are always very simple. So in archaeological studies, more simple, more naturally is the early. So that is what sir has very much pointed out.
Grace.
He has traced almost all the details about the sculptures and even the and all the theory regarding the Dwarapala at the Tanjavur Brahadishwara temple, the imagination of the sculpture, everything is very useful to this historian, sir. So whatever it may be, your lecture is very much useful to us. So in this way, I am very much thankful to you on behalf of the webinar conducted by Professor Professor Dr. Skantakumar Mishra ji. I also thank Indraji ji also for this session. So thank you very much for everybody who are patiently this lecture, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you, Tirumurthy sir, for a very pointed
Thank you, Mr. Sivasankar ji. Your research is wonderful and your presentations are equally wonderful. We are delighted with your presentation. I have just two additions, if you mind taking it. One is that there's a reference in Indian mythology that there was an Asur called Banasur. You might have heard, who took a boon from Lord Shiva to be his gatekeeper.
Yes.
So that also you can take into consideration. And while visiting one fair at Jaipur that was held by the Chhattisgarh peoples, means the tribal area peoples, I purchased two artifacts. Means the artifact looked bronze statues, you can say. It is in the form of a plate, you can say. And when I asked them, they said that it is normally fixed on the doors, wooden doors, to keep the bad souls away from the home. So that also you can take into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. It was an interesting insight. I will also check out this. So there are so many Puranic stories around Dvarapalas and their role and other things. Since it is 45 minutes, I had a challenging time to compress maximum information. And definitely, when I publish this as a detailed YouTube series, I can include more and more. I am looking forward to more input from scholars on different aspects of this. Because we need to do a lot of research and then do it. And if you come across any Dvarapala related tidbits and then insight, I request all the scholars here to share it with me. I'm trying to collate and going a little more deeper into this. Thank you for the support and insightful feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sivasankar Babu sir, giving a nice talk in this webinar series. And thank you, Dr. Tirumurti sir, for share the session, and Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya for co-chair the session. All of you, thank you. Welcome, sir. Dr. Pandurangan, sir, welcome. Yes. So, our next session is eminent speaker, Dr. Lalit Pandey, former director, Professor, Sahitya Sansthan Vidyapith, Deemed University, Udaipur. Our chairperson, Dr. Y.S. Rawat, former director of Gujarat State Archaeology and Museum, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and co-chairperson, Dr. Madan Meena, honorable director, Adivasi Academy, Tejgarh, Gujarat. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Y.S. Rawat, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Lalit Pandey, sir. Please unmute yourself, sir. Rawat, sir, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Professor. I am grateful to you for giving me this chance, opportunity to chair this session of the eminent scholar, Dr. Lalit Pandey, who is MA, PhD in ancient Indian history, culture, and archaeology. And he has an illustrious career in education and academic field. He served as a dean, faculty of social science and humanity, Bhopal Novels University, Udaipur, and director, Sahitya Sansthan Institute of Rajasthan Studies. He also held the charge of the registrar of the University of the Rajasthan Vidyapith, and he has more than 30 years of experience in teaching and research. His area of specialization is in the proto-history and early historic archaeology of India, with a special reference to Rajasthan, which is very rich in this uh, culture, the early historic and the rural civilization, the rural archaeology. He has been instrumental in designing various courses, optional paper for archaeology and museology, PG diploma, MPhil and MA in archaeology and ancient history, culture and archaeology of Rajasthan. He has coordinated programs for various certificates and diploma courses in French, Vastu, and Jyotish at the institute. He also organized about 13 seminars on different aspects of archaeology and culture of Rajasthan. He is a life member of so many societies like the ISPQS, Intech, Vigyan Samiti, Udaipur, and so many others. He was actually the member of many expert committees uh, constituted by the various government agencies and universities, and also was an international association. In international association, he has actually supervised PhD under the Fulbright program, and also did the seminar, the work with the Japanese at in the international conference. He has delivered several lectures in various institutions based in Rajasthan and outside the Rajasthan. And he edited many books. Out of them, the स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में मेवाड़ का योगदान, प्रताप और उनका युग, राजस्थान में व्यापार और वाणिज्य, युगयुगीन मेवाड़ और नंदी पुराण and Nandi Puran. And also he has been editor to of the Sodh Patrika, which is actually a bilingual journal of the Institute of Rajasthan Vidyapith. He is also credited with the monograph on Dakshini Rajasthan ka Puratatva evam Prachin Itihas. His major contribution is in the field of archaeological research based on several exploration excavation he conducted in the southwestern Rajasthan in the Banas River Valley and its tributaries region, and so Mai and Jakham River in Dungarpur and Banswara region since 1993. Balathal, Gilun, Ishwal, Nathra Ki Pal, etc. are his major excavation work, uh, which he did in collaboration or independently. Besides, he headed joint projects for archaeological excavation and exploration with many reputed universities. In addition to archaeological research, he carried out so many other projects and successfully completed them, which include descriptive catalog of Kothari Balwant Singh collection, a survey and historical study of inscription of Mewar, 500 BC to 1000 AD, and archaeological did work for the archaeological study of places in Maharana of the Maharana Pratap, and also completed the project of documentation of manuscript with the financial assistance of National Mission of Manuscript. His extensive archaeological fieldwork has resulted in publication of 42 research papers, among which two important articles based on the Badlathal excavation in Udaipur district are noteworthy. Dr. Lalit Pandey is still active on various projects related to documentation, exploration, excavation, and publication. Now, with this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Lalit Pandey and invite him to deliver his talk on early village rural culture of Southeast Rajasthan since Mesolithic time to 400 BC. Welcome, Dr. Pandey.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat sahab. You have told many things about me. I am not such a big man. Very little I have done in my life. एंड एक प्रेशर आपने डाल दिया है कि मुझे बहुत सावधानी से बोलना पड़ेगा कि आपने बहुत ज़्यादा मुसीबत में डाल दिया है मुझे खैर कुछ भी हो, आपको आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने मेरे बारे में सब कुछ इतना कहा। अब देखिए मैं कितना खरा उतरता हूँ, उसके बाद तो अब मैं आप 40-45 मिनट के वार्ता के दौरान आप समझ पाएंगे। मैं हिंदी में ही आज बोलूँगा विशेष रूप से। और जहाँ तक मैंने जो विषय अपना मिश्रा जी को दिया था, तो उस विषय में पिछले 15-20 दिनों में और आज में बहुत परिवर्तन आ गया, क्योंकि मैं अब दूसरी एस्पेक्ट्स पर भी कुछ बोलूँगा जिसमें राजस्थान इन जनरल पूरा का पूरा होगा। क्योंकि इसका कारण क्या है, अभी पिछले 15-20 दिन पहले एक किताब मेरी नज़र में आई और मैंने उसको खरीदा। दिलीप चक्रवर्ती साहब की किताब है, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग किताब है, एंशिएंट राजस्थान रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट्स एपिग्राफिक एविडेंस ऑन पॉलिटिकल पावर सेंटर्स एंड हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव्स। तो इसको देखने के बाद मुझे लगा, क्योंकि वह एक ही हिमसेल्फ ए वेरी रेनाउंड स्कॉलर एंड ही हैज डन a very important work in the Indian history and archaeology, and he is a versatile scholar of Indian history. He has spent in many
कुछ प्रॉब्लम लगता है कुछ। क्या हो गया कुछ? Dr. Pandey? I think there is some internet issue. Hello? 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 Join. Okay. आप अनम्यूट कीजिए अपने आप को. डॉक्टर पांडे. थैंक यू.
तो लाइट चले जाने से थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया. तो उन्होंने लिखा है कि राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री में 4 या 5 जो हैं स्टेजेज हैं. ये पहली स्टेज को उन्होंने डिवाइड किया है. उन्होंने कहा आर्कियोलॉजिकल स्टडीज है, जिसमें प्री हिस्ट्री, प्रोटो हिस्टोरी पार्ट है, जिस पर बहुत एम्फेटिकली नंबर ऑफ रिसर्चर्स एंड स्कॉलर्स दे हैव वर्क, है ना, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क like the V.N. Misra, S.D. Sankalya, and Sunde, or Fossil, and all other scholars, even Farakwal, and all. They have done a very lot of work. And then he writes that the early history is a neglected field of Rajasthan, जिसमें बहुत कम लोगों ने काम किया है, और उस पर उन्होंने एक तो बड़ा प्रेशर डाला है. दूसरा वो कहते हैं कि जब उसके बाद और राजपूतों से पहले का जो इतिहास है राजस्थान का, वो काफ़ी नेग्लेक्टेड रहा है. और राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री को जब हम शुरू करते हैं तो हम ओरिजिन ऑफ राजपूत से ही शुरू करते हैं. और उनका ओरिजिन ऑफ राजपूत में भी जो अभी तक पॉलिटिकल हिस्ट्री जो पढ़ी गई है और पढ़ाई गई है, उसमें पिछले कुछ सालों में चेंज आया है. एक तो पहला तो थ्योरी ओरिजिन ऑफ राजपूत की है. इसके बाद जैसे 36 जो क्लान्स हैं, और ये सूर्यवंशी क्षत्रिय हैं, चंद्रवंशी क्षत्रिय हैं. इसके बाद वो कहते हैं कि अभी एक दो थ्योरीज और डेवलप हुई है राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री के कंटेक्स्ट में. एक तो स्टेट फॉर्मेशन की थ्योरी की बात आती है, और एक दूसरी बात आती है अर्ली मेडिवियल राजस्थान की, जो बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है कि राजपूत पीरियड के अंदर स्टेट फॉर्मेशन कैसे शुरू हुई. और खास तौर पर मेवाड़ की जब हम बात करते हैं, दक्षिणी राजस्थान की जब हम बात करते हैं, तो ये इस इलाके में जो स्टेट फॉर्मेशन का जो प्रोसेस है वो अपने में बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है और अध्ययन करने लायक है. उसका थोड़ा सा वर्क कुछ मैंने भी किया है. उसके बाद कहते हैं फोर्थ जो एस्पेक्ट है राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री की, वो फ्यूडलिज्म है, सामंतवाद है, जिसको काम करने का श्रेय कर्नल टॉड को जाता है. उन्होंने इस बात को शुरू किया जब वो भारत के अंदर ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट बन करके आए. दूसरा, उन्होंने बड़े अच्छे तरीके से अपनी पुस्तक में उन लोगों का जिक्र किया है जिन लोगों ने राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री को शुरू किया और भारत के अंदर एक बहुत बड़ा ऐसा डिसिप्लिन बना दिया जो सारी इंडियन हिस्ट्री के समकक्ष आके खड़ा हो जाता है. और इस समय मेरे ख्याल से बहुत लोग जो है राजस्थान पर इस समय काम कर रहे हैं. तो इसका श्रेय उन्होंने जेम्स टॉड को दिया है, जेम्स फर्ग्यूसन को दिया है, A.C. कार्लाइल को दिया है. और इंडियन स्कॉलर्स, राजस्थान के स्कॉलर्स में सबसे पहले कविराजा श्यामल दास थे, जिन्होंने मेवाड़ के, या हम कह सकते हैं राजस्थान के पुरातत्व पर काम किया. वैसे तो सांभर का एक्सकेवेशन हेडले 19वीं शताब्दी के मध्य में ही कर चुके थे, लेकिन कविराजा श्यामल दास क्योंकि एक इंडिजीनियस स्कॉलर है, नेटिव स्कॉलर है, इसलिए उनका काम जो है बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है. हालांकि A.C.L. कार्लाइल उससे पहले नगरी जो है सर्वे कर चुके थे और उसके रिजल्ट उनके आ गए थे, लेकिन श्यामल दास ने जो सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट खोज है वो इंडियन हिस्ट्री के कंटेक्स्ट में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. उन्होंने सबसे पहली बार यहाँ 2 अर्ली ब्राह्मी के इंस्क्रिप्शन जो है डिस्कवर किए, जो अपने में एक बड़ा माइलस्टोन था राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री में और इंडियन हिस्ट्री के अंदर. इसमें एक सर्वतात का अभिलेख है, दूसरा जो है नारायण वाटक का अभिलेख है, घोसुंडा का अभिलेख है। ये अभिलेख जो हैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी देते हैं। श्यामल दास ने ये भी लिखा है कि ये चित्तौड़ के उत्तर में 10-15 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है और यहाँ बुद्धिस्ट स्तूप का एसीएल कार्लाइल भी डिस्क्राइब करते हैं और कविराजा श्यामल दास भी उसको वर्णन करते हैं उसका। लेकिन उसके बाद जब भी मैंने स्वयं जब विजिट किया नगरी को, लेकिन मुझे वहाँ उस तरीके के कोई जो है प्रमाण जो है नजर नहीं आए। इसके बाद मैं अपनी बात पे आने की कोशिश करूंगा। मेवाड़ जो है या दक्षिणी राजस्थान जो है, इसकी जो टोपोग्राफी है, फिजियोग्राफी है, फिजियोगोनॉमी है, उसने इसके इतिहास को बहुत अधिक प्रभावित किया है और वो बड़ी ऐसी रही है जिसमें मनुष्य जो है आराम से उसको हैबिटेशन बनाने में, सेटल्ड होने में, अपने कल्चर को शुरू करने में बड़ी आसानी रही है। और सबसे पहले मेवाड़ के इतिहास को जो काम शुरू करने का जो श्रेय है वो बंगाल के लोगों को जाता है और इसका कारण शायद ये है, जब कर्नल टॉड ने मेवाड़ और राजस्थान के बारे में लिखा तो सबसे पहले बंगाल के अंदर महाराणा प्रताप को पढ़ा गया और महाराणा प्रताप को जब डिटेल्स में पढ़ा गया तो बंगाल के अंदर बंगाल के जो स्कॉलर्स थे उनमें एक रुचि जागृत हुई राजस्थान और मेवाड़ का अध्ययन करने की। उसमें मेवाड़ ज़्यादा जो है इंटरेस्ट लिया उसमें। इसमें एक तो गांगुली हैं, उनका बड़ा अच्छा कल्चरल हिस्ट्री और राजस्थान और मेवाड़ पर उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। दूसरा एक नाटक लिखा गया 19th सेंचुरी में। एक बंगाल के बहुत अधिक प्रसिद्ध साहित्यकार थे DL रे ने एक बंगला में ड्रामा लिखा मेवाड़ का पतन और बाद में इस का पुनः इसका इंग्लिश अनुवाद जो है उनके बेटे दिलीप कुमार ने किया और जिसको 1958 में उस इंग्लिश ट्रांसलेशन को उन्होंने छापा। तो इसमें उन्होंने बड़े अच्छे तरीके से मेवाड़ का जो भूगोल है उसको वो वर्णन करते हैं। वो लाइनें मैं आपके सामने पढ़ने की कोशिश करूंगा। Mewar mountain, from whose heights rich rivers fall down fertile saphirite glistering vales and with echoes rich perennial rivers. इसमें वो इसका हिंदी में है, ओ मेवाड़ के पर्वतों जिनकी उत्तरी चोटियों से जल से समृद्ध नदियां झरनों के प्रतिरूप में उर्वर नीलम के दैदीप्य छिटा लिए वर्ष पर्यंत सघन जल राशि से समृद्ध हो गुंजायमान होकर गिरती हैं। तो भौगोलिक दृष्टि इस तरीके से उन्होंने जो वर्णन किया है ये बड़ा अपने में कंप्लीट वर्णन है यहाँ के भूगोल को समझने के लिए। और जहाँ तक आर्कियोलॉजिकल रिसर्चेस की बात का प्रश्न है, कविराजा श्यामल दास पहले व्यक्ति थे, मैंने बताया नगरी का जिन्होंने काम किया। उसके बाद फिर 1915-16 के अंदर भंडारकर ने नगरी का दोबारा एक्सप्लोरेशन किया और वहाँ से उन्होंने ये एस्टेब्लिश किया कि ये प्री मॉडर्न सेटलमेंट था। 400 BC के आसपास ये एस्टेब्लिश जो है हो चुका था। सिटी वॉल थी जो बड़े मजबूत स्लैब्स की, स्टोन स्लैब्स की जो है बनी हुई थी। तो एक बड़ा फ्लरिशिंग रीजन, एक सिटी सेंटर रहा होगा। उसके बाद फिर बहुत काम राजस्थान पर नहीं हो पाया, डिसकंटिन्यूटी रही। उसके बाद आज़ादी के समय का जो पीरियड था, जब आज़ाद हो रहा था भारत, हम इस प्रक्रिया में थे, तो उस समय सौंदरराजन ने SR राव ने सौंदरराजन ने यहाँ पर बेड़च बेल्ट का चित्तौड़ के आसपास का सर्वे किया और उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो है स्टोन टूल्स को जो है उन्होंने खोजा और जो उस समय का जो इंडियन आर्कियोलॉजिकल रिव्यू का जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें उन्होंने लिखा है, इस क्षेत्र में सर्वप्रथम SR राव ने कार्य किया। उन्होंने बेड़च समुच्चय में चित्तौड़गढ़ के समीपवर्ती क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण खोज कर यह मत प्रतिपादित किया कि यहाँ से सोहन और मद्रास दोनों प्रकार के प्रस्तर उपकरणों का मिलना बहुत महत्व का है। चित्तौड़ से सोहन संस्कृति के चौपट उपकरणों का कम संख्या में मिलना और मेड्रासी अचूलियन बाईफेस के पर्याप्त मिलने से अनुमान होता है कि यह सोन संस्कृति विलुप्त होती हुई मद्रासी प्रस्तर संस्कृति में समाहित हो गई होगी। इसके बाद जो है वीएन मिश्रा ने गंभीरी और कदमली नदियों का सर्वेक्षण किया। उन्होंने एचोलियन परंपरा के यहाँ से जो है और चॉपर चॉपिंग उपकरण जो है ढूंढे, स्क्रैपर भी उनको मिले। और इस संबंध में सांकलिया का काम एक 1958 में सांकलिया जी ने नाथद्वारा के अंदर सर्वे किया। और नाथद्वारा को वो ये कहते हैं, नाथद्वारा जो है वाज द मोस्ट फेवरेट लैंड ऑफ पैलियोलिथिक मैन इन इंडिया। और उन्होंने जो आदि बनास है उसका उन्होंने सर्वे किया था। और वहां पर उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि अर्ली मैन वहां आया था, लेकिन अर्ली मैन के टूल्स वहां मिलने उनको प्रारंभ हो जाते हैं। तो उन्होंने लिखा है कि ये फर्दर डिस्कवरीज के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है। और उन्होंने इस रेफरेंस में ही कांकरोली का जिक्र किया है। कांकरोली एक टाउन है जहाँ द्वारकाधीश का मंदिर बड़ा फेमस मंदिर है। वो कहते हैं कांकरोली नाम ही इस बात को डिनोट करता है कि वहाँ राउंड गोल जो है पत्थर थे, पेबल्स थे, जिनसे उसको टूल बनाने में उस आदमी को बड़ी आसानी हुआ करती थी। इसलिए वो नाथद्वारा कांकरोली इस क्षेत्र के अंदर रहा। उसके बाद उन्होंने लिखा है कि चित्तौड़ की जो फुट हिल्स हैं वो जो है अर्ली जो मैन था, पैलियोलिथिक मैन था, उसकी जो है वो बड़ा एक फेवरेबल लैंड थी, क्योंकि जहाँ उसको बेड़ज बनास नदियों का पानी, गंभीरी नदियों का पानी मिल गया। और उसको थिक जो फॉरेस्ट थे, डेंस फॉरेस्ट थे, उनसे उनको खाने पीने को सामग्री मिल गई। और अरावली की जो फुट हिल्स में जो शेल्टर्स थे उसने उनको रहने की जगह दी। और इसका वो अपने हमने ही उनकी एक किताब जो है 1988 में छापी थी। 1966-67 में जब हम पढ़ा करते थे तो उन्होंने शायद विद्यापीठ में कभी लेक्चर दिया होगा आर्कियोलॉजी इन राजस्थान। तो उसमें उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया है कि जब हम पुल से नदी को पार करके जब हम चित्तौड़ के किले की ओर बढ़ते हैं तो उसके नीचे उन्होंने लिखा है कि हाईएस्ट प्लेस ऑफ द कंसंट्रेशन ऑफ द पैलियोलिथिक टूल्स है। तो इसलिए उन्होंने इस बात को बड़ा इम्फेसिस किया है कि चित्तौड़ जो है वह मनुष्य का ऐसा केंद्र रहा जहां पर उन्होंने कहा आने के रास्ते तो दो थे, जाने के रास्ते दो थे, आने का रास्ता सिर्फ एक ही था। लेकिन इस फेवरेबल लैंड ने आदमी को अपनी ओर इतना अट्रैक्ट किया कि जो यहाँ आ गया वो यहाँ से माइग्रेट नहीं किया। तो एक तरीके से इसने शेल्टर दिया चित्तौड़ ने। और यदि हम सारी इंडियन हिस्ट्री में हम देखते हैं, मेडिवल पीरियड में भी ये बात सिद्ध होती है कि चित्तौड़ ने जो है नॉर्थ इंडिया को बहुत समय तक रेजिस्टेंस करके बचाए रखा विदेशी आक्रमणों से। जो चित्तौड़ का अपने एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। तो इसके बाद में वीएन मिश्रा जी के जो काम है उससे अधिक हम सब लोग परिचित हैं। इसमें उन्होंने पैलियोलिथिक और चैल्कोलिथिक जो आहार साइट्स जो हैं उन्होंने जो है ढूंढी थी। 50 से 60 जो है उन्होंने जो साइट्स ढूंढी थी वो मल्टीकल्चरल साइट्स थी, स्टोरेज की साइट्स थी, और वो चैल्कोलिथिक प्रोटो हिस्टोरिक साइट्स भी थी। तो इस क्रम में इसी बीच में 1953 से 54 से लगा 2-3 वर्षों तक लगातार रतन चंद्र अग्रवाल जी का काम बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है, एक माइलस्टोन है अपने में। अग्रवाल साहब ने जो है आहार के अंदर खुदाई करी और सबसे पहली बार उन्होंने यह बताया कि एक यहाँ तांबे का इस्तेमाल करने वाले और साथ में पत्थर का भी प्रयोग करते थे वो लोग रहते थे। और काले ब्लैक एंड रेड वेयर बनाया करते थे जिन पर सफ़ेद रंग से चित्रकारी भी की जाती थी। इस तरह से उन्होंने आहार संस्कृति को 2000 BC के आसपास की संस्कृति उन्होंने बताया। उसके बाद जो है गिलुंड के अंदर बीबीलाल साहब ने एक्सकवेशन किया, हालांकि 1 ही साल का एक्सकवेशन था। उसमें उन्होंने ब्रिक स्ट्रक्चर्स की बात करी, पब्लिक स्ट्रक्चर्स की बात करी, 4 पैरेलल वॉल्स के जो स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं जो ग्रेनरीज के काम आते रहे होंगे, शायद सरप्लस प्रोटेक्शन रहा होगा। तो एक रूरल से सेमी अर्बन सोसाइटी की ओर बढ़ रहा था, ये उनके एक्सकवेशन से पता लगता है। फिर सांकलिया जी ने 62 के आसपास फिर दोबारा आहार के अंदर एक्सकवेशन किया, जो बड़े पैमाने पर एक्सकवेशन किया गया था। वह एक्सकवेशन अपने आहार कल्चर को समझने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मील का पत्थर था। और उसमें उन्होंने जो कुछ नई चीज़ें उनकी पॉटरी के बारे में, उनके हाउस पैटर्न के बारे में और उनके टूल्स के बारे में, कॉपर टूल्स के बारे में और टेराकोटा फिगराइन और फिगर्स के बारे में जो उन्होंने सब विस्तार से लिखा है, वह आहार संस्कृति को इसने उनकी खोज ने, डिस्कवरी ने जो है एक भारतीय मानचित्र पर, प्रागैतिहासिक इतिहास के मानचित्र पर स्थापित किया। उसके बाद फिर एक वैक्यूम आ गया बहुत समय तक। 1985, 82, 83, 85 के 8वें दशक में हम कह सकते हैं, रीमा आहूजा ने कैम्ब्रिज में रहते हुए बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण काम किया आहार कल्चर पर, जो अपने में एक बहुत महत्व का काम है। और उन्होंने भी एक कुछ सर्टेन लाइंस रिसर्च की, फर्दर लाइंस को उन्होंने गाइडलाइंस को एस्टैब्लिश किया, जो निश्चय ही आहार कल्चर को समझने में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण सिद्ध होती है। फिर इसी बीच में राजस्थान विद्यापीठ जहाँ पर मैंने काम किया है, वहाँ हमारा संपर्क मिश्रा जी से हुआ। के.डी. वाजपेयी मेरे गुरु थे, उन्होंने मुझे उनका संपर्क दिया कि उनका लेक्चर कराओ। मिश्रा जी को हमने 89 के अंदर विद्यापीठ में बुलाया और 93 में हम इस तरीके से मार्च के महीने में हमने पहला सर्वेक्षण किया, जिसमें सिंधे साहब और आर के मोहंती हमारे साथ थे, और जिसमें कुछ साइट्स को मार्क किया गया, जो रिविजिट किया। मिश्रा जी की ही साइट्स थी ढूंढी हुई, और उसमें से एक साइट बालाथल को हमने एक्सकेवेशन के लिए चुना, और 93 दिसंबर 94 जनवरी के अंदर मिश्रा जी के डायरेक्शन में बालाथल के अंदर जो उत्खनन किया, वो बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण उत्खनन रहा, जो 7 साल तक लगभग एक्सकेवेशन चला। और उसमें उनका हॉरिजेंटल एक्सकेवेशन आहार में एक ही साल हुआ था, उसके बाद बड़े पैमाने पर हॉरिजेंटल एक्सकेवेशन पहली बार जो है गिलिंड में हुआ, जिसमें यह उसकी जो फेजेज हैं, अर्ली फेज, मैच्योर फेज और डिक्लाइन की फेज, 3 फेजेज को बिल्कुल उसमें क्लियर कट उसमें नजर आती हैं। और अर्ली फेज में आदमी जो यहाँ बसा, वो बेडरॉक पर बसा, उसने झोपड़ियाँ, छोटी छोटी झोपड़ियाँ बनाई, और उसमें एक मृदभांडों को, पॉटरी को बनाया, जो रिजर्व स्लिप्ड वेयर जिसे कहा गया। और इस बालाथल के इस उत्खनन ने रिजर्व स्लिप्ड वेयर के ओरिजिन के बारे में कई मान्यताओं को बाद में बदला, कि जो हड़प्पा की देन है, तुरकोटुड़ा से मिले हैं, इससे मिले हैं, वहाँ से सीखा है, लेकिन वो उससे प्रायर डेट के हैं। बालाथल से हमको खेती के भी एविडेंस जो है पहले के मिले, जो लगभग आज से 5700 ईयर्स पुराने हैं। तो इस तरीके से ये हुआ कि बालाथल की जो कल्चर थी, आहार संस्कृति जो थी, वह एक ऐसी कल्चर थी जो इंडिजीनियस थी, जिसका हड़प्पन इन्फ्लुएंस उस पर नहीं था, और वो एक इंडिजीनियस रूप से उसने, वहाँ के लोगों ने फूड गैदरर और हंटर से धीरे धीरे वह फूड प्रोड्यूसर बना था। तो इस तरह बालाथल में ये बात हमको ये पता लगती है। और गुजरात के हड़प्पा के लोगों से उनके जो है कॉन्टेक्ट थे, ये उनकी पॉटरी में हमको पता लगता है। और मकानात उनके आयताकार मकानात स्लैब, स्टोन स्लैब्स के बनाया करते थे। और कई जो रेड स्लीप है, थिक रेड स्लीप है, थिन रेड स्लीप है, टैन वेयर है, कई जो पॉटरीज हैं, मृदभांड हैं, उनका उसमें सब ये बातें आई। उसके बाद जो है सिंधे साहब ने फिर गिलुंड में जो है एक्सकेवेशन किया, वह भी लंबा एक्सकेवेशन जो है 3 से 4 साल तक चला। और ये सिंधे साहब का ये एक्सकेवेशन बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण था। इसी दौरान उन्होंने दोबारा बागोर, जो मिश्रा जी की एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण साइट थी, जिसमें मिश्रा जी ने मिजोलिथिक साइट थी, वहाँ पर उन्होंने एक्सकेवेशन किया था 2 से 3। और वहाँ पर उन्होंने जो प्रमाण पहली बार जो मध्य पाषाण कालीन जो इतना बड़ा स्थल उनको मिला था और बड़े पैमाने पर जो उपकरण मिले थे, उसके आधार पर और पहली बार वहाँ से मानव कंकाल भी उनको मिले थे। तो इस तरीके से और कॉपर टूल्स भी मिले थे। तो इस तरीके से मिजोलिथिक, इसके अलावा मिश्रा जी ने एक एक्सकेवेशन बाड़मेर के अंदर भी किया, तिलवाड़ा के अंदर। तो ये 2 एक्सकेवेशन उनके बड़े 6ठे दशक में बड़े महत्वपूर्ण थे। लेकिन और बागोर ने जो है फिर लोगों का बहुत अधिक ध्यान आकृष्ट किया, और उसको दोबारा से रिवाइव डॉक्टर सिंधे ने फिर किया।
डॉक्टर साहब कोई पीपीटी तो नहीं है?
नहीं पीपीटी नहीं है साहब।
ओके,
पीपीटी क्या, मैं मोबाइल से बोल रहा हूँ असली में। मेरा
थैंक यू यू कैरी
खराब है। हाँ, तो उन्होंने गिलुन के एक्सकेवेशन के बाद सिंधे साहब ने जो निष्कर्ष निकाले उनको 4 या 5 पॉइंट में मैं बताने की कोशिश करूंगा। कि एक तो वह लोग सन बेक्ड और क्लीन बर्न ईंटों का ब्रिक्स का इस्तेमाल किया करते थे और सीमित अनुपात में आर्किटेक्चरल प्लानिंग जो है उसका एक इनिशियल स्टेज पर उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट कर लिया था और उनकी क्राफ्ट जो है बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स और वेरियस किस्म के थे और उपज के अनाज के सरप्लस ग्रेन को एकत्र करने के को स्टोर करने के लिए उन्होंने जो है बड़े खूबसूरत बड़े अच्छे तरीके के जो हैं ग्रेनडीज बनाई थी जो हमको कैलकोलिथिक कल्चर्स में बहुत कम देखने को मिलती हैं। इस तरीके से आहार कल्चर एक पहली संस्कृति बनती है जिसमें हमको कुछ अर्बन ट्रेड्स जो हैं देखने को मिलते हैं। इसी बीच में उन्होंने जो बागोर के अंदर जो खुदाई करी वह खुदाई बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण थी। बागोर से उन्होंने ये कहना चाहिए कि प्रोटो हिस्टोरिक पीरियड के जो इतिहास की जो डेट्स हैं उनको बदलने का काम किया। तो वहाँ से उनको 2 तरह के जो है अवस्थाएं मिली, एक ए सिरेमिक मेसोलिथिक फेज मिली, दूसरी सिरेमिक फेज मिली। और ए सिरेमिक फेज के बारे में वो कहते हैं कि उसका जो पीरियड था वो लगभग 6 मिलेनियम BC के आसपास था। तो इस तरीके से लगभग वो मेहरगढ़ के पैरेलल था। और इसी डॉक्टर सिंधे के बागोर का जो एक्सकेवेशन के जो रिजल्ट्स हैं उनके आधार पर ये दिलीप चक्रवर्ती ने भी जो निष्कर्ष वो लिखा है अपनी किताब में, वो ये कहते हैं कि बागोर एक ऐसा मेसोलिथिक सेंटर है जहाँ पर हमको एग्रीकल्चर के डेवलपमेंट के जो है एविडेंस क्लियर कर देखने को मिलते हैं। और बागोर में उनकी एक विद्यार्थी हैं तो मिशिगन अमेरिका में है, अरुणा कश्यप। उन्होंने बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कार्य किया वहाँ पे। उसका साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस करके उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह की वह लोग अनाज जो हैं यूज करते थे, जिसमें तिल था, जिसमें बैगन था, जिसमें तूर की दाल थी और अनेक चीज़ें जो हैं वो लोग पैदा करते थे। और तो बागोर जो है इस तरीके से एक ऐसे सेंटर के रूप में उभरा जिसको हम पैरेलल हम रख सकते हैं मेहरगढ़ के, कि मेहरगढ़ और हड़प्पा के साथ साथ इस क्षेत्र में भी एक इंडिपेंडेंट संस्कृति जो है पनप रही थी आउटसाइड दी हड़प्पन एम्पायर। तो ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कार्य थे। दूसरा, यहाँ से गिलुन से सुंदर साहब को कुछ सील्स मिली थी, क्ले सील्स मिली थी, जिन पर उन्होंने कई कहा मार्क थे। सन मार्क था और दूसरे कई मून मार्क था, दूसरे मार्क थे। उसके आधार पर उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो सील्स हैं, मुद्रांक हैं, यह लॉन्ग ट्रेड डिस्टेंस को जो है सूचित करते हैं और बहुत लंबे दूर तक मकरान और इधर जो मेरिजियाना बैक्टीरिया मेरिजुआना आर्कियोलॉजिकल कॉम्प्लेक्स है वहाँ तक से उनके रिलेशन थे और यह आदान प्रदान का साधन थे और ये एक कॉम्प्लेक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्ट्रक्चर की भी सूचना देते हैं। उसके बाद इसके बाद एक इंडो अमेरिकन प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत हमने डेक्कन कॉलेज के डॉक्टर प्रबोध शिवलेकर के साथ और ईशा भी थी उसमें, उनके साथ, और टेरेसा अमेरिका से थी। हम लोगों ने छतरी खेड़ा और पचमता का एक्सकेवेशन किया। छतरी खेड़ा का एक्सकेवेशन इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण था कि वो पूरा अमाउंट जो है लगभग वो जमींदोज हो गया था, समान धरातल बन गया था। तो वहाँ पर टोटल स्टेशन से उसका कंटूर बनाया गया। फिर एक जगह एक मकान के अंदर जहाँ कुछ थोड़ी सी जगह माउंट जो है उपलब्ध था, वहाँ पर खुदाई करके एक सीक्वेंस को समझने की कोशिश जो है की गई। उसके बाद पचमता को खोदा गया जो गिलुन से हार्डली 8 या 10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है और उसको देखने से लगता है कि वो इतना ही बड़ा माउंट रहा होगा जितना गिलुंड का था, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो चैल्कोलिथिक माउंट है उसी के ऊपर मॉडर्न विलेज बसा हुआ है। तो माउंट जो है उसके सिर्फ 4 या 5 जो है एक छोटे छोटे माउंट के पार्ट्स रह गए। तो वहां पर उनमें से जिसमें से 2 तो बिल्कुल नष्ट हो चुके हैं और एक में बिजली ये RSCB वालों ने, राजस्थान स्टेट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड ने कुछ अपना काम धाम कर रखा है। 2 एक में हनुमान मंदिर है, वह सुरक्षित है। दूसरा जहां हमने खुदाई की थी वह थोड़ा सा सुरक्षित था, हालांकि वहां पर भी दरगाह भी थी, एक प्राइमरी स्कूल भी था नीचे बना हुआ, लेकिन एक छोटे से पार्ट में किसी तरीके से हमने उसका उत्खनन जो है 2 वर्ष तक जो है किया और बहुत अधिक हमको एंटीक्विटीज के या एविडेंस के मिलने की उम्मीद नहीं थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हमको वहाँ से ठीक गिलुंड की तरह का पैरेलल वॉल्स का पब्लिक स्ट्रक्चर वहाँ मिला जो ब्रिक्स का बना हुआ था और जिसमें चैम्बर्स थे जो लाइन से कोटेड थे, जिसमें अनाज जो है रखा जाता था और उसका जो है डेटिंग उसकी वहाँ से उसको देखने के लिए कि किस अवधि में ये बना और कब उजड़ा, इसके लिए वहाँ एक्सटेंसिवली उस पार्ट से, छोटे से पार्ट से हम लोगों ने जो है कार्बन सैंपल्स लगभग 18 से 20 कार्बन सैंपल्स जो है इकट्ठे किए और उनकी जो डेट जो है वो जो आई हैं उसे पता लगता है कि वह एक बहुत कंसंट्रेटेड सेंटर था हैबिटेशन का और बिजनेस सेंटर था और जो बहुत कम अवधि तक रहा, 150 वर्ष के अंदर वो बना और उजड़ गया, है ना। शायद उसी पचमता जो कि बड़ा सेटलमेंट था, शायद बिजनेस सेंटर वहां से शिफ्ट होकर के दूसरी जगह चला गया होगा। तो और लेकिन एक बड़ा वह इस बात का सूचक है कि व्यापक स्तर पर गिलुंड की तरह ही वहां पर सरप्लस प्रोडक्शन होता रहा होगा और वह लोग वहां से भी गिलुंड के तरह के ही जो सील्स हैं वहां से भी मिली हैं, जो बिन्स के अंदर पड़ी हुई मिली हैं, टूटी भी हैं। तो उससे अनुमान लगता है कि जो व्यापार के अंदर जो सील्स जो है काम आया करती थी और जब सामग्री पहुंच जाया करती थी तो शायद सील को तोड़ दिया जाता था ताकि उसको दोबारा से उसमें जो है हेरा फेरी नहीं, उसके लिए काम लिया जाता था। तो इस तरीके से एक बहुत अच्छी और दूसरा पचमता और गिलुंड से हमें एक दूसरी बात ये भी पता लगती है, जैसे आहड़ के अंदर हम देखते हैं या बाराथल के अंदर देखते हैं या ओजियाना दूसरी साइड है भीलवाड़ा के पास, उसमें हम देखते हैं कि स्ट्रक्चर्स जो हैं वो स्टोन्स के हैं, लेकिन गिलुंड में 99% स्ट्रक्चर्स जो हैं वो मड ब्रिक्स के बनाए गए हैं और पचमता के भी मड ब्रिक्स में बनाए गए हैं। शायद इसका कारण ये रहा होगा क्योंकि नदी के किनारे हैं बनास के और वहाँ पर उनको अच्छी जो है लेविगेटेड क्ले सॉइल जो है क्ले मिल जाती थी और उससे बड़ा आसानी से वह लोग अच्छी ईंट मिट्टी बनाया करते थे। आज भी गिलुंड और पचमता के आसपास के जो इलाकों में ईंट बनाने का काम बड़े व्यापक पैमाने पर जो है होता है। तो इस तरीके से उन्होंने जो उनका सेटलमेंट पैटर्न था उसमें जो बनाने के बनावटें स्ट्रक्चर्स थे उसमें जो उन्होंने लोकल जो रॉ मटेरियल था उसको बड़ी तवज्जो दी, उसमें वेरिएशंस हमको देखने को मिलते हैं, ये एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात है। तो हालांकि ये बहुत लगभग 130 से ऊपर जो एक्सकेवेटेड साइट्स हैं वो डिस्कवर अभी तक वो साइट्स जो है डिस्कवर हो गई है, एक्सकेवेशन कितनों में हुआ है उससे एक बड़ी स्पष्ट सी तस्वीर जो है नजर आती है। गिलुंड की रिपोर्ट लिखते हुए डॉक्टर सिंधे ने एक बात और लिखी है, वो ये लिखते हैं कि माउंट का सर्वेक्षण माइक्रो सर्वेक्षण करने से उन्हें ये इस तरह का आभास हुआ, मतलब इस निष्कर्ष पर वो पहुंचे कि उनको बड़ी रिफाइंड किस्म की ग्रे वेयर वहाँ सरफेस पे और सेक्शंस पे देखने को मिली और उसके आधार पर वो ये कहते हैं कि शायद गिलुंड जो है चैल्कोलिथिक के डिजर्शन के बाद 8वीं 9वीं शताब्दी ईसा पूर्व और 9th सेंचुरी ईसा पूर्व के अंदर ये तक यह चल रहा था और उसके बाद हिस्टोरिकल पीरियड में भी यह बता रहा, मतलब जो एक डिसकंटिन्यूटी जो है मानी इंटरप्शन जो है वो शायद नहीं था। इसकी पुष्टि बाद में और दूसरी चीजों से होती है, जैसे अभी अगुचा और रामपुर दरिबा और अगुचा के अंदर जो कुछ नई डेट्स जो आई हैं, जिंक की डेट्स हैं, उसमें सिल्वर की भी डेट्स हैं, वो डेट जो हैं लगभग उनमें एक डेट तो स्टे डेट है, आइसोलेटेड डेट है, 1650 की डेट है, उसको हम नहीं भी मान सकते हैं। लेकिन जो दूसरी डेट है उन सब में जो है 1300 BC से लेकर के 900 800 BC तक रेगुलर कंटिन्यूटी है कि वहां पर जस्ता भी निकलता था, तांबा भी निकाला जाता था और सिल्वर भी निकाली जाती थी। और अभी एक कैम्ब्रिज की ही डॉक की स्टडी है, उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद उनका जो आगुचा और है वह मौर्यन एम्पायर से सेंट्रली गवर्न था, और जो मगध एम्पायर को जो सिल्वर पंचमार्क कॉइन्स बनाने के लिए जो सिल्वर दी जाती थी, वह जो है सिल्वर अगुचा के इलाके से दी जाती थी, और इट वाज सेंट्रली कंट्रोल्ड बाय दी मौर्याज। इट वाज ए कॉम्प्लेक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सिस्टम उनका था, और शायद वो उज्जैन से या गिरनार से वह कंट्रोल होता रहा होगा। इसकी यह एक फर्दर बात है। लेकिन ये बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि जो राजस्थान को, मेवाड़ को खास तौर पर माना जाता है कल्टिसेक्ट था, एरिया ऑफ आइसोलेशन था, ऐसा नहीं है। वो इंटीग्रल पार्ट उसी तरीके से भारत का था जिस तरीके मौर्याज के पीरियड में भी जिस तरीके से और पार्ट हैं। और बात इसकी बात में यदि हम इसी साथ में देखते हैं, इससे पहले जो नगरी का एक्सकेवेशन हुआ उसमें भी हमको प्री मॉर्यन सेटलमेंट के एविडेंस हमको देखने को मिलते हैं। उसके बाद बालाथल के अंदर जो हमको डेट्स आई हैं 4th सेंचुरी BC की हैं, गिलुंड से भी 4th सेंचुरी BC की डेट्स आती हैं। तो अर्ली हिस्टोरिक पीरियड यहाँ जो सेकेंड अर्बनाइजेशन की फेज थी उसी तरीके से यहाँ भी वह फ्लरिश कर रहा था, डेवलप कर रहा था। तो और मौर्याज के बाद तो कंटिन्यूटी राजस्थान की हिस्ट्री में पूरी की पूरी हमको देखने को मिलती है कि जैसा हम में हमको लिटरेरी सोर्सेज भी मिलनी प्रारंभ हो जाती हैं। इसमें आर्कियोलॉजिकल एविडेंस तो हैं ही, जैसे इसके अलावा जो आर्कियोलॉजिकली जो महत्वपूर्ण साइट है उसमें जो है अगुचा बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण साइट है जो प्री मॉर्यन सेटलमेंट है। लछूरा जो एक दूसरी साइट है वो भी मानसी नदी के किनारे है, 7th और 8th सेंचुरी BC के वहाँ से जो है एविडेंस मिले हैं। और उसके बाद हमने दो ईसवाल और नठारा की पाल जो दो साइट्स हमने खोदी हैं उसमें भी हमको लेटर मौर्यन और सुंगा कुषाणा पीरियड से लेकर के हमको राजपूत पीरियड तक के 11th और 12th सेंचुरी तक के एविडेंस बराबर देखने को मिलते हैं। नाथद्वारा और नठारा की पाल जो है वह हालांकि एक अर्ली मेडिवियल पीरियड की एक साइट है, वहाँ से हमको और बहुत तो एविडेंस नहीं मिले हैं। लेकिन वहाँ के सबसे बड़ी एक उपलब्धि यह हुई है कि वहाँ एक्सकेवेशन के दौरान हमको 30 से ऊपर इंडो सेसानियन कॉइन्स मिले थे, जो ये बताते हैं कि 9th-10th सेंचुरी में यह सेटलमेंट जो है अच्छा रहा होगा। और जो इलाका मेवाड़ की हिस्ट्री के अंदर जो महत्वपूर्ण इलाका माना जाता है, 56 का इलाका इसे कहते हैं, जो महाराणा प्रताप के आने के बाद जो है महत्वपूर्ण हुआ, उससे पहले उसका हिस्ट्री के अंदर कोई बहुत बड़ा स्थान नहीं था। तो वहाँ से हमको और आसपास उसके जो दूसरे सेटलमेंट मिले हैं उसमें आयरन एक्टिविटीज के, आयरन वर्किंग के काफ़ी एविडेंस मिले हैं। और आज भी नठारा के पास जो है आइडेंटिफाइड है, राजस्थान स्टेट माइंस एंड मिनरल्स ने एक बहुत बड़ा आयरन का डिपॉजिट वहाँ जो है आइडेंटिफाई कर रखा है, और जहाँ पर बड़ा प्रचुर मात्रा में आयरन। तो ईसवाल में भी इसी तरीके से हमको एक्सकेवेशन के दौरान लगभग 40 से 42 हमको आयरन इम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले, जिनका जो है साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस जो है हमने सिंधे साहब के प्रयत्नों से कोरिया से कराया गया, और जिससे हमको ये पता लगा है कि उसमें जो 4 जो टूल्स हैं वह प्योर स्टील के बने हैं, और बाकी जो शेष टूल्स हैं उसमें भी आयरन प्योरिटी जो है 90% से ऊपर की है। मतलब कहने का अर्थ यह है कि आयरन जो मेटलर्जी है, आयरन जो बनाने की विधि है वह उन्होंने डेवलप कर रखी थी। और एक हमको वहाँ से बाई मेटेलिक टूल मिला है जो ब्रॉन्ज का और आयरन का फ्यूजन से बना है, लॉस्ट वैक्स टेक्निक से उसको जोड़ा गया है, और बड़ा अच्छी उसमें जो है कारीगरी की गई है। उसमें जो वो उससे लगता है कि या तो कोई वह क्या पर्पज रहा होगा, मतलब फ्लैग की तरह, झंडे की तरह से देखने में लगता है, तो या तो कोई उसका धार्मिक पर्पज रहा होगा। इस विषय में हमने वहाँ ईसवाल के पास ही एक प्राचीन मंदिर है जैन धर्म का, जिसको संपत्ति से जोड़ा जाता है। तो वहाँ हमने श्वेतांबर संप्रदाय का मंदिर है, वहाँ के लोगों से भी हमने इस बारे में पूछताछ करने की कोशिश करी। तो उन्होंने ये बताया कि ये वोटिव कुछ इस तरीके के सिंबल्स थे जो दान में दिए जाते थे, और ये परंपरा जैन धर्म में काफी समय तक रही है। हालांकि अब यह परंपरा देखने को नहीं मिलती है। तो
प्लीज कंक्लूड सर।
कंक्लूड कर, हाँ टाइम हो रहा है।
हाँ सर,
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
टाइम हो रहा है, प्लीज।
हाँ, तो ये इसके बाद जो है अब हम राजपूत पीरियड में जब हम आते हैं तो हम ये देखते हैं कि मेवाड़ के संदर्भ में ही सिर्फ थोड़ी सी देर आपसे गोहिल डायनेस्टी की बात करूंगा। हम हर्ष का हम जानते हैं जो पतन डाउनफॉल हुआ वो 647 एडी के आसपास हुआ, और लेकिन उससे पहले ही मेवाड़ के अंदर जो है गुहदत्त ने 6th सेंचुरी बीसी में एडी में ही उन्होंने यहाँ अपना गुहिलों की एम्पायर की स्थापना कर दी थी। और उसके बाद लगभग 625-620 एडी के आसपास यहाँ पर शिलादित्य का अभिलेख मिलता है, अपराजित का अभिलेख मिलता है। मतलब एक वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड जो है स्टेट फॉर्मेशन यहाँ जो है शुरू हो गया था। और ये गोहिल जो है 3 थे। एक तो नागदा के गोहिल थे जहाँ पर ये अपराजित था, शिलादित्य थे, नागदा जहाँ है, एक जी का मंदिर जहाँ है, पापा जहाँ थे। और दूसरे जो गोहिल थे वह भीलवाड़ा के पास एक जहाजपुर जगह है, वहाँ पे धवगर्त या धोड़ के गोहिल थे, जो दूसरी ब्रांच। और तीसरी ब्रांच जो है डूंगरपुर में किष्किंधापुरी में थी, जिसका आधुनिक नाम कल्याणपुर है। ये 3 जो है गोहिलों की ब्रांचेस थी। इसमें से जो नागदा के गोहिल थे, ये इनका मिलिट्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बड़ा स्ट्रांग था, और जो किष्किंधा के जो गोहिल थे उन लोगों ने इरिगेशन सिस्टम एग्रीकल्चर का बड़ा अच्छा डेवलप कर रखा था। और उनका एडमिनिस्ट्रेट, उनके जो अभिलेख, जो 5 कॉपर प्लेट्स मिली हैं वहाँ से, जिनका डीसी सरकार ने एनालिसिस किया है, तो उनका यदि आप पढ़ें तो आपको इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्ट्रक्चर उनको देखने को मिलता है। उससे पता लगता है कि वह काफी एक वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड पॉलिटिकल पावर रही हो। लेकिन इन तीनों में कैसे संघर्ष हुआ या कैसे ये एसिमिलेट हुए, और नागदा के गोहिल जो हैं ये क्यों सुपर पावर हो गए, यह एक ऐसा प्रश्न है जो अभी तक निरुत्तरित है, और इसके प्रश्न चिन्ह इसके अंदर लगे हुए हैं। शायद इसका कारण ये रहा होगा कि क्योंकि नागदा के गोहिलों ने फॉरेन रेजिस्टेंस को, इन्वेडर्स के रेजिस्टेंस को बहुत सहा, मिलिट्री उनकी सुपीरियर थी। शायद इस वजह से धवगर्त और किष्किंधा के जो गोहिल थे उन्होंने शायद नेचुरली उन्होंने उनकी सॉवरेनिटी को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया होगा, और इस तरीके से ये गोहिल डायनेस्टी रही जो दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी डायनेस्टीज में रही है। और लगभग 1350 साल तक इन लोगों ने राजस्थान में, मेवाड़ में और भारत के एक भाग में जो है राज्य किया है। तो इस तरीके से अभी भी मेवाड़ के इतिहास में, राजस्थान के इतिहास में काम करने की बड़ी गुंजाइश है। और शायद ये छोटी सी जो बात मैंने करने की कोशिश की होगी, हालांकि बहुत पूरी तैयारी के साथ नहीं था मैं भी, लेकिन कुछ इससे शायद रोशनी पड़ेगी। इसी के साथ ही धन्यवाद। अब
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से आपने एक्चुअली समाप्त किया। You actually, this is a very unique area, your this Ahad basin and surrounded by the Aravalli range. From very prehistoric time to even modern age, it is very attractive for the settlement. And that's why you have got all the cultural phases from prehistory to today. Only the thing is the identity remain actually very regional because of the hills and the valley, and the people develop their own actually culture and civilization later, and but at the same time they have got contact with the Harappan on the west, and and the Bactrian margin in the Central Asia, as the Gilind excavation has shown. And I think that has actually been a unique cultural area, which was thought actually it was a isolated area. Earlier it was thought actually it was isolated, but not now. It is not actually, and it is very much contemporary to the Harappa, and then as you said, the Mauryans and other things. That's why this valley has got full the development of the all the culture from the prehistoric time to even the medieval period. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for this enlightenment. Thank you.
Any query?
Please, if any question. Hello.
How much work is done for Amzara? I want to know.
Yes,
because
sir.
that is a very important mound and it hasn't been explored. Only some work was done by R.C. Agarwal, but still there has to be done.
Are you talking about Ahar?
Amjara.
Amjara, Amjara is a very important early historic site. There are two sites in that area. One is Amjara and another is the Loharia. And both are the early historic site. Or Loharia was a very major center of the iron working. But unfortunately, after R.C. Agarwal, no one worked there. Once or twice I visited there, and from surface collection I got a few evidence of the spouted shirts and red polished or washed red ware and some refined grey ware, burnished grey ware. I collected from that side, but not much I worked there.
Thank you. Anybody else?
हाँ नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते।
ये आपने जहाजपुर का जो गुहिल्स का बताया है उसके बारे में थोड़ी सी और डिटेल जानकारी आप दे सके।
हाँ, धवगर्त के ये साइट थी, ये जगह है और जो जहाजपुर धवगर्त, यहाँ नहीं, जो गांव है उसका नाम है धवगर्त, जिसको आजकल कहते हैं धोड, है ना। और यहाँ पर एक धनिक राजा थे, यहाँ के फ्यूडल थे, वह बड़े पावरफुल राजा थे और उन्होंने प्रतिहारों से युद्ध किया था और वह युद्ध जहाजपुर से करने के लिए वो डबोक में आए थे। डबोक में आकर के उन्होंने, जो उदयपुर के पास ही 20 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर एयरपोर्ट है, वहां पर उन्होंने देवपाल को हराया था। मतलब एक अच्छी पॉलिटिकल पावर थी, रीजनल पावर थी। लेकिन बाद में जब ये एसिमिलेशन हुआ नागदा के गोहिलों का और किष्किंधा के गोहिलों का, तो ये उसमें एसिमिलेट हो गए। उसके बाद से 10th सेंचुरी के बाद से इनकी हिस्ट्री हमको नहीं मिलती है।
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Conclude, sir. Rawat sir, please conclude session.
Thank you, sir. Actually, there is a time strain. I am very much thankful to you for this enlightenment and connecting from prehistory to the modern time, particularly the Mewar dynasty, Gohil and others. And with this, I want to conclude, and I thank Professor Mishra for actually conducting the whole Kumbh of scholars, I think, for so many long time. This is actually very amazing. You are managing all these things very perfectly. Thank you very much.
Unprecedented job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mishra Saab, thank you, and I am very much thankful to Rawat Saab.
बहुत अच्छी जानकारी इतिहास के विद्यार्थियों को आपने दी है। राजस्थान का इतिहास तो गौरवशाली रहा ही है देश में और बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। जहाँ हिस्ट्री की बात आती है तो राजस्थान पहले याद आता है भारत में, तो उसको आपने और स्वयं आपने ये कार्य किया है, आपने उसको स्वयं देखा है, तो इतिहास को आपने स्वयं अपनी तरह से आपने देखा भी है उसको। तो ये अनुभव जो शेयर किया आपने विद्यार्थियों के साथ, निश्चित रूप से हमारे ऑडियंस उसमें जानकारी प्राप्त किए हैं। आगे भी आपसे हम चाहेंगे कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट हैं वो आपसे चर्चा करेंगे और आगे की जो उनकी जो भी उत्सुक होंगे या विषय के बारे में जो और भी गहराई से जानना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि आप न केवल एक खोजी इतिहासकार हैं बल्कि प्राध्यापक भी हैं, तो उस बारीकियों को भी आप समझते हैं। तो एक बार मैं पुनः अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से, हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से आपके अच्छे इस व्याख्यान के लिए हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। डॉक्टर रावत साहब ने हमारे इस वेबिनार में उन्होंने अपना समय दिया, सेशन को शेयर किया और अपितु एक ही नहीं और भी सेशन में वो लगातार अपनी सहभागिता दिए हैं। और यही बात है कि जो जहाँ तक मैनेजर की बात है, मैं तो वनस्पति शास्त्र का विद्यार्थी हूँ और हमारे हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने हमको ये ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए, चूंकि IQAC प्रभारी हूँ मैं, तो इसलिए रूषा के माध्यम से हम हर विषय पे चर्चा कराते हैं। और हमने क्या सोचा कि यदि साथ में कई विषय आ जाएंगे तो और अच्छा रहेगा। तो बीच बीच में जो है वो बॉटनी, जूलॉजी और अन्य विषय के भी चर्चा होती है। अभी प्रोफेसर कमलेश शर्मा मैडम बैठी हैं, वो कुछ कल्चर पे भी बात करेंगी। कल जो है डॉक्टर मदन मीना साहब ने ट्राइबल आर्ट की बात की। तो इस तरह से एकता में अनेकता जैसे भारत का सूत्र है, उसी तरह से हमने कोशिश की है इसको चलाने के लिए। और आप लोगों के सहयोग के बिना, आप लोगों के मार्गदर्शन के बिना ये नहीं हो सकता था। और हम इसके पहले भी, चर्चा के पहले भी आदरणीय पांडे जी से बार बार जो है इस मामले में चर्चा किए हैं पहले भी। तो इस तरह से आप सभी का सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा, खासकर जो विषय के जानकार लोग हैं। और इसी के साथ हम पुनः आदरणीय रावत साहब को, आदरणीय पांडे जी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं।
धन्यवाद रावत साहब को और मिश्रा साहब को कि आपने अपॉर्चुनिटी दी और इतना सब कुछ आप 8-10 दिन आपने जो महाकुंभ जो कर रहे हैं, इस महाकुंभ के बाद यदि जितने दिन चलेगा उतने दिन उतने स्कॉलर भी यदि जागृत हो जाएं, काम करना शुरू कर दें, तो हम सब शायद कृतार्थ होंगे। इसी के साथ ही
नहीं सर, ये महायज्ञ है, ज्ञान का महायज्ञ।
अगला जो टॉक है वो है इस इमिनेंट स्पीकर भामिनी ए महिदा, चीफ क्यूरेटर हैं साइंस सेंटर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल म्यूजियम सूरत की चीफ क्यूरेटर हैं आप। और जो चेयरपर्सन है डॉक्टर पंकज शर्मा, डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी एंड म्यूजियम, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात, गांधीनगर। डॉक्टर पंकज शर्मा सर, स्वागत है आपका। और वो चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर KR पीर मोहम्मद, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर PG एंड रिसर्च डिपार्टमेंट हिस्टोरिकल स्टडी, नंदा नाम, चेन्नई। वेलकम पीर मोहम्मद साहब, डॉक्टर पीर मोहम्मद साहब, वेलकम। I am requesting to Dr. Pankaj Sharma, please introduce our eminent speaker, Bhamini A. Mahida.
Namaskar, sir, and I am very thankful to giving me this opportunity to chair this session, and especially Bhamini ji's. So Bhamini ji, she is like she completed her master's degree in MA Archaeology and in MA Museology in 1992 and in 1994. She started her career as a teaching like professor in the MS University History of Art Department, Faculty of Arts, MS University Baroda, and she has organized so many exhibitions during her tenure. Currently, she is working as a chief curator in Municipal Corporation Museum. We have a regional science center over there in Surat. So she is the chief curator over there. She also been to USA to just to see the rarest total solar eclipse during 2017. And she is very hardworking curator over there. In 2006, when in Surat there was flood, so during that time also she worked very hard and she retrieved the entire collection. They have almost 30,000 collection over there in the museum. So they have retrieved almost entire collection during the 2006 flood. So she is very hardworking. She has organized various fairs and festivals also. So as per the, if you'll talk about as a curator, so she is very proactively working in the field. Now I will request Bhamini ji to present her presentation and to give her talk. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir. Thanks a lot for my brief introduction. Today, my topic is regarding the historical heritage fort of Surat and blending it with the museum collection. First, I would like to give brief about the Surat city because basically this webinar is being viewed by all over India. So Surat is a city located on the western part of India in the state of Gujarat. It is second largest city of Gujarat and considering as a financial capital of Gujarat. Surat is also famous for diamond and textile industry. 1/10 of the total collection of diamond is being polished here at Surat. This is the small history of Surat. The origin of Surat dates back to 300 BC. The city was ruled successively by the kings of Surira, Mahabharat period and the other Hindu period till 1194 AD. Thereafter, till late 18th century, Ahmedabadi Sultanate rulers from dynastics like Tughlaq, Muhammad, Mughal, among other saw over the city. So likewise, even in 16th century, we have Portuguese, British arrived first in Surat in 1608 AD. And particularly, if we see the architectural elements of the city, we have Dutch elements, we have few French elements also in the city because it was a main trading center. Surat has thus been an important trading port on the western coast. Flags of 84 countries were seen flying on their ships, indicating the vast range of trading partners that patronize Surat. It is said that the province surrounding Surat has acquired the name of Chauriasi Taluka, that is 84 talukas, since then. The city was originally established on the southern bank of the river Tapi with a fort on the eastern bank of the river. The activities were concentrated within the inner wall, constructions of which was started in the year 1664 AD. The area of the city at that time within the wall was 1.78 small square kilometer. The entrance of the walled city area was through 12 city gates, and the construction of the second fort wall was completed in the year 1707 AD, enclosing 7.36 square meter area. This is the old painting which gives highlight of the city and which is dated to 1730 AD. And particularly it shows the fort of Surat, the inner wall that is known as Shaharpana and the outer wall which is identified as Alampana. This is the urban growth of the city from 1688 to 1991. Today, the city limit of Surat is almost 324 kilometer area. Since the museum, the fort and the science center is run by Surat Municipal Corporation, I think it is one of the important municipal corporation who is taking care of lots of civic amenities, and along with these civic amenities, it has given emphasis to 327 schools providing primary education in 7 different languages. Other than that, SMC has developed numerous health center, hospitals along with medical college, Science Center, museum, aquarium, library, reading room, nature park, botanical garden, zoo, garden, auditoriums, community hall, sport complexes, performing arts center, peace center in this city. Now I would like to give brief regarding the history of the fort. The fort of Surat was initially built on the bank of river Tapi in South Gujarat during the Tughlaq dynasty, that is 1373. Later on, it built stronger and bigger during the Gujarat Sultanate period, that is 1546 CE. Further, the fort was ruled and governed by Mughals, East India Company, and lastly by the British rulers. The fort has 6 buildings, 4 bastions, and 2 partial bastions. It was protected by moat on fort's outer boundaries. The fort had an installation of cannon guns on its rampart and bastions. Now the fort has restored moat, gatehouse, hydraulic drawbridge, approximate 35 galleries of collection of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum is on display, which will be complementing architectural beauty and the history of the fort. Here you can see the layout of the fort, and the government of Gujarat in the year 2015 gave an opportunity to Surat Municipal Corporation to restore the ancient fort. To begin the restoration work was itself a big task for SMC, because likewise for any municipal corporation, the prime objective is for basically providing civic services like health, water, sanitation, and transportation. Restoration of very old structure like fort is very challenging, because as it is historical, many portions of the original structure was often changed. There are no records of it. There were numerous alterations made on its outer facade and internal architectural, which were never recorded. With time, many structural unstable parts were abandoned, which were either buried or plastered into the walls, example, vault, water tank, etc. Building technique kept on changing from 14th century Tughlaq era to 16th century Gujarat Sultanate period, and from 17th century Mughal era to 19th century British rule. So from 14th century to 19th century, lots of changes were done on the fortification wall or on the structural thing of the fort. So here I will be showing you few important aspects of how the restoration was done on the first phase. So this is from 2015 till 13th April 2018. SMC had successfully restored 3 buildings and 1 booth, which was kept open for public as a phase 1 of restored fort. I would like to show you a film which highlights how restoration work has been carried out.
वक्त की लहरों के साथ कई अफसाने बहे और वक्त की लहर उन सभी निशानों को मिटा देते, लेकिन कुछ जाबाज किरदार ऐसे भी हुए जिन्होंने वक्त के सीने पर अपनी मोहर लगा दी, और जब वक्त के सीने पर कोई निशान लगाता है तब वक्त नहीं रहता, तवारीख बन जाता है। और यही तवारीख गवाही देती है एक बेमिसाल किले की, जो आज भी एक अपराजित योद्धा की तरह सूरत शहर की शान बना हुआ है। यह तवारीख है उन अहम सालों की जो इस किले में गुजारे। अपनी सीने पर कई बंदों के और तोपों के बार सहने वाला यह किला, जो अपनी असली पहचान खो बैठा था, उसके रिस्टोरेशन की जिम्मेदारी सन 2015 में गुजरात सरकार द्वारा सूरत म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को दी गई। पुनः निर्माण के इस कार्य को आगे बढ़ाते हुए यह पता चला कि किले की दीवारों पर वक्त और हालात की कई परतें चढ़ गई थी। एक के बाद एक परत हटती गई और हर परत के पीछे एक नया राज पाया। इतिहास की किताबों का अध्ययन करते हुए किले के रिस्टोरेशन का काम शुरू किया गया। सबसे पहले तो किले का जो हिस्सा जीर्ण हो चुका था उसे ध्वस्त किया गया और कुछ हिस्सों को मरम्मत के बाद और मजबूत बनाया गया। सुरक्षा के लिए लोड टेस्टिंग किया गया और आगे काम शुरू किया गया। इसमें इस्तेमाल की गई ईंटों का प्रकार, इसे जोड़ने के लिए चूने का मिश्रण, इसके बनाने की शैली, यह सब 14वीं सदी की बनावट से मिलती है। सूरत महानगर पालिका ने अपनी विरासत की हिफाजत को लेकर जो जागृति दिखाई है वो काबिले तारीफ है। इस इमारत पर जो भी अतिरिक्त निर्माण कार्य से की थी उनको एक के बाद एक हटाया गया और इस किले का असली चेहरा धीरे धीरे सामने आने लगा। रेस्टोरेशन कार्य दौरान पता चला कि किले का नीचे वाला एक हिस्सा फिरोज शाह तुगलक के समय का है, उसके ऊपर ब्रिटिश कंस्ट्रक्शन और एक तरफ गुजरात सल्तनत यानी खुदावन खान के समय का है। इन सब में से जिस हिस्से से महत्व की जानकारी प्राप्त हो और जो अति महत्वपूर्ण हो उसे रिस्टोर किया गया। इसके तहत फिरोज शाह तुगलक के समय में बने हुए किले पर काम शुरू किया गया। उसमें मोर्टार की चौड़ाई ज्यादा होती थी, ईंटें पतली 1 या 1.5 इंच जितनी होती थी और चौड़ी ईंटें हुआ करती थी। और खास बात यह है कि उस समय लकड़ी के अलावा कोई स्पानिंग सिस्टम नहीं थी, इसीलिए छत बनाने के लिए लकड़ी का इस्तेमाल किया गया था। इस तरह किले को ओपन बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन सिस्टम तहत रिस्टोर किया गया। किले में ब्रिटिश काल की जैकार्ड फ्लोरिंग मिली, उसके कुछ हिस्से को भी ओपन रिस्टोर किया गया है। किले के ऊपरी हिस्से में जब फ्लोरिंग के प्लास्टर को हटाया गया तो पता चला कि यहाँ पर कोर्ट न्यायालय जैसा था और बनावट से ऐसा पता लगा कि इसका निर्माण डच शैली का है। किले के अंदर एक टंकी भी पाई गई, संभवतः इसका उपयोग पानी को संग्रहित करने के लिए होता होगा। किले में एक और हिस्सा मिला, इसमें ऐसी व्यवस्था की गई है कि कमरे में नीचे की ओर से ठंडी हवा पहुंचती है और गर्म हवा ऊपर की ओर से बाहर निकल जाती है। इसकी रचना ऐसी की गई है कि कहीं पर भी बाहर से यह टनल्स सुरंगें नजर नहीं आती। यह किले के 5 बुर्ज है और हर बुर्ज अद्भुत है। किले में इस जगह को देखकर लगता है मानो यहाँ हमाम होता होगा। गर्म पानी आने का रास्ता, के निकलने की व्यवस्था और ठंडे पानी के निकास के लिए भी टनल बनाई गई थी। सूरत शहर की इस ऐतिहासिक धरोहर का पुनः निर्माण करते हुए, सूरत शहर की शान को नई चमक प्रदान करते हुए इस पुराने किले को एक नई पहचान देने का सूरत महानगर पालिका द्वारा यह एक नम्र प्रयास है। यह ऐतिहासिक किला राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति है, इसकी रक्षा करना हम सबका कर्तव्य है। आशा है इस किले की मुलाकात आपके लिए रोमांचक, आनंदमयी और फलदायी बनी रहे। जय हिंद।
Here I would like to show, already it is shown in the film, but then also I would like to show two important aspects, like previously how the building was and how presently what type of restoration is being done by Surat Municipal Corporation and how presently it looks like. So these are few buildings. It is A1 building before and after. And here this was a recent discovery. Previously, when we had while we were doing excavations, there was a wall, so which I will talk about it later on. This is A2 building, which has been identified as Treasury building. And here we have displayed excavated material, Mughal gallery and Armenian collection, coins and trade gallery and British lifestyle room and the courtroom. These are also few glimpses of the same building at different level. This is identified as Royal Tower, where the hammam is being found. So you can see what type of building actually it was and how restoration work has been done and presently how it looks like. This is Barracks A3 building, which was constructed during the 19th century, and it is a British style of building. This is the inner view of the galleries. Now I would like to highlight few important elements of restoration process of the fort. While doing restoration work, we have been noticed that there were 7 different layers of plasters was there, which highlights that there might the plaster on the outer fortification wall or on the inner building was done several times. So it is almost measuring 4 inches. So this is how previously the building looks like. One can see the vegetation, roots and debris of the structure. To strengthen the particularly the building, transferring the structural load was also taken into consideration with steel frames. Restoration at fort, again waterproofing of roof and strengthening of the truss was also taken into consideration. These are few elements of excavations while checking the foundations of the structure. This is the back portion from the river side, how the fort actually looked like. And there was a gabion wall to prevent the soil erosion on the river side. Particularly for the restoration, like while we were removing the plasters and the layers of the plasters, it was identified that lime might have been used during the earlier period. So same kind of material was taken into consideration, and ingredients used in preparing lime plaster in appropriation portion was also taken into consideration. So we have, for making this plaster, we had used slag lime, fine river sand, sulphite, and other ingredients like proportions, appropriate proportion in jaggery, fenugreek, and google was also in use. And all the plaster was in-house made at fort itself. This is the way how restoration was done, and flooring of basalt, black stone, and specially manufactured Bharat tile was used in the inner area of the fort. Preparation of fresco. To enhance the dome, painting on restored dome was done, which highlighted the city and the gates of the city. This is again pointing work and furniture preparation. In-house furniture was also done at fort itself. Surat was during ancient time, as it was a trading center, and in the city, like large number of cannon guns were found here and there. So SMC surveyed the city, and particularly from the the central zone, from the main city heart where the fort is located, we had found large number of cannon guns. So from each and every part of the city, cannon guns were removed from the original place, and then it was brought back to the fort, and they were again redisplayed at the gun pockets of the fort. These are major tests which were being taken into consideration while doing restoration work. along while we were doing this, several discoveries were made, which were not at all known to Surat Municipal Corporation, that what all things were there. So when we removed the layers, we could see the various type of different kind of bricks were used and different kind of mortar was used. So with the help of this type of structure, we could identify that the extended bigger fort building of during Sultanate period was of different brick was there, different kind of mortar was used, and during Tughlaq era, the size of bricks were much larger, they were thinner, and the size of the mortar was more than that of the Sultanate period. While doing excavations, we could remove this heritage tank, and which was also restored, and it has a capacity of 25 lakh liter water. So these I was talking to you that while we were doing excavation, particularly this portion was covered. There was a wall there. So while we were removing the debris, one portion of the wall was removed, and we could identify that there was an arch. So then we got an idea that something might be there inside. So then we tried to remove the whole structure, and when we went inside, two another rooms came into existence. So this was new discovery, and these were never recorded in any of the ancient maps which we had with the corporation. So this same likewise hammam also we had been found simultaneously, looking at the water channels to carry out hot waters, and there are separate channels to carry out cold water also. This is rediscovery of moat and foundation. So while we were doing excavations, we could here see three structures. So with this idea, we got an idea that during ancient time or during 17th century, a drawbridge might have been here. And looking at that, presently Surat Municipal Corporation had on the same area, we have again redeveloped a drawbridge of similar kind, which might have been there during previous period. So this is a rediscovery of a courtroom and rampart on the fort. Here you can see this is the old rampart, how it was and how recently we have developed it. Likewise, this is Tughlaq Vault. This is Sultanate Burj and the British Barra. This is these basically highlights. These basically highlights a different kind of various styles in the same building are being noticed. This is Dutch, one is Dutch influence. Here you can see the Dutch influence. Here it is British Deccan influence. It is here this is Sultanate period and the Tughlaq Wall. So looking at these different kind of structures, it was noticed that particularly from 13th century to 19th century, different people or different type of dynasties might have occupied the same fort, doing various events. Now I would highlight Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum, because we have redisplayed the whole collection to the fort building. It is a Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum is a multidisciplinary museum comprising of more than 15,000 collection, which includes stone inscriptions, sculptures, manuscripts, copper plates, coins and currency, arms and armory, porcelain, armor. We have philately, textile, beadwork, woodwork, ivory, miniature paintings, oil paintings, pitchwise, pots and jars, etc. It was inaugurated on 1st February 1890, and it is the fourth oldest museum of Gujarat. It was named after the then collector of Surat, Mr. Winchester. Hence, it was known as Winchester Museum. In the year 1953, since the collection increased, it was shifted to a bigger building known as Lely Weaving Shed. And on 24 December 1957, the museum was renamed as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum. in the year 1970, the third, there were lots of floods came into the city, but in the year 1930, for the third time, this museum was hit by flood, and in this way, the museum lost almost 1,300 valuable rare art objects. Again, in the year 2006, the whole museum was underwater, and the museum had a loss of more than 2,000 objects. The water stayed almost 5 days in the museum, and majority of documents, textile, paintings, and lot many other articles were destroyed, as there was 14 feet water in the museum. You can just have a look at that. What is the scenario of flood in the city? This is here is the river Tapi, and this is the city where the water entered. In almost 80% of the city was submerged in water. This is the effect of flood of the museum, and this is the outer portion, outer building of the museum. The water level was up to this much. Here you can see the almost each and every collection, because the museum was on the ground floor only. So 98% of the collection was submerged in water. We had only one gallery on first floor. So a majority of the collection was displayed on the ground floor. So these are few sections, and what was the situation after flood scenario. One can have a look to it. This is Woodwork Gallery. This is administrative office. Almost majority of our documentation and almost all the papers were being in the flood. We could not survive a single paper. This is all documentation, idea, catalog cards, and all the things had gone. These are books, musical instruments, stuffed birds. Surat Municipal Corporation, when we first opened the museum on 16th of August, first of all, we started taking care of how of the objects, whatever were lying as it is. We tried to remove the collection from the cupboards, and slowly and steadily we started removing the showcase and all that. So at times we had taken care of our fire department, because they are very much helpful, and they are the important persons who can take care of the object or person much better than we as a curator. So we had taken their help, and with their help we could survive this 18th century collection. These are our staff who are taking care, and we are working and removing the silt of the river which came to the museum. So these are few photographs which highlights before and after, that is about the museum, how it was, and then how it looked like. The museum was closed from 8th of August, and we reopened the museum on 2nd of October. So after 42 days only, the museum was brought open back to the public. So these are few collections. In the year 2007, Surat Municipal Corporation thought of developing a science center, and that time it was decided that since the museum has faced periodic floods of river Tapi, and each time lost significant numbers of delicate objects, considering these major problem and a need of a science center in the city, the museum was shifted to Science Center on 29th November 2009. And it was inaugurated by the then Chief Minister of Gujarat and present Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. The museum has lots of publications. that is from the year 1990 till date. Shifting of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum collection to fort. In the year 2019, on accession ongoing restoration work in rest of the building of the fort, it was decided that if we shift historical collection of the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum to the historical fort of Surat, both will complement each other naturally, and the visitors will get chance to learn about various history, art, heritage, culture, and architecture all at one place. So in the year 2020, in view to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic, the fort was closed for public visit, and subsequently the restoration work is kept ongoing till now in full swing. Since then, the planning and display of various galleries based on the subject and on various themes of museum collection was carried out, and now the display and development work of these galleries is completed. These are the fort architectural facades, how presently it looks like. How the collection has been displayed in all these buildings. So these are the few again how the building looked like, what it was before, and what all things are being displayed in these galleries is highlighted here. Since we have very good collection of miniature paintings, we have a good collection of inscriptions on copper plates. We have manuscripts also, which are on display. Other than that, Surat Municipal Corporation has very good collection of arms and armory. This particularly gallery highlights the City Museum, the Mughal Gallery, Gallery of Coins and Currency. Since this particular fort was occupied might have occupied by the Dutch and the Britishers, so we have developed two lifestyle rooms that is of Dutch period and the British period. This is the British lifestyle room. We have, since it was a trading center from 16th to 18th century, we have large number of porcelain collection from Japan, from China, and from London. So all these collection is on display. This is Selly Fort Tower before and after restoration, and here we have displayed sculptures. Since Surat was visited by a large number of travelers during the ancient period, we have developed a travelers gallery. We have very good collection of Indian bronzes and Indian handicraft gallery. So these are few examples of copper bronzes, South Indian copper bronzes, Himalayan bronzes, and Gujarati handicraft gallery. This is Water Tower A5 booth, wherein we have displayed philately and water storage pots gallery. This is again A5 building, and here we have displayed wood art gallery and ivory gallery. It is said that teak wood from Burma, seasoned teak wood from Burma used to come to Surat. Basically, craftsmen were large number of craftsmen were residing at Surat. So craft work was done at Surat, and then it was re-exported to other countries. So these are best examples of woodwork at Surat. Same wise, ivory from South India, raw material of ivory used to come to Surat. It was crafted here, and again it was exported to Far East and other countries. We have created a small space of conference room. We have a Surat reference library and an art gallery, so that whosoever comes, and if they want to do some kind of small meet, they can do it at conference room. And if somebody wants to exhibit, we have developed a space to create an art space. So particularly for local artists, this type of structure was created. These are few elements of the fort. This is one of the example, like how a single object can be studied. So I have just given an example of Kalantak Shiva, and it is a multidisciplinary approach in studying museum object. So one can do a mythological study, one can do a craftsmanship, art history. Historian can study based on the art history type. Metallurgical study can be also done. Historical study can be also done. Conservation science can be also done. And iconographic study, performing art study, and apparel and jewel study likewise can be done. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, I have completed. The presentation is
Dr. Pir Mohammed.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Bhavini Madam. You have given a vivid picture of the fort and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum. Really, we got a heritage, like a heritage walk. So even I am in Chennai, but I got the feeling that I have, as if I have visited the place, and it was a lively session. And of course, there are some, in your slide, you have mentioned that the Tughlaqs and Mughals, the period was, you have mentioned that that is 18th century. I think there was some mistake. I think that must be due to a typographical error.
I'll just
And,
take.
actually, you mentioned that there was 18th century, but it was in 12th or 13th century only.
13th century.
Until 12th century, it was ruled by Hindu rulers, and thereafter, it was ruled by Tughlaq and Mughal dynasties.
Yes.
And but the thrust for that Muslim rulers, it was not clearly mentioned. I think there must be some evidence, but you have given mostly thrust on the Dutch period and British period only.
Yes.
And it's a very lively session, and it is open to the participants to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Yeah, basically, since I have taken it up to British period only, because after British period, the same building was used as offices.
Yes.
The Nawabs never entered to this fort.
Oh,
We
thank
don't
you.
have any records, and after the Britishers, because during British time also majority portion of the fort was used to keep the records. After that, the same building was during Nawab period also was used as a record office only, sir.
And as you mentioned, that is the flood prone area, because in 2006, you have meticulously worked and restored of 98% of the documents. And before, even before, there was a flood, but at that time the facility was not that much. So most probably the records might have depleted and discarded due to the impact of the flood. And it's a lively session, ma'am. Really, we indebted to you for giving a very nice talk on this topic. And thank you very much on behalf of the organizer. Actually, Professor Skantkumar sir is organizing this webinar for 10 days. And he has meticulously worked on conducting this program very effective manner, and the themes also very useful, and it is very useful to the students, but many of the students are not utilizing, and these are the topics which will be useful for the next generation research scholars to explore more on this area. And thank you very much to the chairperson and the speaker.
Yes, sir.
There is one question from Krishnan sir. Sir, please. Ma'am, question from.
It was a nice talk, and we could understand how a museum can be developed from a dilapidated condition to a recent one, like which you made it. That is great, sir. Great, madam. I do appreciate your effort to bring that museum in a modern shape. Thank you.
Since he's associated with Surat Municipal Corporation and the museum, she knows each and every part of that museum and fort. From her presentation, we can understand that this is very much involved in the restoration of the fort as well as preserving the artifacts. And I think she is responsible for increasing the gallery from 3 to 35. I think you have 35 galleries, right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 35 galleries.
Yes.
And artifacts also, she is responsible for computerizing all the more than 15,000 artifacts.
Yes,
And
sir.
these are all computerized. And the administration was totally revamped. So now they are maintaining the visitors, number of visitors ledger, and the number of visitors, everything. And once again, on behalf of the organizer, I thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you, participants. Thank you,
अलकेश जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? सूरत से हैं आप? हाँ.
Thank you very much.
ओके सर. अलकेश जी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं सूरत के बारे में? सूरत का म्यूजियम.
Yeah. Sure, sir. Thanks for your invitation. You come to Chennai.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Kumar sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pir Mohammed Saab, for co-chair the session, and Madam Bhavini Mahida, Madam, give a nice talk on Surat Fort, trade center of India, a famous trade center of India, and a sign building, Gujarat Fort, Surat Fort. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, I am thankful to you and particularly to Alkesh, who has helped me in coming to this webinar. Otherwise, I would have not known, sir. So thanks a lot to the whole team, sir, for doing such a good webinar for all these long days, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavini, to accept my short notice.
We will
thank you,
receive
Mr. to bring us together after a long time of like
yes, sir.
More than 40 years.
Yeah.
We were in school.
Yes.
We were the classmates.
Okay. Now next talk, eminent speaker, Dr. Isa Prasad, visiting faculty, Center for Liberal Arts, Symbiosis College of Art and Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune. Chairperson of the session is Dr. Prabodh Sirvalkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Ancient History and Archaeology, Decan PG College and Research Institute, deemed to be University, Pune, and co-chairperson Dr. Ganveer, Assistant Professor, Ancient Indian History and Archaeology, Decan PG College, Research Institute, Pune. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Prabodh, sir, please chair the session, and Dr. Ganveer, sir, co-chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Isa Prasad. Dr. Prabodh.
Thank you very much, sir. And at the outset, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this very valuable webinar, which is happening over few days. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Isha Prasad. So she has been a student of Deccan College. She completed her master's degree from archaeology department and then her PhD from the same department. And over the years, she has worked on Chalcolithic cultures and Harappan culture. So specifically, she worked on Kaitha, then she worked on Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture in Rajasthan for her PhD. Apart from that, she is teaching in two different universities, that is basically Center for Liberal Arts, the Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, and Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, Symbiosis International Deemed University, where she is teaching archaeology and anthropology for last 6 years. Then apart from that, she has participated in different excavations in different capacities of like Pachamta, then Javasia, Kotora Badli, Chirand. She has participated on the excavations. She has published research articles in national and international journals, as well as she has presented many research papers in international and national conferences. She has published one book. Then she has published chapters in the edited volumes and research papers in different journals. For her PhD, she worked on the Ganeshwar Jodhpura Chalcolithic culture. And after her PhD, she is continuing that area and she is working in Sikar and Junjunu area of Rajasthan to understand this Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture in a better or holistic way. And for her work and proposal, she has awarded Homi Bhabha Fellowship, which is considered to be a very prestigious fellowship in archaeology as well. So she has received that, and through that Homi Bhabha Fellowship, she is continuing her PhD work, and she is continuing the explorations in that area to understand this particular culture. So without wasting much of time, now I would request Dr. Isha Prasad to present her paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that introduction. If you could just give me a minute to share my screen and then start with that. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Isha Prasad, and I'll be talking on the topic reappraisal of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura Chalcolithic culture. When we talk about the Chalcolithic culture of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura, it's basically located in the present state of Rajasthan. And within Rajasthan, the majority of the sites are mostly located in the northeastern section of Rajasthan, right? Till date, we have more than 500 sites that has been reported as belonging to the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. However, we only have two sites, that is the site of Ganeshwar and the site of Jodhpura, that has been excavated as of this culture. Chronologically, we have been able to date the whole culture as somewhere around belonging to the 3rd millennium BCE, with dates being somewhere around 2750 to 2000 BCE. When we look at the different nomenclatures or how the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture has been named and termed for the past few years, there has been different ways in which the scholars have basically tried to name the culture depending on which site was excavated and the kind of data that has been found from these different sites. So the first site that was excavated of this particular culture was the Jodhpura culture, and because a completely new cultural assemblage was found at the site, the culture was first named as the Jodhpura culture. Later on, we have the site of Ganeshwar being excavated, after which the culture was named as the Ganeshwar culture. However, because of the similarities between the material culture of Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, it was later on termed as either the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture or the Ganeshwar Jodhpura cultural complex. However, these nomenclatures all mostly talk about a culture complex, a culture which is spread across the northeastern portion of Rajasthan, and specifically in the districts such as Junjunu, Sikar, and Jaipur. So out of these 500 sites, approximately 425 sites is something which is only located in these three districts of Rajasthan. However, there are some number of sites which is present even in the Bhilwara region, the Tong, Savai Madhopur, Bharatpur, and one site in Jaisalmer region in itself. Again, coming back to the chronology of it, so this map basically shows the site location of Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, and around it we have the other Chalcolithic sites such as the Chalcolithic culture of Ahar, which was contemporary to it, the Chalcolithic culture of Kayatha in Madhya Pradesh, which was also contemporary to it, and towards the north we have the Harappan civilization with sites such as Harappa, Kalibanga, Farmana, and Mohenjo-daro, which were again contemporary to the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture.
Dr. Isha, your slides are not going ahead.
Oh, okay.
Now it is visible.
Okay, so I won't go on the screen.
Isha,
Okay,
can
so
you
these
present
were,
it on a slideshow mode so that everybody can see, please?
okay. So So can you let me know if the slides are moving now?
Yes, I would let you know, but you first put
And now they are
on a
visible.
slideshow mode.
Okay. This is a slideshow only, so I've put it on full
All the way on the
screen.
top, you will see a slideshow mode, and start from present slide. Good.
Yeah,
Which
can you
version of Windows you are using?
Okay, so can you all see the slide now?
No.
Okay, 1 second.
आपके स्लाइड के राइट बॉटम कॉर्नर में एक माइनस का साइन है, उसके ठीक पास वाले आइकन पे क्लिक कीजिए. हाँ.
Yeah, see.
Okay, now it's on full screen.
No.
Still not visible.
No, I think don't do the full screen, otherwise it will not be visible.
Okay.
Not that one. The projection mode. The last couple one.
Yeah, so I did that, but I think it's not.
Push it. Yeah.
इसके ऊपर रख के क्लिक कीजिए, ये अपने आप हो जाएगा फुल स्क्रीन मोड पे.
जो प्रभु सर चलने दें, अभी दिख तो रहा है. हेलो.
Yeah, I think it's better don't do full screen. Just increase the size of the slide from the right side bottom. Yes. Sometimes it happens that when you share full screen, it doesn't go ahead in the link.
Okay, so I'll continue like this.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So this was what I had shown till now, the extent of the Ganesha Jodhpura culture in the northeastern portion of Rajasthan, with maximum concentration in Jodhpur, Sikar and Jaipur district. And the other map will basically shows the Ganeshwar, the site location of Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, and along with it, towards the north, we have Kalibanga, Harappa, Farmana, and Mohenjo-daro, which were contemporary to the Ganesha Jodhpura culture. And towards the south, we have Ahar and Kayatha, which again were cultures which are contemporary to the Ganesha Jodhpura culture. Now, if you talk about the culture in itself, this culture was in the first place identified in the early 1970s after excavations at Jodhpur and Ganeshwar. However, what we have also noticed is that when we look at this culture, it is at a very incipient stage of study because we do not really know a lot of details about this culture. As far as the ceramic assemblage, which is one of the most important aspects of the archaeological material, what we have seen is that the ceramic assemblage has been very haphazardly described through the years without any proper connotation towards what is it that really classify the whole cultural assemblage as a whole. A loosely used terminology that was given by the excavators early on is basically OCP or ochre colored pottery, which is a natural occurrence rather than a characteristic of the pottery itself. However, one aspect that has been really worked upon when we look at the Ganesha Jodhpura culture is basically the copper artifacts. So the site location of Ganeshwar on one hand and Jodhpur on the other basically shows that these sites are very closely located to the Khetri copper belt. And because of this close proximity, a lot of different kinds of copper artifacts were basically recovered from these different excavations. Now, the presence of these copper artifacts along with the very strategic location of the site of Ganeshwar and Jodhpura, that is they being very close to the Khetri mine, basically led to the conclusion that these sites and the culture in itself is a copper producing copper manufacturing culture, which were then mining the copper from the Khetri belt itself, producing it, and to some extent were in trade contacts with all the contemporary civilizations and cultures at that particular point of time. Other material culture were also found from the excavations at Jodhpur and Ganeshwar, which mostly were limited to some semi-precious stones, some kind of structural evidences, and some agricultural tools such as pestles and mullers. The structural evidences again were very limited in nature, which mostly talked about the presence of semi-permanent structures such as houses and huts. In some cases, there's a stone embankment in the case of Jodhpura. However, again, not much evidence as far as even the micro-settlement pattern or the structural evidence is concerned was published or known about this culture. The one area in which a lot of work has been done in this culture is the exploration and to understand the settlement pattern. And based on the exploration, different districts, different tehsils were identified wherein the Ganesha Jodhpura culture sites has been reported. So Rizvi, Raghubans, Kumar, all of them in their PhD thesis has basically reported more than 500 sites as belonging to the Ganesha Jodhpura culture. Now, recently in 2013, R.N. Singh, along with a team from Cambridge, re-excavated the site of Ganeshwar, wherein they basically put in 3 trenches on the site itself. So the red dots that you see here are basically the places wherein the trenches were put, the location of the trenches in itself. And out of these, only 1 trench they could excavate up to the natural soil. The other 2 trenches they could not excavate completely because they had hit the rock belt, the rocky area, as soon as they started excavating it. So because of the problems that has been associated with the Ganesha Jodhpura culture, specifically the idea of not having a specific character as far as the ceramic or the cultural material is concerned, I looked at this recent excavation to understand the Ganesha Jodhpura culture in a better light. Now, from the excavation, in total, 10 layers were mostly identified, out of which the layer 1 to layer 6 were identified as layers belonging to the Chalcolithic Ganesha Jodhpura culture. From layer 7 to layer 10, we have mostly microlithic assemblage that is present in there. Now, from these 3 different trenches, and the first phase, I started out an analysis of the pottery from the site of Ganeshwar in itself to understand what is it that characterizes the Ganeshwar pottery. So the whole assemblage of the Ganeshwar pottery could be basically divided into 3 different wares. We have the red ware, the Ganeshwar reserve slip ware, and the grey ware. Now, all of these 3 ware is mostly characterized on the basis of either the technique through which it has been made or the section or the firing in itself. So red ware has then been further subdivided into different varieties based on the kind of surface treatment that has been given on the ware itself. So the different varieties that has been recorded from the site of Ganeshwar is the black on red, bichrome effect, bichrome, red slip, red untreated and wash variety. The Ganesha reserve slipware has not been further subdivided into any variety. And then we have the greyware, which has been divided into slipped and painted variety. Now, I'll quickly go through what the characteristic features of these different pottery in itself is. So the first is the black on red variety, which has a red color slip on the exterior up to throat on the interior in case of closed vessels, a complete slip on the exterior and interior in case of open vessels. And over this red color slip, we have paintings that has been done in black color. However, what is interesting is that along with the paintings, there is a lot of different kinds of incisions that has also been made on the pottery itself. And these incisions has been done in various permutations and combinations, which basically goes on to say that it is not just one kind of geometric design that has been used in order to incise the pot, but different kind of geometric designs has been combined together to incise the pot. And along with this, we have different painting designs that is also present on the potsherds itself. The next variety in the red ware is the bichrome variety, which is very similar to the Sothi style of bichrome variety, wherein a red color slip has been done, over which paintings in black has been done, and between the black paintings, infilling of white is something that has been carried out. However, this kind of variety, the bichrome variety in itself, is not very prevalent at the site, and at the site itself, we just found one particular sherd of this variety. Followed by that, something which is very interesting and unique to the site of Ganeshwar is the bichrome effect variety. In here, what they have done is that they have used the red color both as a slip and as a paint. Along with the red color, they have used black color paint, and there are certain portions of the pot that has been left either unslipped or unpainted, which basically shows the surface color of the pot itself. So once you look at the pottery or a piece of pot, you will find that there are three different distinct colors: the red color, the black, and uh, the portion that wherein there is no treatment that has been done. However, since there are only two colors that has been used, I'm calling them as a bichrome effect, that it gives you the effect of three different colors, yet there is the use of these two colors in itself. As was seen with the black on red variety, even in the bichrome effect variety, what is again very unique is that these different permutations and combinations, the black, and the untreated surface, is again combined with the presence of different kind of incised designs on the surface of the pottery itself. This is the only example of a naturalistic motif wherein using incised designs, what we see is that an animal has been made. So this is the face of the animal, the horns, the leg of the animal. So that's the only design of a naturalistic painting that was present at Ganeshwar. Then we have red slipped ware, or the red slipped variety, wherein the use of red color slip is predominant, and along with the red color slip, another aspect of which is present is again the use of different kind of incisions made on the pottery itself. These are all different examples of the red slipped variety. Now, lastly, one another unique aspect of the Ganeshwar pottery is basically what I call as the Ganeshwar reserve slipware. Now, reserve slipware is something which is not unique. We already know of reserve slipware occurring within the Harappan context. We know of the reserve slipware occurring within the Ahar context, right? But in the case of Ganeshwar, the reserve slipware is a little different. In case of both Ahar and Harappa, what we see is that there is a distinct use of two different slips. So a slip is first put, it is let to dry. Once the first slip is dried, a second slip is put on top of it, and it is scooped out, which basically reveals the lower slip. So that's a technique that has been used by both the Ahar culture and the Harappan civilization. Now, the people at Ganeshwar used a similar technique, but the way that this whole reserve slip was executed was very different from what has been done either in the case of Ahar or in the case of the Harappan civilization. Now, at Ganeshwar, what we can see is that instead of using two different slip, what the people were doing is that they had a red color slip that they had put first, and over the slip they had these broad black color bands that were put over it, right? Now, once they had put the black color band, they would scoop out the band. So the red color slip in itself is something that was visible underneath it. So even though the technique was similar, what the way or the how the execution of the Ganeshwar reserve slipper run basically makes it very different from all other reserve slippers that we have seen in the other contemporary cultures. Now, if you look at the whole assemblage of the Ganeshwar culture, what we see is that there is a similarity in which the designs has been made, but there is not a lot of different kind of shapes that has been made by the people. There are predominantly two shapes that is found throughout the whole assemblage. On one hand, we have these globular pots that is found right from layer 6 to layer 1. On the other hand, the most important or the characteristic feature that we can talk about in the case of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture are these carinated basins. Again, these carinated basins is something which starts right from the lowest level, that is layer 6, and continues throughout the layers, that is till layer 1. Apart from these, there is hardly any shape that has been introduced from one layer to the other. So as far as the shapes are concerned, that is something which continues through all the period. Even when we talk about the different wares and varieties, there is a continuity of these wares occurring right from layer 6 to layer 1. The only difference is that of the bichrome effect variety, which is present in the lower layer, layers, that is from layer 6 to layer 4. In layer 1, 2, and 3, the bichrome effect variety is something which is completely absent. Now, So we have the bichrome effect variety on one hand, we have the Ganeshwar reserve slipware on the other hand, the carinated basins, which makes the whole pottery assemblage pretty unique. And then of course we have the different kind of motifs that has been made on the Ganeshwar pottery. So these motifs, specifically the whole combination of incised along with the painted motifs, basically is is another characteristic feature of the Ganeshwar pottery in itself. And looking at the different permutations and combinations that has been made on the Ganeshwar pottery, I have divided the whole motif assemblage into three different parts. We have the simple or the singular motif, we have complex or composite motif, and the naturalistic motif. The simple or singular motif is basically any kind of geometric designs that we see. So so for example, the horizontal lines, oblique lines, wavy lines, simple dots. So these different kinds of motifs that has been occurring basically has been clubbed together as simple motif. Now complex or composite motifs basically means that two or more simple motifs has been made together on the same pot. So for example, we have wavy lines along with a panel of horizontal lines, or we have dots along with checkered pattern or diamonds that has been made in itself. So that's the complex or composite motif. What is interesting is that both the simple and complex or composite motifs has been made using not just incisions but a combination of both incisions and black paint. These black paints, however, in most cases has been used as the borders or the bordering lines of these incisions, but in some cases have been made independently of the incisions as well. And lastly, we have naturalistic motive. Again, like I said, there isn't many examples of naturalistic motive that is present in the pottery of Ganeshwar. However, the presence of an animal, some motifs which looks like plant motifs, and in some cases we have what looks like a pear drop or a water drop motif has been identified from the pottery of Ganeshwar. Now, looking at the complete assemblage, what we can see is that this complexity of motif design, specifically in terms of incisions and the use of both incisions and paint in order to decorate the pottery in itself, is very unique to the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. Now, if you look at all the contemporary culture, be it the Kaitha culture in Madhya Pradesh, be it the Ahar culture of Rajasthan, be it the Harappan civilization, all of these different cultures and civilization had this whole idea of incising and painting the pot. So that was a similarity that existed between all these different cultures. However, what sets the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture apart is basically the complex nature of designs, which also somewhere or the other talks about the idea of them trying to create an identity of their own through the pottery decorations in itself. Now, moving forward, if we look at the other aspects of the Ganeshwar, from the pottery of Ganeshwar, from layer 1, 2, 3, and 5, we have different kinds of graffiti marks that was found. However, the maximum occurrence of these graffiti marks are from layer 1 and 2. Again, these are mostly geometric in nature, but there are some naturalistic graffiti marks that is also present. So for example, there is this animal design that is present, there's a hunting scene that is there, there's a human stick figurine that is present as in the form of graffiti marks. Now graffiti marks becomes really important because that also helps us understand trade patterns, that also helps us understand any kind of connection or cultural connectivity that was present between contemporary cultures. And one of the biggest problems that was there when we talk about the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture is to have an actual date of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. So in order to relatively date the culture and the site, what I did was I carried out a comparative analysis between the graffiti that is found from the site of Ganeshwar with sites such as Kalibanga, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Farmana, because all of these sites have been dated on the basis of either radiocarbon dates or other absolute dating methods. And all in all, more than 60% of the graffiti that was found from the site of Ganeshwar had similarities with one of these other sites of the Harappan civilization. Now, based on these comparison, what we could see is that all of these graffiti could be compared with the mature phase, that is in at Kalibanga period to Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Farmana, the mature phase of the Harappan civilization. And the dating of these sites is mostly from 2500 or 2600 BCE to 2100 BCE. Now, based on these comparisons, I came to the conclusion that at least the first and the second layer, wherein majority of the graffiti is coming from, and which is comparable to the other mature Harappan sites, the layer 1 and layer 2 in itself could be dated to around 2600 and 2100 BCE. And interestingly, this is not the only aspect of the different periods that is present at the site of Ganeshwar. One aspect, that is the bichrome effect, is completely absent in layer 1 and layer 2 and starts occurring in from layer 3 to layer 6. Graffiti is present in layer 1 and layer 2, which is is contemporary to the mature Harappan phase, and is almost absent from layer 3 onwards. Again, the Ganeshwar reserve slipware that we have been talking about has been found from the site of Farmana. There were 2 sherds that has been found from the site of Farmana, which goes on to say that in the mature phase of the Harappan and the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, what we see is that there were either trade contacts between Haryana on one side, along with Rajasthan on the other hand. Then there is the S-shaped jars that was found in layer 2, which is again a very characteristic feature of the mature Harappan phase in general in itself. Now, based on all these different comparative methods and similarities in the ceramic assemblage, I then divided the whole of the Ganeshwar pottery and the site of Ganeshwar itself into 2 periods. That is period 1, which is an early phase, and period 2, which is in mature phase. Period 2 was easily dated to 2600 to 2100 BCE based on the comparative analysis. However, when we talk about period 1, that is something which can right now we can say that it is prior to 2600 BCE, but we cannot really say as to when is it that period would have begun in the first phase. Moving forward, now when we look at the distribution of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, like I said, that the maximum number of sites is mostly found in the Sikar, Jhunjhunu and Jaipur districts. And even out of these 3 districts, it is the Sikar districts which has such a large concentration of sites. So in the last 2 years, I took up a project to understand the settlement pattern of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, and specifically to see as to why there are so many sites in such a small area, that is the Sikar, and within the Sikar, the Neemka Thana Tehsil in itself. So I did a village-to-village survey, which included field walking, survey of the sites, the documentation of stratas, a relative dating, and to understand the settlement pattern. But the main objective of the whole survey that I carried out was to understand, of course, the reason for the huge number of sites. Second, to categorize the whole sites into an early and mature phase of the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. And then mostly to reconfirm the cultural affiliation of the sites to ascertain if they really belong to the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture in itself. And then one aspect that has been missing from all the earlier works is basically the relationship with the ecology and the resources that is available in the vicinity in itself, because that basically helps us understand the settlement pattern. So I carried out a village-to-village survey in 184 villages, and within the 184 villages, around 79 sites were documented. Out of these 79 sites, 51 sites were something that has been previously documented, and approximately 20-25 sites are newly discovered sites in itself. Now, the exploration showed that there are mostly 4 different ecological zones that has been utilized by the people in the Neemka Thana Tehsil or Sikar district. The first is basically the top of the mountain ranges, right? So in that cases, there is one side which is a rock art site, wherein on one hand we have the humped bull figurine that was found painted in red ochre, and on the other hand something of a circular nature that was found at the painting in itself. Then we have other sites which is found at the top of the hills, wherein mostly these sites are medieval in nature, with bastions and the structures very well preserved till date. Then majority of the sites that we had are basically on the Piedmont surface or on the slopes of the mountains. Now, an interesting aspect or feature of these different sites that were found on the Piedmont surface is that a lot of these sites have evidence of ash deposit present on the site itself. So most of the sites on the Piedmont either has evidence of ash deposits, or in some cases we have direct evidence of iron slag, huge heaps of iron slag being present on the surface of the site itself. Then the other area that was occupied by the people are basically sites that is located on the sand dunes. Now these sites are not very huge or not very large. These are at max sites that were occupied by nomadic people, guessing by the amount of cultural material that has been actually found on the site itself. And then we have sites on the agricultural plains, that is the flatlands, and not either on sand dunes or on the hilly terrains of the Aravallis in itself. Now, one interesting aspect that we also noticed along with these is that most of the sites were actually located very close to different water resources. So these water resources could either be the river systems or that is present in the area, or the uh, natural lakes or the natural lakes that is basically present in the area in itself. Now, based on the field walking, different kind of material culture was also collected from this area. And one aspect of it which helped us identify or link these sites with a culture is basically the ceramic assemblage. Now, the ceramic assemblage that we again found, of course, there was a black on red where we have the red slipped ware that is present in huge quantity within the red slipped ware, and the black on red variety. We have globular pots, we have basins, bowls, V-shaped jars, spouts that is present. Then we have these different kinds of incised pottery that again was found from a lot of different sites. And then the mud applique ware. Now, interestingly, some of these pottery might look very similar to the Ganeshwar Jodhpura pottery in the sense that they are black on red pottery, in the sense that there is incisions being present in here. But if we look very closely at the rim shapes that is there on these different, the rim shapes of the pottery, from the exploration itself, what we can see is that most of these rim shapes are very early historic in nature and is very comparable to the Rang Mahal pottery that has been found from the excavations at Rang Mahal. Now, this is one aspect of it. Apart from that, different kind of antiquities, right from copper coins to horse figurines to beads, a Vishnu statue, all of these were also recovered from the exploration. Now, the other kind of sites that were found are mostly the medieval sites, which is found right at the top of the mountain, which gives them a very strategic position, mostly from the perspective of security. And in the medieval ceramic assemblage, I have basically classified the whole assemblage into mica slipped ware, mica slipped painted ware, and the bichrome ware. So both mica slipped and mica slipped painted ware basically has a golden or silver color mica that has been used as a slip. And over the slip, in some cases, paintings either in black or red has been done. In case of bichrome, the use of a slip along with the use of a mica slip along with black, red, and white color paintings is something which has been found. In the exploration, what we also found is a hoard of 180 copper coins, which is mostly the horseman and bull type coins that were found from one of the villages during the exploration. Now, an interesting aspect that was seen is that through the exploration in the Nimka Thana Tehsil of Sikar district, there are 47 sites which has been identified as belonging to the early historic period. There are 8 sites which has been identified as belonging to medieval period, and 22 sites which has both early historic, which is multicultural, that is, they have evidence of both early historic and medieval periods. Interestingly, there wasn't, except for the site of Ganeshwar, no other Chalcolithic site was actually identified at the site itself. Now, if we look at the distribution or the use of different ecological zones by the people of the early historic and medieval times, what we can see is that majority of the sites were actually located on the Piedmont surface or the slopes of the Aravallis, followed by agricultural or flatland, and the least number of sites that were found were basically present in the sand dunes. Now, this basically points towards a very important question as to why or how is it that a problem with identification of the Ganesha Jodhpura culture site started. Now, if we think about it, there are similarities between the Chalcolithic Ganesha Jodhpura culture, the Harappan civilization, and the Rang Mahal culture. So even in the first place, when that site of Rang Mahal was discovered, people believed it to be a site belonging to the Harappan civilization. It was later on, after the excavations, that the differences, specifically in the cultural material, the ceramic, was observed. So in in all probability, that was what has taken place when we are talking about the Ganeshwar Jodhpura sites in Rajasthan and specifically in the Neemka Thana Tehsil, wherein the sites which are early historic in nature has been identified or wrongly identified as Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture sites. The other aspect that comes in here is that, okay, if they are not Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture sites, why is it that we have such a great number or a large number of early historic sites? Now, if you all remember, I was talking about the Piedmont sites and the sites that are located in the slope, and in there, a huge number of iron slag or ash deposit is something that has been found on the surface itself. This goes on to say, and the Neemka region is said to be the richest area in the whole of Sikar district as far as the iron content in itself is concerned. So this basically goes on to say that all of these sites were very strategically located on the Piedmont surface for the mining of iron itself or for the exploitation of the iron resources, right? And it was the use of this ecological zone that was being taken up by the early historic people, wherein majority of the sites are in the Piedmont from the very functional aspect of exploiting iron in itself, followed by sites which is on the agricultural or the plain lands, which could have been used for agricultural purposes. And then there are some semi-permanent sites that is present in the sand dunes, which could be sites that were either used for trading purposes or people by the pastoral communities. So based on this, now areas in different areas of Sikar, I have taken up the Homi Bhabha Fellowship, and for that, different areas of Sikar will be explored in order to understand if the same type or the same way in which the early historic sites have been found in the Neemka Thana Tehsil continues in the other Tehsil, and also to understand the whole settlement pattern of the early historic period. That would be all. Thank you so much. Questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now it is open for discussion and questions. If people have any questions or
So the paper is open for discussion. If any question.
Dr. Pramod?
Yes, I'm here.
Conclude, sir, please. Your views.
So if no questions are there, then I will conclude this session. So the work what Dr. Isha is doing is very important because so far we have given so much of importance to Harappan civilization and in these Chalcolithic cultures which are there in the form of different cultures in like Ganeshwar Jodhpura or Ahar or Malwa or Jorwe. So we have so many different Chalcolithic cultures, but they have not paid required attention, and a very haphazard work has been done so far. So with this systematic exploration, systematic research, so probably we will be able to have a better understanding of this local Chalcolithic culture of Ganeshwar Jodhpura. And not only that, but then a lot of questions regarding the number of settlements, the kind of settlement pattern, then probably the interaction network with the Ahar and the Harappans. So that would give us a better understanding of proto-historic past of India rather than just making the list of sites. So now we need to analyze the data so that we can have a better perspective towards our ancient people and landscape archaeology and its relationship with the development and the cultural processes. So I think in that way this is a very important step forward, particularly for the local Chalcolithic cultures. So I congratulate Dr. Isha Prasad for taking up Ganeshwar Jodhpura for her research. That is a very required step, in fact, now in Indian archaeology. So I give her all the best for her future and all the explorations. And hopefully now instead of early historic, she gets some Ganeshwar Jodhpura sites. So that would be like, the interesting part to get the actual dates from the site, because unfortunately, Ganeshwar is never dated. So that is the biggest problem in Indian archaeology, in fact. but hopefully with the new coming up of data, we might be in a better position to tackle these sort of issues in Indian archaeology. So thank you very much. And I also thank Dr. Shrikant Ganvir, who is co-chairing this session. So I am thankful to him as well, and to the organizers for beautifully organizing this webinar. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Dr. Ganvir. Dr. Ganvir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes sir. Your brief view, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Isha, for shedding light on the appraisal of Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, very important regional Chalkuti culture, and as said by Dr. Prabodh Shirvarkar, the chairperson of the session, that such studies are very important to understand basically the history of Chalkuti, not only the protohistoric period, but also the to understand the different important dimensions of the Chalcolithic studies, which is comparatively the less studied area as a research area. One of the less studied research areas in the studying the ancient past or studying the heritage. Thank you very much. Now I ask to take over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Mishra sir for giving me this opportunity and organizing such a wonderful webinar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Prabodh, Dr. Yanvireshar, and Dr. Isa for giving talk and share the session and co-chair this webinar. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session, talk of a senior professor of ancient history, eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Kamlesh Sharma, formerly Professor and Head History, Tradition and Culture, VM Open University, Kota, Rajasthan. Chairperson, Professor Dr. Pratibha Pandey, Department of History, ML Sukhadia University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. And co-chairperson, Dr. Biva Srivastav, Professor Govt GDC College, REWA MP. So welcome all of you, Madam Kamlesh Sharma, Madam Pratibha, Madam Professor Dr. Pratibha Pandey, शायद वो अभी है नहीं. रावत सर, प्लीज. Okay. So welcome, Madam. Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam, welcome. Oh, please give your talk. Then if Dr. Pratibha, Madam, join, introduce you to audience.
Yeah,
Please
okay, sir.
Start your talk. Yeah.
सर स्क्रीन विजिबल है?
नहीं अभी नहीं. हाँ आ रही है मैडम, अभी तो आ रही है. हाँ सही है, आ रहा है.
हाँ, okay, sir. And I am very thankful to Professor Iskand Gupta, Iskand Mishra ji,
Mishra, madam, Mishra.
Mishra ji and his team for this wonderful webinar. and so I have a chance to give a lecture before you. और मैं चूँकि एंशियंट हिस्ट्री से हूँ, लिटरेचर हूँ, तो अभी आर्कियोलॉजिकल उसके बहुत सारे ये लेक्चर्स चल रहे हैं। और आर्कियोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री या इतिहास क्या है? इतिहास से तात्पर्य है निश्चित रूप से ऐसा हुआ है। इसका अध्ययन विभिन्न साहित्यिक एवं पुरातात्विक स्रोतों के माध्यम से किया जाता है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कोई लोक कथा, गाथा, मौखिक परंपरा या किसी को भी हम इतिहास कह सकते हैं। और इतिहास को पुष्टि करने के लिए हमें विभिन्न स्रोतों पर निर्भर रहना पड़ता है। और चूंकि हमारे पास जो
हेलो शर्मा मैडम, एक मिनट।
जी सर।
श्रीकांत गणवीर साहब हैं क्या लाइन में? हेलो हेलो डॉक्टर गणवीर। ओके ओके मैडम, चलिए।
हाँ सर,
शुरू करिए। हाँ शुरू करिए।
हाँ सर, ये हम चूंकि भारत में साहित्यिक परंपरा, जो हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे पास एक जो लिटरेरी हेरिटेज है वो बहुत विशाल है। और इसमें हमारे जो साहित्यिक, जो बहुत ही विशाल साहित्य हमारे पास है। और विश्व का सबसे विशाल साहित्य जो हमारी सांस्कृतिक धरोहर है। और उसी के माध्यम से हम जो साहित्यिक कई ऐसे गैप्स हैं उनको हम फिलअप कर सकते हैं, और बहुत सी जो अधूरी बातें हैं उनको हम पूरा कर सकते हैं। तो साहित्यिक स्रोत अपने आप में, या जो लिटरेरी हेरिटेज है, उसको भी हमको जानना चाहिए। और प्राचीन भारतीय इतिहास का जब हम अध्ययन करते हैं तो पुरातात्विक स्रोतों के साथ साथ सबसे पहले साहित्यिक स्रोतों का अध्ययन किया जाना चाहिए। और ये साहित्यिक स्रोत हमारे पूरे बहुत विशाल साहित्य, मेरे ख्याल से विश्व के किसी भी देश के पास, जो हमारा देश है मल्टीलिंगुअल, मल्टी लैंग्वेज यहाँ पे हैं, उन सब में विशाल साहित्य है। संस्कृत, पाली, प्राकृत, कन्नड़, तमिल, तेलुगु, सब में बहुत ही साहित्य है, जिससे हमें बहुत सी ऐतिहासिक सूचनाएं मिलती हैं, जानकारियां मिलती हैं। और चूंकि प्राचीन भारत के इतिहास का जब हम अध्ययन करते हैं तो हमें बहुत सारी कठिनाइयां आती हैं। और उन कठिनाइयों में ये है कि जो आक्रमणकारियों द्वारा हमारा जो बहुत सी लाइब्रेरीज थी, नालंदा, तक्षशिला, और एक विशाल जो स्रोत थे साहित्यिक, जो ग्रंथ थे, वो नष्ट कर दिए गए, जला दिए गए। और इसके अलावा साहित्य का जो उसका अनुवाद है वो विदेशियों द्वारा किया गया, मैक्स मुलर या मॉनियर विलियम्स द्वारा, तो वो भी प्रॉपर संस्कृत या प्रॉपर जो भाषा का वर्ड है उसका अनुवाद भी प्रॉपर सही नहीं हुआ है। तो हमारे पास प्राचीन भारतीय संस्कृति या इतिहास के अध्ययन करने में बहुत सी कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास स्रोत बहुत कम हैं और जो स्रोत हैं वो बिखरे हुए हैं। और उन सबको बांध के इतिहासिक तथ्य निर्मित करना, ये बहुत ही थोड़ा सा टफ टास्क है। तो मैं जहाँ तक कहूँगी, हमारे इतिहास को लिखने के लिए साहित्यिक और पुरातात्विक दो तरह के स्रोत होते हैं। पुरातात्विक के अंतर्गत, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, पुरालेख हैं, सिक्के हैं, स्थापत्य अवशेष हैं, पुरातत्वीय अन्वेषणों, उत्खनन को शामिल किया जाता है। और इसके अलावा आजकल नया ट्रेंड चला है कि जो मौखिक परंपराएं हैं, जो हमारी वंशावलियां हैं, लोक कथाएं हैं, अनुश्रुतियां हैं, नारशंसी है, आख्यान या गाथा, उनसे भी हमें जो इतिहास की काफ़ी जानकारियां मिलती हैं। कुछ ट्राइबल गीत्स हैं, उन सब में हमें मिलती है। सबसे पहले हम आते हैं साहित्यिक स्रोतों पे। साहित्यिक स्रोत, चूँकि वैसे तो ये धर्म के आधार पे बांटना गलत है, लेकिन फिर भी अभी एक ट्रेडिशन चला आ रहा है कि जिन ग्रंथों में जिस धर्म की ज़्यादा बात है उसको हम उसी कैटेगरी में रख देते हैं। तो इसमें 3 तरह के एंशियंट जो ग्रंथ हैं उनको हम 3 कैटेगरी में बांट सकते हैं, हिंदू ग्रंथ, बौद्ध ग्रंथ, जैन ग्रंथ और कुछ ऐतिहासिक एवं समसामयिक ग्रंथ, और इसके अलावा विदेशी यात्रियों के वृत्तांत हैं। और इन विदेशी यात्रियों ने भी अपनी दृष्टि से भारत को देखा, यहाँ के जनजीवन के धार्मिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक जीवन को देखा और उसके आधार पर उन्होंने उसका विवरण किया। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि साहित्य को हम किस तरह से इतिहास का स्रोत मान सकते हैं, क्योंकि कई जो साम्राज्यवादी सोच के इतिहासकारों ने ये कहा है कि नहीं, प्राचीन भारतीय साहित्य तो धर्म प्रधान है, उनमें धर्म की ही बातें हैं, ये तो माइथोलॉजिकल ग्रंथ हैं, या इनको हम इतिहास का सोर्स कैसे मान सकते हैं। तो इस बारे में काफी विवादास्पद बातें कही जाती हैं, लेकिन यह सही नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सी इम्पोर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशंस हमें जो हमारा प्राचीन साहित्य है, जो हमारी लिटरेरी हेरिटेज है, उसमें मिलती हैं। और चूंकि अंग्रेजों ने ये अच्छा काम किया कि जो दूसरी दुनिया को भी हमारे ग्रंथ दिखाए, मैक्स मुलर, मोनियर विलियम्स जैसे बहुत से विद्वानों ने विदेशों में बैठ के संस्कृत ग्रंथों का अध्ययन किया, लेकिन इसमें बहुत सी कमियां भी हैं, क्योंकि इंग्लिश का अनुवाद जो प्रॉपर संस्कृत वर्ड है उसका अनुवाद सही नहीं हुआ है, क्योंकि हमारे तो एक एक एक्टिविटी के लिए बहुत सारे वर्ड्स हैं। और जैसे रिलीजन है या धर्म का जो प्रॉपर अनुवाद है, रिलीजन वो प्रॉपर सही नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारा जो धर्म है वो एक तरह से कर्तव्यों की पूरी श्रृंखला है। और तो इसमें मतलब कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि जो संस्कृत वर्ड्स हैं या जो हमारी हिंदी भाषा के वर्ड्स हैं, उनके प्रॉपर अनुवाद सही नहीं हुए हैं। और जो नई पीढ़ी को, जो जिनको संस्कृत या फारसी जो भाषाएं नहीं आती ओरिजिनल सोर्सेस की, तो उनको इंग्लिश अनुवाद से उसका थोड़ा अर्थ डिफरेंट हो जाता है। तो हमें थोड़ा सा इस बात का भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए। और जो हमारे हिंदू ग्रंथ हैं उनमें हम सबसे पहले वेद हैं, वेद, ऋग्वेद, सामवेद, यजुर्वेद, अथर्ववेद। और प्राचीन काल में 2 परंपराएं में दिखाई देती हैं, श्रुति परंपरा और स्मृति परंपरा। श्रुति परंपरा में जो मौखिक शताब्दियों तक वेद रहे, वेदों की ऋचाएं रही, उनका निर्माण किया जाता था, और बाद में उनको नए कलेवर में उनको मिक्स करके कुछ समय के अनुसार से स्मृतियों में लिपिबद्ध किया गया। तो कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि जो हमारे वेद हैं, जब दुनिया के देश अपने पशुचारण या अपने आरंभिक अवस्था में थे, उस समय हमारे भारत में वेदों की ऋचाओं का निर्माण होता था। और ज्ञान का जो आदि ज्ञान का स्रोत है वो वेद है। और वेदों को अपरुषेय कहा जाता है कि ये ईश्वर द्वारा निर्मित हैं, ये सार्वभौमिक हैं, ये किसी देश, जाति या धर्म के नहीं हैं। और ये न केवल भारत के वरन प्राचीन कालीन जो विश्व की जो संरचना थी, उनकी जो समाज था, भाषा था, धर्म, संस्कृति जो भी थी, उनकी जानकारी हमें वेदों से मिलती है। वेद, ऋग्वेद में हम देखते हैं प्राचीन ऋचाएं हैं, और इसमें भी ऐतिहासिक जानकारी मिलती है। उस समय कैसा समाज था, समाज के लोग कैसे थे, किस तरह से उनकी आर्थिक जीवन था, उनका धार्मिक जीवन था, वो प्राकृतिक शक्तियों की, जो वरुण है, इंद्र है, जल, सूर्य, उषा, इन सब की वो पूजाएं करते थे, किस तरह का धर्म था। इसके अलावा दशराज्य राजाओं के युद्ध की जानकारी मिलती है, जिसमें सुदाश ने विजय प्राप्त की थी। और सुदाश के जो गुरु थे वो वशिष्ठ थे। और इसके अलावा जो दूसरा वेद आता है सामवेद है, साम का अर्थ है गायन। ऋग्वेद या वेदों में गायन को या उसके उच्चारण का बहुत महत्व दिया जाता था कि ऋचा का प्रॉपर उसका प्रोनाउंसिएशन हो, उसके जो बोला जाए वो एकदम सही रहना चाहिए, ये गा के भी गाया जा सकता है। सामवेद के बहुत से जो मंत्र हैं ऋग्वेद से लिए गए हैं और खासतौर से यज्ञों के समय गाए जाने वाले मंत्र इसमें मिलते हैं सामवेद के अंदर। काफी ऋग्वेद के भी हैं और कुछ नए मंत्र भी हैं। और तीसरा जो है यजुर्वेद है और ये कर्म कांड प्रधान है। इसमें यज्ञ से संबंधित यज्ञ की संविदा कैसे लाएं, उनको कैसे तैयार करें, यज्ञ कब किया जाए, कौन से वृक्षों की लकड़ियों से किया जाए, ये सब उसमें डिटेल या विस्तार में हमें उसमें मिलता है यजुर्वेद में। इसके बाद आता है अथर्ववेद। अथर्ववेद को इतिहासकार थोड़ा लेटर पीरियड का मानते हैं और प्रथम 3 जो वेद हैं उनके बाद से अथर्ववेद का जो कंटेंट है वो थोड़ा अलग है, थोड़ा जैसे लेटर एज का उससे बोध होता है। और अथर्ववेद में हमें जो चीजें मिलती हैं वो ब्रह्म के बारे में कि ब्रह्म क्या है, ईश्वर क्या है, धर्म क्या है, औषधि क्या है, या जल से चिकित्सा, योग से चिकित्सा कैसे की जा सकती है, सूर्य से चिकित्सा कैसे की जा सकती है, रोग निवारण, रोगों को कैसे दूर किया जा सकता है, पर्यावरण, इस पर विस्तृत विवरण है। और आपको ये जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि अथर्ववेद का जो पृथ्वी सूत्र है, पृथ्वी सूत्र में पूरी पृथ्वी की वंदना की गई है। इसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे श्लोक हैं जिनमें पृथ्वी को माता मान के कि अहम पृथिव्या पर्जन्यम आकाशम पिता, कि मैं पृथ्वी मेरी माँ है, मैं उसे बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान ना पहुँचाऊँ, वो मुझे इतने खाने की वस्तुएं देती हैं तो मैं उसके गर्भ में जाके बहुत ज़्यादा उसकी खुदाई ना करूं, उसका उत्खनन ना करूं। और एक तरह से पर्यावरण से रिलेटेड इकोलॉजी अथर्ववेद में बहुत सारे श्लोक हैं। इसके अलावा अथर्ववेद में पृथ्वी की वंदना व राष्ट्रवादी विचार मिलते हैं कि पृथ्वी मेरी माँ है और मेरा देश, मैं उसको बहुत इमोशनल बॉन्डिंग है धरती माँ के साथ, तो वो सारे में अथर्ववेद में मिलते हैं। और इसके अलावा अथर्ववेद में कुछ ऐसे मंत्र भी मिक्स हो गए हैं जैसे कि कुछ जादू टोना या कुछ विवाह संबंधी या प्रणय गीत, कुछ इस तरह से भी अथर्ववेद में मिक्स हो गए हैं। तो अथर्ववेद में भी हमें इस तरह से बहुत सारी जानकारियां मिलती हैं। और उसके बाद आते हैं उपनिषद। चूंकि जो वेद हैं उनमें संहिता पहला भाग, संहिता, ब्राह्मण और आरण्यक, हर वेद के 3 भाग हैं। तो आरण्यक या उपनिषद थोड़ा अलग से है। और चूंकि वेदों में यज्ञ के वातावरण को पवित्र करो, यज्ञ करो घी से या और जो समिदाएं से, उससे वातावरण की शुद्धि करके यज्ञ को प्रमुखता दी गई है। और उपनिषद में जो एक नई विचारधारा मिलती है और उसमें दार्शनिक विचार मिलते हैं कि यज्ञ संबंधी विचार कम मिलते हैं, और उसमें दार्शनिक चिंतन की पराकाष्ठा है। और 10 उपनिषद हैं, ईश, केन, कठ, प्रश्न, मुंडक, मांडुक्य, छांदोग्य, बृहदारण्यक, ऐतरेय, तैत्तिरीय। और उपनिषद शब्द उपनिष धातु से बना है जिसका तात्पर्य है समीप और निष्ठ का अर्थ है बैठना। यानी समीप बैठ करके गुरु से या ब्रह्म से जो ज्ञान प्राप्त किया जाए गुरु से, उसे हम उपनिषद कहेंगे। तो इसके जो दार्शनिक विचार हैं उसमें हमें सृष्टि की रचना, कैसे ये सृष्टि बनी, आत्मा क्या है, पुनर्जन्म क्या है, क्या आत्मा का पुनर्जन्म होता है या इसी जीवन में खत्म हो जाता है, शरीर मृत्यु के बाद कौन सा जीवन है, जीव कैसा है, जीव की क्या प्रकृति है, मृत्यु क्या चीज है या ईश्वर क्या है। तो इस तरह से दार्शनिक इन प्रश्नों के बहुत विस्तार से हमें इसमें जानकारी मिलती है। और कई जो ब्राह्मण ग्रंथ हैं इनमें ऐतरेय व कौशिक की तैतरीय व शतपथ ब्राह्मणों में हमें जो प्राचीन कालीन परीक्षित राजा थे उसके बाद से परीक्षित से लेके बिंबिसार के पहले तक की घटनाओं का उल्लेख हुआ है। और इसके अलावा राजाओं का अभिषेक किस तरह से किया जाता था ये जानकारी हमें मिलती है। और परीक्षित को कुरुओं का राजा बताया गया है। कुरु देश की समृद्धि और उसके प्रकृति चित्रण हमें इसमें मिलता है। और इसके बाद आता है वेदांग साहित्य। तो कई लोग कहते हैं कि लोग प्राचीन भारतीय तो ढंग से बोलना भी नहीं जानते थे, उन्हें व्याकरण का ज्ञान नहीं था। तो उन सब का प्रश्नों का उत्तर ये वेदांग देते हैं। वेदों को सही ढंग से समझने के लिए वेदांगों की रचना हुई। इनकी कुल संख्या 6 है। वैदिक स्वरों का शुद्ध उच्चारण आवश्यक था। और शिक्षा वर्ड ही अपने आप में विद्या का प्रतीक है कि उस समय कितना एजुकेशन डेवलप था। वैदिक स्वरों के शुद्ध उच्चारण के लिए शिक्षा शास्त्र का निर्माण हुआ। जैसा कि मैंने प्रारंभ में भी कहा, वेदों का उच्चारण पर बहुत ध्यान दिया जाता था कि वेदों का उच्चारण शुद्ध होना चाहिए। और दूसरा कल्प है। कल्प का अर्थ है कर्मकांड। इसमें वो विधि और वो नियम थे। और इसमें 3 तरह के इसके भाग मिलते हैं। श्रौत सूत्र जिनमें यज्ञ संबंधी नियम थे। श्रौत सूत्र ग्रह सूत्र थे। ग्रह सूत्र में जो गृहस्थ जीवन है वो किस तरह से दैनिक लौकिक जीवन जिया जाए, किस तरह से आपके इस जीवन के बाद पारलौकिक जीवन का क्या होगा या उसके लिए क्या किया जाए जीवन में, उससे संबंधित सूत्र में मिलते हैं। और धर्म सूत्र में सामाजिक, धार्मिक व राजनीतिक नियम हमें मिलते हैं। इनमें यज्ञीय विधि विधान, राजनीति विधि, व्यवहार, सामाजिक परिवर्तन, जो धीरे धीरे भारतीय समाज के जो परिवर्तन हैं वो हमें धर्म सूत्रों में दिखाई देते हैं। और प्रमुख धर्म सूत्र हैं, प्रमुख जो धर्म सूत्रकार हैं वो गौतम, बोधायन, आपस्तम व वशिष्ठ। तीसरा जो भाग है व्याकरण है। व्याकरण का अर्थ है भाषा को वैज्ञानिक शैली प्रदान करना। व्याकरण के ग्रंथों में हम पाणिनि की अष्टाध्यायी को भी ले सकते हैं जो कि एक प्रमुख ग्रंथ है। और इस तरह से वेदों के साथ साथ वेदों को लिखने के लिए व्याकरण शास्त्र का भी प्राचीन काल में विकास हुआ। और चौथा जो है वेदांग वो निरुक्त है। निरुक्त का अर्थ है व्युत्पत्ति शास्त्र और जिसकी रचना यास्क ने की थी। और इसमें जो वैदिक शब्द हैं वो कैसे रचे गए, कैसे बने और किस तरह से उनका प्रयोग किया जाए, इससे संबंधित विवरण है। पांचवा जो वेदांग है छंद है। तो छंद वैदिक ऋचाएं होती थी, उनको छंद के द्वारा पदों को चरणों में सूत्रबद्ध किया जाता था। और इस तरह से वेदों में छंद शास्त्र का विकास हो चुका था। और छठा वेदांग है ज्योतिष। क्योंकि प्राचीन काल से ही भारतीय ज्योतिष का प्रमुख महत्व था। वो ब्रह्मांड, नक्षत्रों के विषय में जानकारी करना और भविष्यवाणी करना, ये सब ज्योतिष के क्षेत्र में आता था। इसके बाद स्मृति ग्रंथ आते हैं। स्मृति हिंदू धर्म के कानूनी ग्रंथ हैं और ये लगभग 20 हैं। और जैसा कि मैंने पूर्व में बताया कि हमारे यहाँ श्रुति और स्मृति 2 परंपराएं थी। श्रुति तो वेदों को कहा जाता है, लेकिन वेदों कुछ वेद जैसे जैसे समय बदलता गया, वेदों के साथ साथ जो सोशल चेंजेज हैं, जो विदेशी जातियां भारत में आ रही थी, समाहित हो रही थी, उनको किस तरह से उनके लिए नियम बनाए जाए, कैसे उनको समाहित किया जाए, तो वो सब स्मृतियों में हमें देश कालानुसार जो परिवर्तित विचार हैं वेदों के साथ साथ, वो हमें इन्हें इसमें दिखाई देते हैं। और इन्हें धर्मशास्त्र की भी संज्ञा दी गई है। और आपको आश्चर्य हुआ ये जान करके कि स्मृतियां बहुत प्राचीन काल से, गुप्त काल से भी पहले से इनका निर्माण होता रहा है। और जो मानव धर्मशास्त्र जो मनु का है ग्रंथ, वो तो बहुत प्राचीन है और इनके समय सीमा में भी बांधना बहुत मुश्किल काम है। और 18वीं सदी तक नई नई स्मृतियां लिखी गई हैं, जैसे विश्वेश्वर स्मृति उल्लेखनीय है। और स्मृति ग्रंथों को धर्मशास्त्र भी कहा जाता है। जैसे कभी हिंदू का हम किसी समस्या में फंस जाते हैं तो हम कहते हैं नहीं, धर्मशास्त्रों में तो ऐसा लिखा नहीं है, या धर्मशास्त्रों में ये लिखा है। तो कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि हिंदू समाज में जब भी कोई समस्या आए, अपने विचारों की को पुष्ट बनाने के लिए हम धर्मशास्त्रों की तरफ देखते हैं। लेकिन ये सतही बातें करते हैं कई लोग, उनको वास्तव में धर्मशास्त्रों में क्या लिखा है इसका पूरी तरह उनको पता भी नहीं है, और ना वो इसको अध्ययन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जो और जैसे मनु स्मृति है, मनु को पढ़ाई शायद बहुत कम लोगों ने हुए, लेकिन मनु के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी करने वाले बहुत लोग हैं। जबकि मनु में धर्म का एक आचार विचार और एक बहुत व्यापक दृष्टिकोण से मनु स्मृति में लिखा हुआ है, समाज के बारे में, धर्म के बारे में, राजनीति के बारे में। और मनु को विश्व का प्रथम कानून निर्माता कहा जा सकता है, क्योंकि जब समाज में क्योंकि कुछ सामाजिक नियम होते हैं, कुछ कानून बनाने पड़ते हैं व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए, तो मनु हिंदू समाज का प्रथम लॉ गिवर है। और इसका काल मैंने निर्धारित करने की चेष्टा की है, ये प्रोफेसर पीवी काणे के हिसाब से। लेकिन चूंकि हमारे तो साहित्य बहुत ही पुराना है, इसका बहुत दुष्कर कार्य है कि इनको हम शताब्दियों में बांधें। मनु के बाद आती है याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति। याज्ञवल्क्य मनु के अंदर, जैसा कि मैं बताऊं, समाज के कानून के अलावा कानून का पूरा क्लासिफिकेशन है कि आप समाज का जो व्यवहार है, किस तरह से रिलेशंस होंगे, किस तरह से समाज होगा, परिवार होगा, वो सारी डिटेल पूरे 18 अध्यायों में पूरा विधि का वर्गीकरण किया गया है पूरा। और उसके बाद याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति आती है। याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति में याज्ञवल्क्य को थोड़ा सा प्रोग्रेसिव माना जाता है कि इन्होंने जो मनु के बाद जो समाज में जो चेंजेज आए, उस हिसाब से थोड़े चेंजेज इसमें याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति में मिलते हैं। और ये बहुत ही वैज्ञानिक तरीके से लिखा गया एक ग्रंथ है। और याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति को जो माता के या वुमेन्स के जो प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स हैं, उस हिसाब से भी महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है। और याज्ञवल्क्य की जो मिताक्षरा टीका है, पूरा हिंदू जो लॉ है पूरा उसी पे बेस्ड है। तो इस तरह से ये दोनों वर्तमान हिंदू विधि के स्रोत हैं। इनमें धर्म, विधि, आचार, प्रायश्चित, सैन्य, राजधर्म पर विवरण है। विधि का विवरण में न्याय व्यवस्था का भी विवरण है पूरा दोनों में। और इसके बाद नारद स्मृति आती है। नारद स्मृति में जो न्याय व्यवस्था, कानून व्यवस्था, समाज में किस तरह से चेंजेस हैं, वो सारे इसमें मिलती है। ऐसे ही पाराशर स्मृति में भी उस समय के धर्म, समाज आदि का वर्णन है। जो 4 वर्ण है, वर्णाश्रम व्यवस्था है, या जो संस्कार किस तरह से किए जाएं, वो सब पाराशर स्मृति में मिलता है। और बृहस्पति स्मृति में पूरा न्यायिक व्यवस्था कि किस तरह से प्राचीन काल में प्लेंट वो लिखी जाती थी, किस तरह से न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चलती थी और शासन तैयार होते थे, और किस तरह से न्याय जुडिशियली का बहुत डिटेल इसमें बृहस्पति स्मृति में बड़ा सिस्टमेटिक तरीके से इसमें विवरण है। तो जब प्राचीन भारतीय न्याय या समाज या धर्म की समाज की अध्ययन करना हो तो हम इन ग्रंथों का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। इसके बाद आती है कात्यायनी स्मृति। कात्यायनी स्मृति उसमें जो जैसा कि अभी अभिलेखों की बात चली, तो कात्यायनी स्मृति में हमें जयपत्र या शासन पत्रों का उल्लेख मिलता है कि जो निर्णय दिए जाते थे या किसी राजा के बारे में, तो वो उस तरह के अभिलेख या लिखे हुए वो घोषणा राज्य द्वारा लिखे जाते थे। इसके बाद देवल स्मृति काफी लेटर पीरियड की है, पूर्व मध्यकालीन की। नारद, बृहस्पति व कात्यायन को कात्यायन की स्मृतियां प्राचीन न्याय व्यवस्था व विधि पर प्रकाश डालती हैं। स्त्रियों के सांपत्तिक अधिकारों, स्त्री धन की विवेचना, और पूरा कात्यायनी स्मृति में तो ये भी लिखा है कि स्त्री धन के अंतर्गत क्या क्या आएगा, और वो स्त्री धन किसकी संपत्ति रहेगी, और वो स्त्री का ही, विवाह के बाद वो स्त्री का ही माना जाता था। तो इस बारे में डिटेल कात्यायनी स्मृति में मिलता है। और जो गिल्ड्स थे प्राचीन काल में, व्यापारिक जो संघ होते थे, उनको किस तरह से नियम उनके रहते थे, इस बारे में विस्तृत सारी की सारी स्मृतियों में विस्तृत नियम मिलते हैं। जो व्यापारिक साझेदारी होती थी कि कब उनमें आपस में फूट हो जाए तो किसको कितना जुर्माना देना पड़ेगा, या कौन सा, यदि कोई धोखाधड़ी करे व्यापार में या पैसा ना दे या कुछ भी, वो सारी डिटेल इसमें इन तीनों चारों पांचों स्मृतियों में बहुत उससे मिलती है, डिटेल उसका विवरण है। इसके बाद महाकाव्य हैं। महाकाव्य हमारे जो भारतीय समाज या भारतीय इतिहास में दो ही महाकाव्य सबसे ज्यादा प्रमुख माने जाते हैं, वाल्मीकि रचित रामायण व वेद व्यास। और हिंदू संस्कृति के ये दो ही महान ग्रंथ हैं जो यहाँ की संस्कृति के जो मूल्य हैं, जो धारणाएं हैं, जो विश्वास हैं, वो पूरे जो दर्शन है, अध्यात्म है, समाज, राजनीति, धर्म, सब इसमें मिलता है। और महाभारत तो बहुत ही विशाल ग्रंथ है और इनको ऐतिहासिक ग्रंथ माना गया है। और इसके अलावा जो प्राचीन जातियां थी, शक, यवन, हूण, पारसिक जातियां, वो सब का उल्लेख इन दोनों ग्रंथों में है। और किस तरह से भारतीय समाज की महानता देखिए कि ये बाहर से विदेशियों को आने को भी हम उनको अपने अंदर समाहित कर लेते थे, हम उनको अपने समाज में स्थान देते थे और उनको उनके साथ सामंजस्यपूर्ण व्यवहार करते थे। और इनकी जो वाल्मीकि की जो कहानी है वेद व्यास द्वारा रचित है। वाल्मीकि तो रामायण, वेद व्यास और रचित है रामायण वाल्मीकि द्वारा। और एक और इसका ग्रंथ है श्री भगवत गीता, जो कि महाभारत का ही भाग है। और वो तो बहुत ही, जैसे कहें कि बहुत ही 18वां अध्याय है महाभारत का, वो तो बहुत ही एक प्रेरणादायक और एक मार्गदर्शक ग्रंथ है, जो जिसकी महत्ता पूरे विश्व ने स्वीकार कर ली है और कितनी भाषाओं में इनके अनुवाद हो चुके हैं। और कोई भी किम कर्तव्य विमूढ़ व्यक्ति हो, युवा हो, या वो उसको मार्गदर्शन गीता देती है। और स्वयं गांधी जी भी गीता को माँ की तरह कहते थे कि जब मुझे कोई उलझन होती है तो मैं गीता माँ की तरफ देखता हूँ। तो इस तरह से ये जो रामायण है और महाभारत है, ये तो ये मान लो कि भारतीय समाज के दो स्तंभ हैं। इनके बिना हम हमारे समाज की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते। और रामायण जो है, रामायण एक आदर्श व्यवस्था का चित्रण करता है। इसमें एक आदर्श परिवार कैसा होना चाहिए, आदर्श संबंध कैसे होने चाहिए परिवारजनों के बीच, पति पत्नी के बीच, भाई भाई के बीच, राजा प्रजा के बीच। तो एक आदर्श आचार संहिता है रामायण एक तरह से, और एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत करती है कि एक आदर्श समाज किस तरह का होना चाहिए, आदर्श राज्य किस तरह का होना चाहिए। हम अभी कल्पना करते कि राम राज्य में ऐसा होता था, तो वास्तव में राम राज्य का जो आदर्श है, राज धर्म है, वो हमें प्रेरणा देता है और हिंदू समाज को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। इसके अलावा रामायण में जो मैंने अभी लॉकडाउन में रामायण पढ़ी, तो मेरे को हर बार ही नई चीज दिखाई देती है रामायण में। उसमें जो प्रकृति चित्रण है, आप देखिए कि उसमें प्रकृति चित्रण बहुत व्यापक हुआ है। और राम जब जाते हैं वनों में, तो साथ साथ में प्रकृति का चित्रण है। इसके अलावा रामायण में मैनेजमेंट के सूत्र जो IITians हैं वो आजकल गीता, रामायण, महाभारत के उदाहरण देते हैं और इनको कोर्सेज में भी शामिल किया गया है। तो आप देखिए रामायण में आर्किटेक्चर के पूरे सूत्र हैं कि जब वो युद्ध के लिए जाते थे तो उनके साथ पूरे इंजीनियर्स वगैरह भी चलते थे जो रास्ते को साफ करते हुए, उनको बनाते हुए, और किस तरह से वो जाते थे। तो रामायण, वेद व्यास और इस तरह से ही उसमें पूरा पर्यावरण और प्रकृति का चित्रण है, और तो उससे हमें संकेत मिलता है पर्यावरणीय चेतना का। इसी तरह महाभारत का थोड़ा जो लेटर है, महाभारत में जो विवरण है, जो उसमें राजनीतिक जो विचार है, वो महाभारत का शांति पर्व है, उसमें पूरा राजधर्म किस तरह से होना चाहिए और विदेशों के साथ कैसे नीति रखनी चाहिए, कर व्यवस्था कैसी होनी चाहिए, प्रजा को बहुत ज्यादा तंग नहीं करना चाहिए, बहुत ज्यादा हैवी टैक्सेस नहीं लगाने चाहिए प्रजा के ऊपर, तो वो सब महाभारत के अंदर है। तो महाभारत की जो वैल्यूज है थोड़ी लेटर पीरियड की हमें दिखाई देती हैं, और इस तरह से दोनों महाकाव्यों से हम भारतीय समाज के जो कल्चर है, पूरी कल्चर उसको हम देख सकते हैं। और आप पुराण आते हैं तो पुराण ये कहा जाता है कि भाई प्राचीन भारतीयों को इतिहास की समझ नहीं थी। कई विदेशी साम्राज्यवादी इतिहासकार कहते हैं कि वो तो बस ऐसे ही अध्यात्म में ही डूबे रहते थे, धर्म में ही डूबे रहते थे, उनको कोई इतिहास की समझ नहीं थी। तो ये गलत बात है। इतिहास पुराण को प्राचीन काल में पंचम वेद कहा गया, और पुराण शब्द का अर्थ है प्राचीन आख्यान। इसके संकलनकर्ता महर्षि लोमहर्ष अथवा उसके पुत्र उग्रश्रवा माने जाते हैं। पुराणों की संख्या 18 मानी गई है। प्राचीन भारतीयों की भक्ति व आस्था इनमें प्रवाहित है। इसमें मत्स्य पुराण, मार्कंडेय पुराण, भविष्य पुराण, भागवत पुराण, ब्रह्मांड पुराण, ब्रह्मवैवर्त पुराण, ब्रह्मा, वामन, वराह, विष्णु, वायु, अग्नि, नारद, पद्म, लिंग, गरुड़, कूर्म, स्कंद पुराण आदि। इनमें मत्स्य पुराण में वायु पुराण सबसे प्राचीन है। अधिकांश पुराण 3री-4थी शताब्दी में लिखे गए हैं। अब ये ज्यादातर लोगों की ये धारणा है कि पुराणों में जो विवरण है या पुराण जो है वो पुरातन पंथी है, उनमें सिर्फ धर्म की ही बातें हैं, लेकिन ये गलत है, क्योंकि पुराणों में भी कई ऐसी ऐतिहासिक जानकारी निहित हैं जो हम उसमें से उनको इतिहास निर्माण में उनका यूज कर सकते हैं। पुराणों में जो प्राचीन राजवंशों की पूरी वंशावलियां मिलती हैं, जो प्राग ऐतिहासिक काल से लेकर के परीक्षित तक हैं, और इनमें भविष्य शैली में राजाओं की पूरी वंशावलियां हैं, और इसमें बौद्ध शासक और भी पुराने आंध्र शासक, सातवाहनों के, आंध्र के सातवाहन, सबकी वंशावलियां इनमें मिलती हैं। इसके अलावा वंशावलियों के अलावा पुराणों में सृष्टि कैसे हुई, ये अपनी पृथ्वी कैसे बनी, प्रलय हुई कैसे हुई, या प्राचीन राजकुलों का पूरा विवरण पुराणों में। और पुराणों में ये कहते हैं लोग कि नहीं, पुराण तो सिर्फ भक्ति, अंध भक्ति ही दिखाते हैं, जैसे देवी पुराण या शिव पुराण, के भाई वो अपने इष्ट के प्रति भक्ति है, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी इसमें बहुत सारी जानकारी है। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा जानकर के कि विष्णु पुराण में, जो कि ये भक्ति का ग्रंथ माना जाता है, वैष्णव भक्ति का, उसमें हमें अवतारवाद की तो धारणा मिलती ही है कि जब जब समाज में दुख या कष्ट या अन्याय बढ़ता है तो उस समय ईश्वर या नारायण किसी ना किसी रूप में अवतार लेते हैं, और एक आशावादी जो भावना है अवतारवाद की, वो हमें विष्णु पुराण में दिखाई देती है। प्रहलाद की कहानी है पूरी इसमें। और इसके अलावा विष्णु पुराण में राजधर्म का चित्रण है कि राजा को किस तरह व्यवहार करना चाहिए प्रजा के साथ, या उसका प्रशासन किस तरह से होना चाहिए, इसकी भी एक विस्तृत पुराणों में जानकारी है। अब हम आते हैं बौद्ध साहित्य पे। प्रारंभिक बौद्ध साहित्य भी हमारे पास न केवल हिंदू ब्राह्मण साहित्य बल्कि बौद्ध साहित्य जो महात्मा बुद्ध से रिलेटेड है, कई शताब्दियों तक बहुत हमारे पास अच्छा संग्रह है। प्रारंभिक बौद्ध साहित्य पाली भाषा में है। चूंकि हमने कहा कि चूंकि हिंदुस्तान में भाषाएं बदलती रहती हैं, अलग अलग भाषाएं हैं, सबके जैसे जैसे समाज में चेंजेज आते हैं, भाषा में भी चेंजेज आते रहते हैं। तो प्रारंभ में संस्कृत में ग्रंथ लिखे जाते थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे चेंज आया, मागधी, पाली, अपभ्रंश, प्राकृत, इन भाषाओं का प्रचलन बढ़ा समाज में। प्रारंभिक बौद्ध साहित्य पाली भाषा में है, बाद में पाली मिश्रित संस्कृत, तिब्बती, चीनी भाषा में भी है। और बौद्ध साहित्य को त्रिपिटक कहा गया है। इन्हें प्रथम शताब्दी ईसा पूर्व का माना जाता है। त्रिपिटक इसमें बुद्ध व बौद्ध संघों, बौद्ध धर्म के सिद्धांत, जातकों की कहानियां व समाज का विवरण है। त्रिपिटक के भी 3 भाग हैं, सुत्ति पिटक, विनय पिटक, अभिधम्म पिटक। सुत्ति पिटक का अर्थ है उपदेश देना। इस पिटक में बौद्ध धर्म के उपदेश संग्रहित हैं कि महात्मा बुद्ध ने जहाँ जहाँ धर्म का जो प्रचार प्रसार या जो जो उनके सिद्धांत थे, प्रत्युत समुत्पाद या अनात्मवाद या दुख समुदय, वो सब हमें इन सुत्त पिटक में मिलते हैं। सुत्त पिटक भी 5 भागों में विभाजित है: दीघ निकाय, मध्यम निकाय, संयुक्त निकाय, अंगुत्तर निकाय, खुद्दक निकाय। तो इन निकायों में जो उनके आचार विचार, जो बोधिसत्व या बौद्ध से संबंधित उनके रहने के नियम सारे मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा अंगुत्तर निकाय ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इसमें जो प्राचीन काल के 16 महाजनपद थे, उनकी जानकारी अंगुत्तर निकाय से मिलती है। इसके बाद विनय पिटक आता है। विनय पिटक में भिक्षु, बौद्ध भिक्षु और भिक्षुणियों के संघ एवं दैनिक जीवन संबंधी आचार विचार नियम 227 उसमें संग्रहित हैं। और अभिधम्म पिटक में बौद्ध धर्म के दार्शनिक सिद्धांतों का वर्णन मिलता है। इसके अलावा भी हम देखते हैं कि त्रिपिटक साहित्य के अलावा भी हमारे पास बहुत विशाल बौद्ध साहित्य है। और बौद्ध साहित्य में जो प्रमुख ग्रंथ हैं, मैं खुद ही बहुत सभी को मैं संकलित नहीं कर पाई हूँ, लेकिन जो जो कुछ मुझे मिले मैंने संकलित किए हैं। जैसे जातक कथाएं बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हैं। और जातक कथाएं मतलब आपको एक सीख या सबक देती हैं और उस समय के समाज की पूरा उसका चित्रण इनमें मिलता है। निदान कथा और मिलिंदपन में तो ऐतिहासिक जो यूनानी आक्रमण वगैरह, जो नागसेन का वो, या दार्शनिक विचार पूरे इसमें मिलते हैं। दिव्यावदान में पूरा ये अशोक, दीपवंश, महावंश, बौद्ध धर्म से संबंधित इनमें जानकारियां मिलती हैं। बुद्ध चरित, सौंदरानंद, सारिपुत्र प्रकरण, ब्रज सूची, महावस्तु, अभिधम्म कोश, ये सब इम्पोर्टेंट बौद्ध ग्रंथ हैं। तो इनमें एक एक ग्रंथ पे भी इतिहास का विद्यार्थी यदि पीएचडी करना चाहे तो वो भी एक बहुत अच्छा एक विचार है। तो ये सामने आएंगे या इनका जो महत्व सामने आएगा। और इन बौद्ध ग्रंथों में नंदवंश, अशोक, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, पुष्यमित्र, शुंग जो ब्राह्मण वंश के थे, तो वो सबकी जानकारियां हमें बौद्ध, इनके जो लेटर ये बौद्ध ग्रंथ हैं या ये इनमें मिलती है। इसके बाद जैन साहित्य को ले सकते हम। जैन साहित्य में भगवान महावीर स्वामी की शिक्षाओं के अलावा मगध व मौर्य शासकों का उल्लेख, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य, अशोक, बिंदुसार आदि की पूरी जानकारी है। इसमें दक्षिण का भी जो श्रवण बेलगोला उसका भी उल्लेख है। चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने चूंकि जो जैन धर्म अंगीकार किया था उस सब की जानकारी हमें मिलती है। और जैन धर्म के ग्रंथों को आगम या सिद्धांत कहा गया है। 14 पर्वों में संकलित हैं। ये अर्ध मागधी या प्राकृत भाषा में लिखे गए हैं। इनके अंतर्गत 12 अंग, 12 उपांग, 10 प्रकीर्ण, 6 छेद सूत्र, 4 मूल सूत्र, अनुयोग आते हैं। और जैन ग्रंथों की जो कंटेंट है, इनमें महावीर स्वामी की शिक्षाएं, भिक्षुओं के आचार नियम आदि हैं। और इसके अलावा भी जो जनरल ऐसे भी ग्रंथ है जिनमें जैन ग्रंथ का है, जैसे भद्रबाहु चरित्र है, कथा कोश है, भगवती सूत्र है, आवश्यक सूत्र है, लोक विवाह, कल्प सूत्र या परिशिष्ट पर्वन आदि हैं। तो इनमें जैन इतिहास की, जैन धर्म से संबंधित विकास, गुजरात के इतिहास, राजस्थान का इतिहास, इसके बारे में भी काफी जानकारियां मिलती हैं। और जैन साहित्य के भी पुराण थे जो प्राकृत संस्कृत अपभ्रंश में लिखे गए, जैसे पद्म पुराण, हरिवंश पुराण, आदि पुराण आदि। और जैनियों के जो पहले के तीर्थंकर्स वगैरह थे, महावीर स्वामी से पहले, उन सब की भी इन ग्रंथों में डिटेल मिलती है। और कुछ ग्रंथों को अब हम ऐतिहासिक या समसामयिक ग्रंथ कहके उनमें उस वाले ग्रुप में शामिल कर सकते हैं, जिसमें मेनली संस्कृत टेक्स्ट है और इनमें प्राचीन भारतीय संस्कृति, समाज व राज्य का चित्रण है। और इनमें तो पूरा कालिदास का साहित्य आता है। मालवी का अग्निमित्र है कालिदास का, जिसमें पुष्यमित्र शुंग राजवंश की जानकारी हमें मिलती है। और पाणिनि के अष्टाध्यायी से हमें व्याकरण व गणराज्य, तत्कालीन जो गणराज्य थे उनकी जानकारी मिलती है। और इसके अलावा आर्यभट्टीय जो गुप्तकालीन ग्रंथ है वो हमारे तकनीकी विकास को दर्शाता है प्राचीन भारतीयों के। तो इसमें खगोल, तकनीकी व वैज्ञानिक विकास दिखाई देता है। इसके बाद कौटिल्य अर्थशास्त्र से या चाणक्य के सूत्रों से तो सभी परिचित हैं। कौटिल्य अर्थशास्त्र देखने में लगता है कि ये व्यापार का शास्त्र है, वाणिज्य का शास्त्र है, लेकिन ये राजनीति, प्राचीन राजनीति, अंतर्राज्यीय संबंध, सैन्य नीति, राज्य चलाने की आचार संहिता का इसमें विवरण मिलता है। और जो राज्य के लिए दुर्ग कैसे बनाने चाहिए उनके बारे में भी इसमें विवरण है। इसके अलावा जो लोग काफी को ध्यान नहीं होगा कि कौटिल्य अर्थशास्त्र में जो हाथी या गाय जो होती थी, अश्व जो होते थे, उनके बारे में या उनका उपचार किस तरह से किया जाए, उनको किस तरह से रखा जाए, वो भी हमें एक विस्तृत इसमें जानकारी कौटिल्य अर्थशास्त्र से मिलती है। और इसमें मौर्यकालीन इतिहास, क्योंकि इसका तो जो निर्माण ही आचार्य कौटिल्य ने चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य को एक तरह से मार्गदर्शक राजनीति चलाने के लिए, शासन चलाने के लिए ये ग्रंथ लिखा गया था। और वास्तव में ये बहुत ही व्यावहारिक ग्रंथ है और ये एक तरह से शाश्वत ग्रंथ है जो हर समय के युग की राजनीति के लिए बहुत ही एक मार्गदर्शक ग्रंथ का कार्य करता है। पतंजलि कृत महाभाष्य, जिसमें स्वास्थ्य, योग, आयुर्वेद व यूनानी आक्रमण की भी जानकारी मिलती है। गार्गी संहिता, ज्योतिष की जानकारी मिलती है। और कल्याणकृत राजतरंगिणी है, यह तो एक बहुत ही व्यवस्थित व ऐतिहासिक ग्रंथ है। पूरे कश्मीर का जो इतिहास है 7वीं शताब्दी से लेकर 12वीं शताब्दी तक का, वो पूरा कल्याण की राजधानी में बहुत व्यवस्थित तरीके से इसमें राजाओं की जो वंशावलियां, राजाओं के कार्यकाल, राजाओं का पूरा व्यवस्थित ब्यौरा कल्याण ने दिया है। और कल्याण का तो खुद ही ये मानना था कि जो सही इतिहासकार वही है जो सत्य बात कहे और तथ्यों का सही निरूपण करके लिखे। क्योंकि प्राचीन काल में होता था कि राजाओं का इतिहास उनके जो कवि होते थे या उनके जो दरबार के लेखक होते थे वो उसे व्यवस्थित करते थे। लेकिन कल्याण ने तो ये एक तरह से इतिहास की परिभाषा दी है कि वही सच्चा कवि इतिहासकार होगा जो सही तथ्य बिना किसी पक्षपात के लिखेगा। इसके बाद विशाख दत्त का मुद्रा राक्षस है, जिसमें राजनीति संबंधी या ये मगध का जो मौर्य मगध का जो उत्थान है उसका बारे में है। बागपति राज का गौड़ बाहु है। जय सिंह का कुमारपाल चरित है। और इसके बाद हम देखते हैं बिल्लन द्वारा रचित विक्रमांगदेव चरित। चूंकि चालुक्यों की बात हो रही थी तो ये विक्रमांगदेव चरित्र में वातापी के चालुक्यों का पूरा विस्तृत विवरण है। और इसमें प्राचीन भारतीय इतिहास लेखन किस तरह होता था या इतिहास का क्या वो था, वो बहुत ही ये ऐतिहासिक ग्रंथ है ये विक्रमांगदेव चरित्र। इसके बाद साउथ के भी बहुत सारे ग्रंथ है। तमिल पुरुनानूर, मणिमेखलाई, हेमचंद का कुमारपाल चरित, जयादित्य का व्रति सूत्र, सुश्रुत संहिता, और सुश्रुत संहिता प्राचीन आयुर्वेद में शल्य चिकित्सा, प्लास्टिक सर्जरी प्राचीन काल में, और जो शल्य चिकित्सा करने वाले जो औजार होते थे, जो टूल्स होते थे, उनकी एक बहुत ही डिटेल विवरण हमें सुश्रुत संहिता में मिलता है। इसके बाद चरक संहिता में आयुर्वेद का डिटेल विवरण है कि किस रोग के लिए किस तरह से क्या जड़ी बूटी कैसे उपचार किया जाए। और इससे संबंधित एक तथ्य बताना चाहूंगी कि प्राचीन काल में जो गुरुकुल में विद्यार्थी रहते थे या जो पढ़ने जाते थे, उनके लिए ये आवश्यक था कि वो आयुर्वेदिक जड़ी बूटियों का एक गार्डन तैयार करें या पौधों को लगाएं और उनकी देखभाल करें। ये एक उल्लेखनीय बात है जो मेरे को याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति में भी मिलती है। पद्मगुप्त परिमल नवसा संघ चरित्र जयानक का पृथ्वीराज विजय, जिसमें पृथ्वीराज चौहान के बारे में लिखा गया है। सोमेश्वर द्वारा रचित रासमाला, कीर्ति कौमुदी, राजशेखर का रचित कोश प्रबंध, मेरुतुंग द्वारा प्रबंध चिंतामणि, तो ये ग्रंथ भी उल्लेखनीय है। और इसके बाद विदेशी यात्रियों के विवरण आते हैं, क्योंकि प्राचीन काल से ही भारत के अंदर विदेशी आए और उन्होंने अपनी निगाहों से ये भारतीय समाज को देखा और कुछ लिखा। और तो जो विदेशों से जो विवरण प्राप्त है उसमें कुछ सच्चाई है, कुछ सत्य है, कुछ भ्रामक है। तो हमें इतिहास लेखन में इनका प्रयोग सावधानी से ही करना पड़ता है। आंख बंद करके हम इनको एज ए सोर्स यूज नहीं कर सकते। और इनमें प्रमुख हैं जैसे हेरोडोटस का हिस्टोरिका, मेगास्थनीज का इंडिका। मेगास्थनीज की जो इंडिका है वो चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की प्रशासनिक या मौर्यों की प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था के बारे में संकेत देती है। इसके अलावा प्लिनी नेचुरल हिस्ट्री, प्लिनी का जो है प्राकृतिक इतिहास, उसमें प्रथम शताब्दी के पशु कैसे थे, पौधे कैसे थे, खनिज पदार्थ कैसे थे, वो पूरा प्लिनी की नेचुरल हिस्ट्री में। इरिथ्रियन सागर का पेरिप्लस, ये ग्रंथ है जिसका लेखक का पता नहीं है किसने लिखा है ये, लेकिन उस समय जो दक्षिणी जो बंदरगाह थे उनसे जो मसालों का व्यापार होता था, भारतीय वाणिज्य व्यापार का, उसका पूरा विवरण है इनमें। टालेमी की ज्योग्राफी, नेचुरल हिस्ट्री, इसमें ज्योग्राफी के बारे में डायमैक्स, डायोनिसस, एरियन आदि जो भी यूनानी आए उनका विवरण भी उल्लेखनीय है मौर्यकालीन इतिहास की जानकारी के लेकर। और इसके बाद हम देखते हैं गुप्तकालीन जो फाहियान आए, चंद्रगुप्त द्वितीय के समय के जो उनका शासन व्यवस्था थी, उनका जो समाज था, समाज में जो प्रचलित जो परंपराएं थी, जो बौद्ध धर्म का प्रचार, वो किस तरह क्या था बौद्ध धर्म, वो सारी फाहियान के फोग्यूजी में मिलती हैं। और चूंकि ये बौद्ध धर्म की स्टडी करने के लिए ये भारत आए थे, और हेनसांग की जो सीयूकी है उसमें भी पूरी जो भारतीय समाज के बारे में हेनसांग ने काफी लिखा है। और हेनसांग ने खुद इतिहास लेखन के बारे में ये बताया है कि उस समय एक अलग अधिकारी होता था जो इतिहास को लिखता था, रजिस्टर उनके मेंटेन करता था। और इसके बाद इत्सिंग है जो 691 में भारत तथा मलय द्वीप पुंज में प्रचलित बौद्ध धर्म का विवरण, इनकी जो रचनाएं है, इसमें बौद्ध धर्म और संस्कृत साहित्य का जो इतिहास का स्रोत है उसके बारे में लिखा है। और इन्होंने हर्षवर्धन के समय के इतिहास का वर्णन लिखा है। नालंदा व विक्रमशिला विश्वविद्यालय के बारे में बहुत विस्तार से लिखा है कि ये कितने महत्वपूर्ण विद्यालय थे, इनमें विश्व के सभी भागों से विद्यार्थी पढ़ने के लिए आते थे। इसके अलावा तारानाथ तिब्बती लेखक है, तंग्यूर, अलबरूनी की तहकीक हिंद है। अलबरूनी का जो तहकीक हिंद है उससे हमें जो पूर्व मध्यकालीन समाज है, राज्य है, उसकी काफी जानकारी मिल जाती है। सुलेमान का सिलसिलातुल तवारीख है। और इस तरह से ये साहित्यिक स्रोत हमें काफी मददगार साबित होते हैं। और अब चूंकि आते हैं प्राचीन भारतीय इतिहास के पुरातात्विक स्रोत, इसको मैं बहुत ज्यादा विस्तार से नहीं बताऊंगी क्योंकि पुरातत्वविद यहाँ एक से एक बैठे हुए हैं। तो जो आर्कियोलॉजिकल सोर्सेज ऑफ एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री है, तो उसमें हम देखते हैं पुरातत्व है क्या। एक तो साहित्य, एक पुरातत्व ये है कि जो पुरानी बातें हैं, पुराने स्थलों के अनुसंधान अध्ययन से संबंधित रखने की एक भौतिक क्रिया है, जो जमीन के अंदर छिपी सामग्रियों को निकालती है, उनके इतिहास को तर्कसंगत तरीके से समझने में हमें मदद मिलती है। और आर्कियोलॉजिकल जो एविडेंसेज हैं, उनसे हमें साहित्य की जो घटनाएं हैं उनकी पुष्टि हो जाती है। और इस तरह से भारतीय धर्म, कला, संस्कृति, तकनीक, प्रशासन आदि का बोध इनसे होता है। इनमें अभिलेख हैं, शिलालेख हैं, ताम्रपत्र, गुहालेख, मूर्तिलेख, स्मारक और मुद्राएं मिलती हैं। किसी तथ्य, अभिलेख क्या है, किसी तथ्य पर कार्यवाही से संबंधित पत्थर, ताम्रपत्र, मोहरों, दीवारों, प्रतिमाओं आदि पर खुदे लेख। अशोक के अभिलेख राजाज्ञाओं, घोषणाओं से संबंधित हैं, ब्राह्मी खरोष्टी लिपि में हैं। और अशोक के धर्म दर्शन राजा के आदर्शों पर प्रकाश डालते हैं। इन्हें भारतीय धर्म संस्कृति का विदेशों में किस तरह से प्रचार हुआ वो हमें मिलता है। हरिसेन द्वारा रचित समुद्रगुप्त की प्रयाग प्रशस्ति से समुद्रगुप्त की जो विजयों के बारे में विवरण मिलता है, और उसकी क्या नीति रहती थी कि वो वही एक बार विजिट करके फिर वापस आ जाता था, और उनको मतलब जीते हुए प्रदेश पे कभी अधिकार नहीं करते थे। उनमें अपनी थोड़ी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव या अपनी सांस्कृतिक विस्तार वाली भावना मिलती है। महरौली का लौह स्तंभ जो चंद्रगुप्त द्वितीय की वाली विजय और भी विजय, उसके बारे में पूरा उस स्तंभ पे खुदा हुआ है। और इसके अलावा भूमि अनुदान पत्र हैं बहुत सारे, जो कि गुप्त काल से पूर्व मध्यकाल तक हमें मिलते हैं। इनमें सामंतवाद की पूरी जानकारी मिलती है कि सामंतवाद का विकास कैसे हुआ गुप्त काल से, और कैसे कैसे सामंतवाद के भारत में बढ़ा। और जो भूमि अनुदान पत्र होते थे, जिनको ब्रह्मदेव भी कहा जाता था, तो भूमि को दिया जाता था, कई मंदिरों को भी दिया जाता था, प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों को भी दिया जाता था एज ए उनके इनकम सोर्स के लिए। और लेकिन बाद में सामंतवाद की जो विकास हुआ, जिसमें प्रजा पर अत्याचार भी होने लगे, वो पूरा डिटेल हमें भूमि अनुदान पत्रों पे मिल गया। स्वयं याज्ञवल्क्य की स्मृति में ये पूरे अनुदान पत्र जो ब्रह्मदेव जो दिए जाते थे, वो उनका डिटेल मिलता है। और भी जो प्रमुख अभिलेख हैं प्राचीन काल के, जैसे हाथी गुफा अभिलेख है, इसमें खारवेल की जो उपलब्धियां बताई गई हैं। हेलियोडोरस का बेस नगर से प्राप्त गरुड़ स्तंभ है। इसमें द्वितीय शताब्दी में भागवत धर्म के विकास का उल्लेख मिलता है। रुद्रदामन का जूनागढ़ अभिलेख शकों की शक्ति बताता है, और उनका जो विस्तार जहाँ तक था, और उनके किस तरह से उनका एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था, प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था थी, वो इसमें मिलती है। नासिक अभिलेख से सातवाहनों की प्रभुता का बोध होता है कि उनका किस तरह से उनकी स्टेट या उनका रूल था, किस तरह उनका बढ़ा हुआ क्षेत्र था। और मंदसौर अभिलेख से व्यापारिक श्रेणियों की जानकारी मिलती है कि जो प्राचीन काल में विभिन्न जो श्रेणियां होती थी, उन सब की डिटेल हमें मंदसौर अभिलेख में रेशम जो सिल्क बनाने वाली, वो करने वाली, उस सब की जानकारी हमें मंदसौर अभिलेख से। और ग्वालियर की प्रशस्ति में प्रतिहार शासक भोज की उपलब्धियों का विवरण मिलता है। ऐहोल अभिलेख है, उसमें चालुक्य शासक पुलकेशिन द्वितीय का अभिलेख है, और उसमें ये बताया गया है कि हर्ष पर भी उसने विजय प्राप्त की थी, पुलकेशिन द्वितीय ने। पुद्दुकोटा अभिलेख में संगीत के नियमों का विवरण है। और भी बहुत से अन्वेषण में उत्खनन से प्राप्त, पुद्दुकोटा में संगीत के नियमों का उल्लेख है। अन्वेषण उत्खनन से प्राप्त मृदभांड, औजार, मोहरें आदि जानकारी के स्रोत है। विदेशों से भी बहुत से अभिलेख मिले हैं, क्योंकि उस समय भारत का जो सांस्कृतिक विस्तार बहुत ज्यादा था। एशिया माइनर बोगज कोई अभिलेख, जिसमें वैदिक देवताओं मित्र, वरुण, इंद्र, अश्विनी कुमार आदि का उल्लेख है। पारसी पोलिस तथा नक्श रुस्तम ईरान के अभिलेख भारत व ईरान के संबंध बताते हैं। अभिलेख काफी भाषा संस्कृत, प्राकृत, मिश्रित, तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़ आदि है। इसके अलावा मोहरें बहुत सारी मिली हैं, अभी मोहरों पे चर्चाएं हो रही थी। सिंधु घाटी की सभ्यता, बसाड़ से मिट्टी की मोहरें मिली हैं। श्रेणियां अपनी मोहरें खुद बनवाती थीं। तो इन मोहरों पे भी बहुत सारी जानकारियाँ, इनके जो चित्र होते थे उससे सोशल और इकोनॉमी जो है उसकी जानकारी मिलती थी। स्मारक, भवन, स्तंभ, मूर्तियाँ या किसी प्रकार का निर्माण या उसके अवशेष ये उसको व्यक्त करते हैं। ये स्मारक पत्थर, मिट्टी, लकड़ी, धातु के बने होते हैं। तक्षशिला, पाटलिपुत्र, मोहनजोदड़ो, हड़प्पा, नालंदा, देवगढ़, मथुरा, सारनाथ, सांची, गणेश्वर, अहाड़, अभी जो इससे पूर्व वक्ता है उन्होंने पूरा जोधपुरा गणेश्वर जो बताया है। अजंता एलोरा की गुफाएं, एलिफेंटा, भीमबेटका, एलिफेंटा और कौलवी की गुफाएं यहाँ झालावाड़ के पास हैं, कोटा झालावाड़, जहाँ पे पूरे बुद्ध गुफाएं हैं जो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है बुद्धिस्ट स्टडी के लिए। झांसी का देवगढ़ मंदिर, नालंदा की बुद्धता मूर्ति, जावा, कम्बोज, मलाया, शाम आदि के मंदिर, जावा का स्मारक, बोधो बुदूर 9वीं शताब्दी में महायान बौद्ध धर्म का उदाहरण है। अंकोर बाट, अंकोर ला भारतीय औपनिवेशिक प्रसार के उदाहरण हैं। मुद्राएं हैं और मुद्राओं से भी बहुत सी जानकारी मिलती है कि मुद्राएं प्राचीन काल में जिनको शतमान, निष्क, कारशापन कहा जाता है। पंचमार्क कॉइन्स हैं, ये मौर्यकालीन आग सिक्के हैं। इनके लेख से इनके जो मटेरियल सोने, चांदी, तांबे के बने होते थे, उस समय की राजनीति व आर्थिक व्यवस्था किस तरह की थी इसकी जानकारी मिलती है। मलाया, बोर्नियो, बाली आदि से उपलब्ध स्मारक हिंदू चिन्हों में हिंदू संस्कृति के प्रसार का विवरण है। सैंदव सभ्यता में चिन्ह हैं जो मुद्राओं का ही प्रतिरूप में 16वीं शताब्दी के आहत सिक्के मिले हैं। यवन शासकों सातवाहनों की मुद्रा मिली है जिनसे सातवाहनों की मुद्राओं पर जलपोत है जिससे समुद्री विजय का अनुमान लगता है। कुषाणों की मुद्राएं उनके धर्म दर्शन की जानकारी देती हैं और हिंदी यूनानी शासकों के सिक्के महत्वपूर्ण हैं जो उनके भारतीय समाज में उनके समाहित होने को या उसको बताते हैं। और जो पांचाल, माला, वियोदय जो सिक्के गणतंत्रों का इतिहास बताते हैं, प्राचीन काल में उनकी बहुत सारी मुद्राएं मिली। और समुद्रगुप्त की मुद्राएं, स्वर्ण मुद्राएं बहुत सारी मिली हैं, धर्म, संगीत, साहित्य उसका बोध कराती हैं। और जब जैसे सिक्कों में मिलावट आने लग गई थी स्वर्ण में, तो ये लगने लगा था कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से कमजोर हो गए हैं राज शासन। और रोमन सिक्के जो उस समय के दक्षिण भारत में जो मसालों का व्यवसाय होता था और भी बहुत सी चीज़ों के, कपड़ों का, मसालों का, काली मिर्च, लौंग और भी बहुत कुछ का, तो वो सारे व्यापारिक संबंध रोमन सिक्के बहुत बहुतायत में वो बताते हैं। राजनीतिक, आर्थिक व धार्मिक स्थिति पूरी पता चलती है इनसे। और इस तरह से आर्थिक इतिहास लेखन में मुद्राओं का योगदान महत्वपूर्ण है। धन्यवाद।
गंभीर सर, हेलो।
हाँ नमस्ते सर।
हाँ नमस्ते।
हाँ
झा साहब, विद्यानाथ झा साहब, हेलो।
हाँ हाँ कहिए कहिए।
हाँ,
हाँ
ये मैडम कोटा की हैं, कोटा से हैं, वहाँ ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी में प्रोफेसर कमलेश शर्मा मैडम।
हाँ
हेलो।
अभी काफी अच्छा व्याख्यान हुआ, सुनने को मिला। हाँ तो मैं तो इतिहास का ज्ञाता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मुझे एक बात से खुशी हुई कि याज्ञवल्क्य हमारे मिथिला के थे और उनका 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 जो गांव है याज्ञवल्क्य वन, वहाँ मैं गया हूँ। वहाँ वो बरगद का 1-2 बीघे में वो वृक्ष है, उससे कई ये उसकी जो जड़ें जो होती हैं खास करके मॉडिफाइड वो स्टेम, वो हमने जाकर वहाँ देखा है नदी के किनारे। और उनका गांव भी है जगमन, अपभ्रंश है, याज्ञवल्क्य वन का अपभ्रंश है जगमन। और वहाँ भी उनकी प्रतिमा बनी है हाल में, और उनकी दोनों पत्नियों की प्रतिमा है, मैत्रेयी और कात्यायनी। वो सड़क पर ही उनकी प्रतिमा बनी हुई है। और याज्ञवल का इतना योगदान है भारतीय ये पारिवारिक जो कानून है, विधि है उसमें, तो ये तो जानकारी थी। मैडम ने भी इसकी काफी चर्चा की। और याज्ञवल्क्य बोलते हैं, नाम थोड़ा सा संस्कृत में ऐसा है कि उच्चारण में दिक्कत हो जाती है। याज्ञवल्क्य, याज्ञवल्क्य सब 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 संयुक्त है। वो ल क य पूरा संयुक्त है, इसलिए उच्चारण में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो जाती है, लेकिन इतना बड़ा उनका योगदान है, हम लोग आज भी उसको सुनते हैं और प्रसन्नता होती है। बहुत बहुत मैडम ने बहुत ही विस्तृत, बहुत ही विस्तार में सारी बातों की चर्चा की। बहुत दिनों के बाद ऐसा ये सुनने को मिला। बहुत ही सारगर्भित, बहुत ही विस्तृत। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मैडम झा साहब हमारे सीनियर मित्र हैं और के प्रोफेसर मैडम।
हाँ सर।
सर जो डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा साहब जो है वो बॉटनी के प्रोफेसर हैं, दरभंगा से, मिथिला से।
दरभंगा, अच्छा मिथिला।
सीता जी के यहाँ से,
सीता जी की जो नगरी।
हाँ, सीता जी की नगरी है। याज्ञवल्क्य जी की भी भूमि है ये। करीब यहाँ से 15 किलोमीटर, दरभंगा जहाँ मैं बैठा हुआ हूँ वहां से करीब 15 किलोमीटर पर उनका गांव जगबन है। आज भी देखने के लिए लोग जाते हैं।
और जो कहते हैं कि रामायण कपोल कल्पित है, आजकल तो रामायण के पूरे जो पुरातात्विक स्थल हैं वो सब मौजूद हैं।
हाँ, यहाँ सारे अहिल्या स्थान में बहुत बड़ा मंदिर है। रामचंद्र जी जहाँ आए थे और अहिल्या का उन्होंने उद्धार किया था। गौतम आश्रम है। ये सारी जगह हैं, यहाँ पर सारे स्थल हैं।
जी सर, कभी मौका दीजिए, उधर देखें हम।
हाँ, बनाइए, प्रोग्राम बनाइए।
हमारा क्षेत्र मैडम चित्रकूट है। चित्रकूट जो चित्रकूट में लगा है, और जो बाण भट्ट ने जो कादम्बरी लिखी है वो यही लिखी है। कादम्बरी जो है वो रीवा के बगल में, हमारे यहाँ से 30 किलोमीटर में सोन नदी का किनारा है। मेरा गांव है उसी के बगल में, और वो बाण भट्ट की कर्म स्थली थी, बाण भट्ट की। और तुलसीदास जी का तो है ही है चित्रकूट में। तो ये क्षेत्र भी साहित्य के उसमें, तानसेन जो है हमारे यहाँ बांधवगढ़ से गए थे। रीवा के पहले यहाँ बघेल वंश था, तो उसकी राजधानी बांधवगढ़ थी, जहाँ से तानसेन जो है वो अकबर के दरबार में गए थे। हाँ, तो यही क्षेत्र है। तो कोटा हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे खूब पढ़ने जाते हैं। हमारा बालक भी गया था, और यहाँ से बच्चे खूब जाते हैं कोटा।
शिक्षा का केंद्र है अभी तो कोटा, तो शिक्षा का केंद्र है, कोचिंग हब है
भी है। हाँ, तो थोड़ा सा आज समय कुछ विलम्ब हुआ, उसके लिए माफी चाहते हैं। एक्चुअली एक दो जो टेक्निकल वो है, ये शेयरिंग की वजह से वो मैडम बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंट की, वो ढोला वीरा पर, तो थोड़ा टेक्निकल दिक्कत आ रही थी। बाकी उनका हमने 10 बजे से कर दिया था, लेकिन वो टेक्निकल उसमें दिक्कत हो रही थी, इसलिए थोड़ा समय लग गया। उसके लिए क्षमा चाहते हैं।
मुझे तो ये लगा कि मैं लास्ट स्पीकर हूँ, मेरे को कोई सुनेगा या पता नहीं सुनेगा, मुझे ऐसा
नहीं, काफी अच्छा, काफी अच्छा।
हाँ, हम कराते। आज भी ये यदि आज नहीं होता तो हम दूसरे दिन कराते, मतलब लेक्चर तो हम उसके लिए, और बल्कि हम दिन भी बढ़ा देते, क्योंकि हमको जो लेक्चर थे हम केवल 21 तारीख तक रखे थे। जैसे विद्वानों के लेक्चर मिलते चले गए, डेट अपनी
बढ़ गया।
हाँ, हमारा बच्चा विदेश से आया है, तो उसके रात को 1-2 घंटे मिल लेते हैं। उसका अभी संडे को चला जाएगा। पहले 31 तक था, तो हमने कहा आ जाओ, 3-4 दिन हम रह लेंगे, लेकिन बाद में बढ़ते बढ़ते 5 हो गया। उसका फ्लाइट का टिकट फिक्स था, तो अब वो चला जाएगा, तो रात को 1-2 घंटे उससे बैठ के मिल लेते हैं। तो घर वाले भी खाली किए, अब कॉलेज वाले भी हमको सफलता दिए हुए हैं कि आप करवाइए।
चलिए, मिश्रा जी को धन्यवाद सर, उन्होंने मेरी भी नॉलेज रिफ्रेश करवा दी। जो इस बहाने मैंने अपने आइडियाज को,
हम लोग बहुत पहले पढ़े थे सब चीजें, वो चीजें आपने दोहरा दी, और खासकर हमें पीएससी के तैयारी के समय पे ये पढ़ा था सब, और एक बार काफी दिन, आज 30-35 साल के बाद आपने जो है पूरी की पूरी चीज जो है एक बार याद दिला दी। एक जरूर रिक्वेस्ट है मैडम।
सर मैंने क्या है, ये स्मृति साहित्य में मेरा रिसर्च वर्क है।
जी जी।
तो मेरे गुरु ये कहते थे कि संस्कृत सीखो तभी स्मृतियों पे रिसर्च करना। तो मैं संस्कृत खैर बहुत पूरे अच्छे से तो नहीं सीख पाई, पर थोड़ा मैं पढ़ लेती हूँ।
नहीं नहीं, बढ़िया है, अच्छी वो है, पढ़ने से आदमी रिफ्रेश होता है। जैसे मैंने क्या, मैं बॉटनी का स्टूडेंट हूँ, लेकिन सर हमारे यहाँ आ चुके हैं कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जो हम लोग ओपन कॉन्फ्रेंस करते थे, सर आ चुके हैं हमारे यहाँ आज से।
हाँ, मैं गया था, रीवा गया था।
आ चुके हैं, हमें दिखाई थी। तो अब ये कोविड के बाद ये हुआ, तो मैडम शुरुआत तो हमने कॉलेज वालों ने हमसे जबरदस्ती करवाई, लेकिन अब वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि अब आप तो इसमें हो गए, अब हमने 200 से ऊपर टाक हमने करवाई मैडम, और पूरा नेशनल पार्क, सेंचुरी।
नहीं वो बहुत मेहनत सर, इतने लंबे, इतना, हाँ बहुत मेहनत का काम कर रहे हैं सर आप, इतने लोगों को जोड़ना, इतने
बुक भी पब्लिश हो रही हैं। तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि आप ये जो प्रेजेंट की हैं उसको हमारे मेल या व्हाट्सएप में आप जो है शेयर कर दीजिएगा, पीपीटी।
हाँ पीपीटी तो ऐसे मैंने सबके मेल पे भेज दी थी मिश्रा।
आप शेयर कर दीजिएगा। तो
मेल कर दिए मैंने।
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक, या तो मेल कर दीजिएगा या व्हाट्सएप पे भेज
हाँ
दीजिएगा।
नहीं मैंने मेल कर दी कि मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम आए तो वो पीपीटी वही कर दी मैंने।
तो चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम, और बहुत अच्छा लगा। आगे भी अभी 2-3 दिन कार्यक्रम
हाँ
हैं।
सर आगे मौका दीजिए आप, मैं तो एकेडमिक वर्क के लिए हमेशा तैयार
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल, हम हमारे यहाँ जो भी होगा, अभी कॉन्फ्रेंस का दौर आएगा कुछ कॉलेजेस में और यूनिवर्सिटी वाले हैं, तो हम आपका नाम वहाँ पे जरूर लिखवाएंगे।
मेरा सर 40 साल से मैं रिसर्च और इससे जुड़ी हुई हूँ, टीचिंग रिसर्च एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री से।
हाँ
कल्चर हिस्ट्री हेरिटेज।
कुछ कॉलेजों में वैसे भी कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, तो आने जाने की भी कोई असुविधा नहीं है। वहाँ कोटा से सीधे ट्रेन जो है वो कटनी आती है, और कटनी से ट्रेन रीवा पहुँचा देती है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तब ऐसे मौका लगा जरूर अपना जो रीवा के जो संस्थान है, या जो लोग हमसे पूछते हैं इस विषय पर, अब तो इतिहास वाले भी पूछेंगे। अभी तक बॉटनी और जूलॉजी वाले पूछते थे, अब इतिहास वाले, इसलिए कि लगभग 50 टाक हो गई हैं।
जी सर, जी सर।
इसके पहले भी हमने 20 साल जो सीनियर आर्कोलॉजिस्ट हैं उनकी टॉक कराई है हमने जनवरी में। को जब मौका मिलता है तो वो जरूर सुनते हैं, चाहे उनके विषय का हो चाहे अन्य विषय का,
जी जी
पूरा समय देते हैं। और सर ने भी हमको 2-3 बहुत अच्छे रिसोर्स पर्सन किए हैं। और अभी एक और बात आई है आपके आर्कियोलॉजी की, सर बोले हैं कि वो तैयार हो जाएंगे, तो कोशिश करते हैं या अगली सीरीज मिलेगी। ठीक है मैडम,
ठीक है सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद धन्यवाद। कार्यक्रम खत्म हो गया, आज का खत्म हो गया।
हाँ आज का हो गया। कल सर 9:50 से है मालाबार पर।
अच्छा अच्छा,
मालाबार बोटेनिकल गार्डन जो पहले नहीं हो पाया था, वो बहुत अच्छा गार्डन है केरला का। GMSGC के बाद सेकंड नंबर आता है, और बहुत अच्छा वहाँ के जो प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट है, बहुत अच्छे वैज्ञानिक हैं उधर केरला के, सब लोगों ने बताया हमको। तो वो बोल रहे हैं NS।
अच्छा, एक रिक्वेस्ट था मिश्रा जी, एक रिक्वेस्ट था। असल में 5 तारीख को मुझे प्रोजेक्ट ओवर करना है, और 5 तारीख को एक अर्जेंट एंगेजमेंट आ गया है। वो मखाने पर एक वर्कशॉप है यहाँ, जो नेशनल मखाना रिसर्च सेंटर है। तो पूरे दिन वो लोग मुझे एंगेज कर देंगे वहाँ पर। तो यदि आप शिफ्ट कर देते मुझे।
अच्छा, आपका सर उसमें
5 को है। तो यदि प्रीपोन कर देते कल या परसों।
हाँ वही मैं थोड़ा सा चर्चा कर लूंगा सर, जो उसमें है 4 तारीख को, क्योंकि 4 तारीख का क्या है कि ज्यादातर जो टॉक है बॉटनी बेस्ड टॉक जो तो मैं देख लूंगा। एक्चुअली क्या है, अब ये विषय का भी रहता है ना, जैसे
हाँ 3 या 4 को, 3 या कल या परसों मैं हूँ फ्री।
हाँ तो मैं चर्चा कर लूंगा,
हाँ
क्योंकि जिनका है शेड्यूल है ना, तो उनसे थोड़ा सा मैं एक बार पूछ लूंगा, क्योंकि ये 4 को और 5 को ज्यादातर वो आर्कियोलॉजी वाले ज्यादा है।
हाँ वो तो है, वो तो है।
वो ज्यादा है, और
हाँ
एक दो भी है, मैं चर्चा कर लूंगा उनसे, और
हाँ
निश्चित रूप से मैं आपको या तो फोन में या मैं व्हाट्सएप में इन्फॉर्म कर दूंगा।
हाँ 3 या 4 कल या परसों इंगेज मुझे कर दीजिए आप।
ठीक
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, नमस्कार।
1 मिनट सर, मैं देख लूं।
हाँ कहिए, देख लीजिए, देख लीजिए।
हाँ मेरे पास है यहाँ पे। तो जैसे फर्स्ट में तो आर्कियोलॉजी है, सेकंड में वाइल्ड लाइफ है, और अगले में के हैं, और मैराइन के यस। आपका
5 को है सवेरे।
हाँ हाँ
तो 5 को मुझे 9 बजे से ही, 9 बजे से 5 बजे शाम तक इंगेज रहना है मखाना रिसर्च सेंटर में। सीफेट लुधियाना का प्रोग्राम है।
हाँ हाँ मैं सर देख के बताता हूँ।
हाँ देख लीजिए, देख इत्मीनान से देख लीजिए।
बेस लगता है जो है ज्यादा नहीं, बॉटनी बेस वाले।
हाँ
तो